Terrorizing.
Good evening, fellow Kafir, Goy, Gaijin, Lawai, human beings, earthlings, et al. It has been a while. It has been a while. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I had some things going on. I thought I was going to be able to multi-stream, even though I don't have a paid account, because of an old thing that I this shell, so to speak, this setup that I had for StreamYard over a year ago. Again, last year's Pride Month was when I was going to originally do this live stream. Can't remember what happened. It got sidetracked. I wanted to dedicate my proper attention to this, so I chose not to do it back then. I was going to do it this year's Pride Month. Life happens. I got very busy, but also in the process of preparing for this live stream, I just kept finding more and more and more stuff, and I kept adding and adding, just to do it justice, just to do it proper justice, because this is a very serious topic. It's one that needs to be addressed, and I wanted to, well, treat it with the utmost respect and be as thorough as possible and correct as possible, because, well, this needs to get addressed. So therefore, there were some delays. I'm obviously a bit over a month late, but better late than never. Also, I'm a bit disappointed. I was excited. It looked like up to the very last minute, I was going to be able, literally the last minute, as soon as I hit launch, everything fell apart. But again, I was going to be able to live stream, so I was excited about sharing this with everyone else, especially if the gremlins get a hold of this live stream on the UBoob and its community standards, which allege to be in place to protect others or help others. Right. Pardon me. Okay. Yeah, but all right, obviously that's not the case. So we'll do our best. But just to let you know, I'm going to do things a little differently. This time I wrote notes. Another part of the reason that it took me a bit longer. and I did that this time. I'm going to try this to one, be able to manage my one monitor better and see if someone makes comments, I can respond in live time. But I may not do that as much, or I definitely, usually I'll put the link up from the beginning so anyone can pop in anytime they want. And we can have a discussion about something in real time. But this time, because of the severity of this topic, um, I'm going to give a full presentation uninterrupted, most likely, unless there's something very pending that I need to address in the chat at that moment. Otherwise, yeah, we're in for the duration of this presentation. Again, usually my presentations, when I do it in this format, I plan to go about an hour, give or take. Sometimes they go about an hour and a half or so. This one might be a bit of a marathon. Again, like I said, there's a lot to cover, and I'm covering every modality in mass media. So, yeah, from gaming on. Therefore, um, well, and it's not like completely thorough. I'm not covering every single aspect, every single example, and so on. But I did give it a proper treatment of each modality, each delivery method. So, without further ado, let's get into this. Let's see. Again, my apologies if the tech is all, you know, the usual 1,000 clicks and all that. But let's see what happens here. Okay. Yep. Let me change this setting because I don't like it. I want to make it bigger. That's better. And I know you guys can still hear me, but let's make sure that you guys can still hear me. Let me check it on the YouTube here. Um, okay. Okay. So that's a confirmation. You guys can still hear me. Very good. Let's get into it. And again, at the end of this presentation, this long haul, I will open it up to questions. If you want to come up and say your own piece, you're more than welcome. I'll refrain from. I'll wait till the end of the presentation to share that link, though. But yeah, let's get into it. Okay, here we go. A year overdue, but better late than never. Queer pride before the fall. Let's get to the notes. I don't want to get sidetracked too much. Not too many tangents. Take me to church, says who? Take me to church. You guys remember that from about a decade ago? Very popular song, very influential. Everybody's walking around humming it for some time. But if you've watched the video, you saw that, wait a minute, this song isn't really what I thought it was about. Uh, Not that anyone really pays attention much to their lyrics, they're just kind of subliminal. But why is it that homosexuality has been made mandatory, much beyond popularized all over the world? What's their agenda? And us, us victims, as for us victims of sodomy, of all kinds of sexual encroachment, all kinds, why are we being made to suffer via community standards and so on? Under that banner of caring, why are we being terrorized to the degree that we are wherever we turn? Instead, we're bombarded with accusations of being hurtful if we speak up. Sodomy is sodomy, and it is destructive. It's degrading, to say the least. More importantly, as we're terrorized wherever we turn, where are the arrests? Instead, victims are silenced. Instead, victims are silenced. Where are the arrests? Where are the arrests? Polanski's still on the lam. And who does all this serve? What has been designed for mass media's audience's passive intake is overwhelmingly evident. what transpires behind the cameras comes out. No pun intended. You know, let me take this opportunity to go ahead and share something with you guys. Um, just a little, well, from the mouth of the producers and creators themselves. Okay, remove this, add this. All right, here we go. Let's listen and pay attention here real quickly.
Oh, fanboy heaven.
Goldman's script is notorious for being pretty.
Okay, do you see what I'm seeing? Huh. All right, some Cyclops slices through a wooden cross. Not very blasphemous, is it? And even has an onomatopoeia in there. Bzzz, he's enjoying it as he writes it. Okay, and that's not all of it.
Edgy. It follows Kitty Pryde, a teenager pulled into.
Look familiar? There's a movie which is being much discussed, The Odyssey, the second Renaissance, if you will, craftily so. I mean, yet another dichotomy put on us. Now you have to choose between pagan ancient Greece or not. What? What about 2,000 years of Greek Christianity? Why is that always under siege, silenced, slandered? Yeah, but this thing, which was always obviously different, and if you see some of her movies, you can see how psychotic she was, is now just, yeah, we'll just leave it at that. I'm getting off on tangents.
Xavier's world after Wolverine saves her from a gang.
Oh, look at this. Okay.
And brings her to the mansion. There, she meets the X-Men team. When the villain.
All right. This is not the script. There was hold on.
Prince frames the X-Men for a series of deadly attacks. It turns the public opinion against me.
And this is the real script, by the way. But this is not the segments that I wanted to share. Maybe I went back too far. Bear with
mutants, and the team is captured, sentenced to death, and they're then shackled to electrified crucifixes.
There we go. Crucifix or Wolverines now, I mean, Hollywood's notorious for this. For essentially blasphemy, supplanting Jesus Christ with an abominable character. It's just really, really bad. And it's beyond The Graduate, the controversial movie of Graduate of Dustin Hoffman banging on the window, on the glass like this, and they had to install an entire glass thing, and the place that didn't belong, and it was almost ready to fall over because of just the difficulty that was involved in putting up this glass window for him. He had to be careful, he says, and that's why he did it like that, not because he was trying to blaspheme Jesus Christ, whatever. It's saturated, but yeah, let's just keep going on. You see that it's not only in directing and editing and all these CGI, all these little things are involved, but goes far back to planning too. Script writing, acceptance of script writing, and then production, shooting, editing, and so on.
At Prince's compound, Wolverine is tortured and left for dead.
Okay, he's tortured and left for dead. We're getting there. I bet you know what's coming.
Dead. And it isn't until weeks later that Wolverine's healing factor lets him literally claw his way out of his.
Okay, reborn, rebirth. Crucified and reborn. Yeah, that's not blasphemous. Right.
His own grave. Mastermind's illusion powers are used to stage a bloody.
Oh, look at this. God is dead. God is dead. God is dead. Baby Jesus. You can't miss it. Here it is in black and white. The actual script, what was intended by a Hollywood, well, arguably a Hollywood elite. For those of you that are still arguing, despite the overwhelming evidence, I don't know what else to say and show you guys at this point. But I've got a plethora, as the word goes, a plethora of evidence in previous works. Please check them out. I've included a couple links. There's some things in the description, but I actually ran out of space in a description, so I couldn't include any more, unfortunately. Because of free speech, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, let's get back to the presentation. All right. So what fruits do these extreme misbehaviors produce? What is their quote-unquote end game? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you, quote-unquote? Still a virgin at 15? Anyone watch Fast Times at Ridgemont High? The notion of what's wrong with people if they're still virgin at the age of 15? This was something, an ideal that was pushed over and over again, but especially by that flick, but over and over again. There's something wrong with you if your cherry wasn't popped while you're a child. Not even mention of marriage. That's a whole other. No, marriage was mocked. Mocked. The sanctity of marriage has been obliterated by Hebrew Hollywood. Tradition, right? Fiddle on the Roof. Or how about Supergirl? That's well, just this past week was removed for movie theaters because it tanked. Surprise, surprise. Modeling being a lush, filthy, ugly, pitiable, dykey man assaulter. And of all things, eating poop. That's right. An androgynous lesbian eating poop from aliens. Eating poop. That's not insignificant. And this is a movie that's a family movie, right? It's for everyone. It's for children are watching the Supergirl and going, wow, I want to be like her. How many millions have been now influenced, even though millions have barely watched it? You know this is influencing the masses. To which end? Well, we're suffering through that in the 21st century. Why? I mean, talk about grassroots sodomizing and grooming. And academics now claim that Freud is outdated? Please. Penis envy galore here. But we can't talk about that. It's crazy that Freud did research. Well, he was a drug addict and psycho himself, let's be frank. But he did research on psychos and drug addicts and came up with these theories. And now, in the 21st century, we're so progressed, they hold more true now than ever before. But the academics will not let you say that. Now, suddenly, when it applies, now we can't talk about it. He's outdated. Right. Why has culture on this entire planet been subverted under insane penalty by law, with those defending decorum under siege? If you're Christian, you're hated. Bottom line. Most importantly, what can you do about it? Buckle up, because it's about to get nasty and absolutely real. I challenge anyone to acknowledge what gets presented today to the very end. Will you be able to last this entire presentation? And if you do, I pray you detox, because it's going to be tumultuous. Just me alone, while I was putting this together, I had only do doses of it because it was quite taxing, to say the least. Quite taxing. But it's going to be a relief to get this over with, to get this up there, and hopefully, God willing. And please share. Please share. It helps, well, save some spiritual well-being, some lives, so to speak. So I challenge anyone to acknowledge what gets presented today. But this is a mere discussion of these things that can be scarring. And it can be scarring, especially for those of you that have not been already exposed to this stuff. Some of you haven't. I'm warning you now. You're in for a ride. Please forgive me, but I think it's an unnecessary evil, so to speak. And you're welcome to chop it up and share it any way you want. Even if you're an antagonist and don't like what I have to say, go for it. You're more than welcome. And even more so, I'm available to discuss this with anyone at any time, for any reason. So I encourage you to detox again after this presentation, regardless of how much you're able to endure it. Pray, fast, read scripture, attend liturgical services, and immerse yourself with what is holy for days, a week or more, just to detox it. First and foremost, unplug. Okay. All right, here we go. Step number 1, man-hating. Uh-oh, sorry. My tech is freaking out. Please bear with me. Here we go. Tech issue. All right. So where did all the cowboys go, as the song goes? The other song, the first one, Take Me to Church. Now, where did all the cowboys go? Remember how that was mocked, by the way? But it's spot on, isn't it? Where did all the cowboys go? We'll talk about, or what's this we stuff? Forgive me. They, on the internet, keep pushing this idea of masculine Christianity, whatever. But yeah, what happened to the men? Why have we been so emasculated generation after generation? So where did all the cowboys go? Maybe the hell out of here. I mean, look at this. And these slides are pretty much collage after collage. It's writing on the wall for you. And each picture is worth 1,000 words, isn't it? Again, this presentation will be available to anyone who asks for it. I'll be happy to share it, and so on. And by the way, how telling is it that mostly female academics demand Freud is outdated, demanding that behavioral science is out. Behavioral is out. We don't discuss behavior anymore. No, it's only cognitive, living in your head. What about female Muslims terrorizing everyone? All her hackbra. What about, forgive me here, but bloated, obnoxious oyster slobbers going back and forth with the Donald? How in the hell did the Donald represent Christians or men or white? This guy's a lifelong liberal. He's a guy who didn't even put his hand on the Bible the second time around to swear in. He represents us? No, never did. Let's get real for once. How about unpopular star being celebrated for bragging about murdering her own babies for filthy lucre's sake during the award ceremony? That's picture number 1 in his collage. Picture number 3. So we're going from left to right here, row by row. How about the loud, rotund, and alleged conservative, yet another alleged conservative, that is a rhino, that would fit here, that is being made to represent us? That's setting the bar in it. What about a black freak celebrated, promoted by 30 Rock for decades now, for generations? A tranny. You look at it, and you want to vomit. It's nothing but phobia. Not only is that false in a technical term, but it's quite distracting or deviating from the reality of these entities, these perversions of nature are nauseating, repulsive. People don't even want to think about this stuff. Never mind look at it, but now we're being bombarded with it everywhere we turn. Not anywhere, but everywhere we turn. Like it or not, regardless of how old you are, whether you're playing video games as a little kid or trying to pick up print or internet pop-ups or whatnots, you're bombarded with it, like it or not, aka community standards. And again, repeatedly, and I'll get more into this later, repeatedly I've complained about it. I've been very clear about my own victimhood, which I'll also get into later, with UBoob. And UBoob refuses to take anything down. Community standards. What is community standards? Who or what does it serve? All right, we have the next one in the middle, top middle row. A poker world relentlessly featuring an agent of penis envy galore. I mean, literally all over the place. All they talk about is her and her wife. There's a video of her when she was younger, long hair. She was actually, I hate to admit, beautiful when she was younger. Not because she was younger, because she cared to look feminine. Look at this freak, going out of her way to look as ugly and repulsive as she can. And they're featuring her. They keep putting her on the feature table, the main table. Why? To what end? To prove that this is normal? To normalize this? Who's attracted to this? People like to use wooden fake devices, talking about penis envy, pretending to have penises themselves? Are you kidding me? Does it get much more retarded than this? A deviation from what is natural. This is not evolution, as they also push on you. This is digression. What about the next one? Oof, an untalented token used to be, another one that used to be pretty when she was younger, also feminine, long hair, also going out of her way to look fugly. Fugly as you possibly can. Ugh, another one that's nauseating. Plastered all over the place, like she's some kind of good thing. Doesn't even have any talent. She's supposed to teach us morals and ethics and social behaviors, as repulsive as she is. Because what? She does a stupid dance? And the female version of Conan O'Brien? Give it a rest. All right, next up, we're all familiar with this story. Some even go as far as mentioning MK Ultra, a child star made teen sex object. Do it to me one more time? What the hell is that supposed to mean? Speaking of song lyrics. Do it to me one more time? What? She's walking around in a schoolgirl outfit in a school, gyrating, talking about do it to me one more time. Giddy listen. Where are the arrests? Why was this allowed? Why isn't anybody speaking up? And when they do, they're treated like I'm treated right now, being ostracized. Nobody wants to hear the truth. Nobody can cope. You can't handle the reality. And that's the problem. You can't even talk about it. You can't even talk about it. Am I still live? Now that I mention it, am I still live, or the UBoob community standards to protect people kick in? Oh, looks like I'm still live. We'll see. We'll keep going, see what happens. Again, that was the main reason I wanted to multi-stream, so I can keep the stream going in the case that UBoob continues to be its sinister self. But let's go on. So the child star, made to be a sex object as a child, a feminist, then turned into self-destructive psycho. No surprise there. Just like, I mean, do you see the trends or not? Do you see the trends or not? Well, what we should be learning from this, and I'm especially speaking to children here. Not that any child is watching this, I hope, but maybe they should. I'm speaking to the youth here, or at least the parents of the youth. What should be learned here is how destructive this deviation from what is godly, this deviation from what godly truly is. These people have fame, money, everything that they thought they wanted, and when they get it, they get even more lost because they're deviated from God. It's biblical. It's not just rhetoric. The Bible is not just rhetoric. What about the Mickey Mouse Club, no less, right? Who's holding Nickelodeon and the Mickey Mouse Club accountable? One guy gets arrested for a minute, comes out of jail after a minute, and gets rehired, reshuffled. If you were a Catholic priest, you would hear, there'd be movies about that. Instead, it's nothing but cover-up. They get finally busted, and there's multiple instances for this guy, this freak. I've talked about him before. Again, see my previous work. Let's go as far back as when I was working with Mayor. Nothing but cover-ups. Nothing but promotion. Where are the arrests? All right. And again, first row, near the full right. Yep, that's a toy. That's a toy. Slums of Beverly Hills. The pinnacle moment of how a plastic somehow replaces men for delusional, suckered misandrists. Misandrists. Man-haters. Misandrists. Yeah, that's a word. It's funny that nobody knows that word. Everyone knows nefarious. Blame the Greeks. Everyone's nefarious, right? Or draconian. Nobody knows misandrist, though. That's quite a critical word, especially these days. Man-haters, misandrists. There's a reason that was coined a couple of centuries ago, because the man-hating began back then. The feminism is not something that's, 2 years ago, 20 years ago. Try 2 centuries ago. Misandrists. Look it up. You know what? Let me put that in chat right now. Misandrist. Misandrist. All right. Misandrist. Yep. Okay. Put it on stage and go. I'll remove that in a minute. All right. Next row. You've got a Muslim woman going postal, a terrorist, being babied by authorities for mass murder. This is pro quo. This is pro quo. What's going on in this country? What's going on in this world? Well, demon possession? This was a classic. The Exorcist. So many spin-offs and knockoffs since. Demon possession being trivialized, though, sensationalized, monetized. And by the way, you guys bash Europe all you want, but your American movie was banned, or at least at the very least edited in Europe, because of its extremely pedophilically, sexually blasphemous scene. If you watched it or anything about it, you should know what I'm talking about. It's so vile, I didn't even want to discuss it. I didn't want to say what it was. Well, blame the Europeans. It's the Greeks' fault. It's draconian. Oh, that's outdated now. It's nefarious. It's not blasphemous. It's not sacrilegious. It's not sinister. What about misandrists? Next up, after this cult classic that's created so many Hollywood movies thereafter, is the iconic penis envy made famous by Hollywood alien idolizers. Sigourney Weaver. Look at the haircut. Look at this thing. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? But if you're thinking this is all new, this is all 21st century or you're in late 20th century, try again. Again, also Motherworks exposed that. But let's put it all on one actress, the epitome of feminism. Hollywood royalty, no less. Hollywood royalty. Katharine Hepburn. Look up her body of work. Don't take my word for it. Look it up yourselves. I mean, all these individuals, I can make a live stream in themselves. And this is only just a small sampling of what we're talking about. And this is only just the beginning, the very first step. The undermining of men for over a century at least. Again, misandrinist, a couple of centuries ago. To which end? Obviously, now we know. To destroy the family. Because without family structure, who's going to church? Take me to church? Well, now we know when the queers go to church, it's where they tend to shoot everyone up because they're alleged victims. Well, I mean, they've seen the video, right? Listen to the internet. Somehow they're victims. Somehow this fantasy that they keep spouting, these lies, these backward lies, somehow they suddenly become a reality. They become created memories. They're implanted memories by mass media. These delusional fools start to believe this stuff is real because they heard it over and over again. But give me one example. Please, give me one example when a fag was murdered, please. Just one example. Do you know anyone personally? No. Do you know? Give me one example from the quote webnet. One example. And they might give you a short list. And you look in the short list, you'll see it's all BS. It's all just like the BLM movement. It's all lies. It's all they took something and lied about it so they can have a short list. But even if we're true, a half dozen to a dozen people out of decades, we're talking about billions upon billions of populations. That's your proof. Even if we're true, and it's not, but even if it were, that's your proof. All right, next up, after Catherine Hepburn, Miss First. Well, every time I hear the first this, the first that, you know it's bull. You know it's propaganda. Yet another alleged first, a female lead. Miss Marvel. Captain Marvel, excuse me. Captain Marvel. Miss Marvel. Minus the countless women going all the way back to the 19th century, print and before. I mean, we're talking about she's nothing, not even close to being a first in any regard, not even a first superhero, heroine. What is she, first? But you see, so many countless hear that and believe it. And then they get crazed because they get bombarded with this BS in mass media. And then they go out and they do what they're being pushed to do, what they're now, for years now, being told explicitly to do. And we're going to get to that too. We're going to get to that coming up. All right, the next up, Molly Cyrus. We all know her. Another alleged first. Another demented Disney product. A music star turned the musical harlot. And the tongue thing, the riding the cannonball, not the cannonball, not the pile driver, the ball, just the whole thing, man. Her father being famous. Do you see the trends here? Famous people have offspring that are just completely demented. I mean, would Daddy be proud of her behavior? I almost wonder if he is. And he was portrayed by media as a conservative. Another one that represents us somehow. Or what about the next one? Miss Punker herself, trendsetter back in the 80s, singing "Girls Just Wanna Have Fun." Girls just want to have fun, or kill. Is it? Yeah, girls just want, right? Just want, and they want, and the girls want, and they want to kill, and when they're superior and this and that. It's always about the ego. What do the church fathers say about the ego? Anyone? It's all about the feelings and the passions and the ego. Let your feelings and your passions drive you, and your behaviors, which we're not allowed to talk about anymore, behaviors. They then made becoming political to be a relevant trope. You become political, you parrot mass media rhetoric, and all of a sudden you go viral. Next up, quite popular in her own right, another exploited child star. Via the pedo flick, no less, we'll also get into that as well. Doing the Masonic humiliation ritual of cross-dressing. Baphomet much? Are they trying to appease Baphomet or what? This rite of passage, it seems that everyone's doing. Women dressing up like men and men dressing up like women in Hollywood. At some point in their careers, it seemed like all of them are doing it. Even Mel Gibson, What Women Want. Remember that one? He's dressing up like a woman near the middle of the flick. And Whoopi Goldberg. I've spoken to her too previously. Again, check out all my other work. I've put it in a playlist for your convenience. Decades ago, this black fake Jew, again, she goes by Goldberg, but she's not a Jew. So, I mean, she's all kinds of fake. She made all kinds of money, notoriety, by playing a Rastafarian, pushing drugs subliminally, subconsciously. And she's as foul-mouthed as she get, as quote-unquote masculine as you get, even though you don't have to be foul-mouthed, or I should say, rather say, just because you're a man doesn't mean you're going to automatically be foul-mouthed, just like media wants to portray. That's offensive. Never mind me. I always had that problem. Well, because I was raised on media. All my life I'm parroting media. It's embarrassing for me to admit just how much mass media has formed me in my life. Thank God I woke up. That challenge of pay attention to the cross is being portrayed. Just the one thing, the cross. Around the turn of the century, and slowly but surely in a few years, I began to realize. A few years after that, it was all I could do. I had enough of Hollywood. And I started my research more intently since. And what about, speaking of penis envy, what was it with her all this crotch grabbing? Her character that she did. For those of you who are not familiar with her stand-up, check it out. See for yourself. All right, next row. Former bodybuilder. The Arnold. Bodybuilding champion, Hollywood superstar, alpha male, getting choked behind the scenes by a quote-unquote toothpick. Ha 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 ha, that's funny. A Hispanic waitress, we all know her. Whatever her name is. Some of these names I've forgotten. I must have rubbed out of my memory. She's turned celebrity by being a politician. That's a little backward. It's usually the politicians that it's usually celebrities that become politicians, like Reagan and Trump. But, I mean, Clinton and her and others have become celebrities by being politicians. Ain't that a hoot? By saying all the not right things. Oh, Oprah, oppressed. Poor Oprah, oppressed. From her Baltimore days to her Chicago days to national and international syndication to having her own production company, having her own television station, having her own book club where everyone wants to be part of so they can be able to sell books just because Oprah said she likes it. The poor Oprah. Oscar-winning Oprah from Color Purple, where she plays a man-hater, a misogynist, abuser of men. Got the Masonic Golden Award for that. Poor oppressed Oprah. Next up, Rosie the Riveter, a communist logo. Feminist Labor Party billboard poster. It, a woman that looks like a man. It, which has changed the globe, especially the US. Again, this is an illustration. It's not even a real person. A cartoon has changed women. Let that sink in. With the name Rosie the Riveter. Okay. Next up, mid-20th century. We all know her too. Standard Hollywood tramp being made immortal by being political under the sheets. That's pretty standard. But again, this is a product of mass media and something they want you to imitate. They're modeling. Pun intended, they're modeling. They're modeling behavior for you. And that's what happens. Monkey see, monkey do. It's human nature. They know it, and that's why, they've studied it, and they apply it, and they've succeeded. They have succeeded. Anyone denying that is not being present, is not being honest with themselves, because we are in the 21st century and we're all suffering from it one way or another. Whether we have anything to do with it or not, whether we like it or not, we're all being made to suffer. Next up, the quote-unquote Italian meatball. Jersey Shore. Exploited to entrench mass media trope of trashy white Europeans, quote, right? And more standardized wretched behavior being modeled. It's disgusting. I mean, getting arrested for being drunk, for having, babies out of wedlock, abortion. It's quite disturbing. Of course, speaking of politicians becoming celebrities, then there's the Hillary. The psychotic, creepy Hillary, which quietly kept her presidential husband's balls in her bag while he was president to further herself. Even the good old boys saw that way back in the day, back in the 90s. Back then, the good old boys were saying, man, she's going to be president one day. To this day, I don't know if they're saying out of awe or they just knew, well, more than I did about mass media back then. Next line, bottom line. No pun intended, bottom line, left to right again. Jodi Arias. You may or may not know this, but it was a Jodi Arias case that I watched because of an ex that I used to have who looked just like her. And turns out, as I listened to the court case live every day of it, because I was, let's just say I had some time on my hands for a semester. Again, dealing with another feminist man-hater, Iranian ex-Muslim, who was literally terrorizing me, well, because I was Christian. I went from being straight A student to A and B student and being terrorized everywhere I turned to being mismanaged intentionally, where I didn't think I was going to get out of the program after spending all of myself in that graduate program. So I took a semester off under advice, and there I was on the couch watching court TV, and lo and behold, there's a woman I never heard of, looks just like my recent ex. So I watched it. And then I watched the Trayvon Martin trial day by day, right after this case. And boy, that was when I stopped trusting the news. But anyway, I digress. Getting off on tangents, but yeah. Jodi Arias made a household topic of the month by mass media for becoming a man-hating psychopathic murderer. You listen to what she did, Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. But sensationalized, made famous. Well, speaking of which, another victim, Hispanic female migrant, turned celebrity by being portrayed as the victim of the decades, who went on about cutting men's balls off because of her, because of mass media plastering her story all over the place. Now, I'm not excusing the man's behavior, but how has she become a hero for what she did? Are you shitting me? How does she not end up in prison? And then there's K-pop demon hunters. I mean, they're plastering them all over the place, speaking of feminist man-hating. And speaking of which, yes, the grass does not get green on the other side. I know this is from Korea, technically South Korea, and technically they're allies of the U.S., blah, 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 blah. Give it a rest. Oriental manga-like anime making murderous man-hating and paganism a glamorized goal for the masses worldwide, particularly the youth, but older people too. Oh, and again, the music. They just won't stop. Speaking of music that just won't stop and changes the world, Madonna That's all I need to say. Madonna. Enough said there. Madonna. Next. That's all I need to say is Madonna. It says everything. Talk about changing the world, one person. Through music, through one means, through one modality. Madonna. And Taylor Swift. We talk about her now. Showing solidarity with what? What's she about? What's going on? But so many imitating her, want to be like her, following her. I just don't know what to say anymore. All right, let's look at the right side, the panel here. All right. The far right, no pun intended. And yeah, they're left, but I don't buy into this left-right nonsense. You're either with Christ or you're not, bottom line. So, now made common, us libtard hypocrite culture infests the planet. The now made common libtard and hypocrite culture has infested the planet. Globalization. So many cultures have been destroyed, including Christian cultures, including European cultures, by globalization, by quote unquote Western media, British, American, especially American. Europe, it's a lot of British too. But Americans have been influenced by British media too, by the way. It's biblical. Judge them by their fruits. Who says that? Judge them by their fruits. Pardon the pun there. Judge them by their fruits. And this queen, this quote unquote nigga, the sexist hypocrite, going on about Christian dads, how she hates them. See, this is where we're at, people. This is where we're at. The anti-Christians, all of them. I'm talking about all of them. The Muslims, the Jews, the Hindus, the Buddhists, Sikhs, Shintoists, the martial artists, the pagans galore in the Americas and Africa and Asia, Europe. All the anti-Christians, Freemasons, especially them, they're all evidently have the same agenda. It's not about money, though that is a driving vehicle. It's not about money. But at this point, that becomes an excuse, and we say that with Hollywood. When they produce movies that technically are in the red, even though they're making hundreds of millions, yet they continue to do it even though they're in the red, whatever that's supposed to mean. The latest being Supergirl. They still continue, and the next up within 1 year is the next Superman movie reboot. Another James Gunn pile. So she's paid to virtually ethnically cleanse Greeks. That's okay. That's hip. It's making buku bucks worldwide. This second renaissance. That's a pagan movement, which is a bastardization of that pagan movement. It's like the layers of satanic encroachment, infiltration. It's beyond words. Below her is the insufferable skanky mongoloid, another child star, Oyster Liquor, who spews hatred hypocritically. Why the movie tanked? I mean, nobody really was interested to begin with. I mean, there was no interest in the comics for Supergirl. There was no interest in the first movie in the 80s for Supergirl. At least that one portrayed someone feminine, even though she was misogynist too, or man-hating, or whatever, however you want to put it. You know, misandrist. But yeah, I mean, it's just how they go on and on and on. It goes to show just, well, they print the money. They print the money, so they do whatever they want. We saw that with Greenspan. I mean, we're talking about someone, and I've done posts about this. The middle of the movie is with her gagging, puking. It doesn't get more repulsive than that. Why are we watching anyone jam their mouth, hand in their mouth, and puke facing the cameras? They went out of their way to make it as explicit and as disgusting as possible. You couldn't get any further from what a woman is with this production, and that was the point. Again, they got someone that blurred vision at first glance you would think is pretty, but looks like a friggin' mongoloid. Let's get real. Even if she was trying to look feminine, she looks ugly. She's got this anatomical skeletal structure that just it's a little unfair to her. I'm not trying to be ugly, being honest here. I'm being as choiceful as I can with my words here, and as real as I possibly can. So that casting was not accidental, and we know that because of what they did with this actress and that character. Judge them by their fruits. So this oyster liquor spews hatred in public, hypocritically, of course, while also promoting self-serving, drunken, sodomite degeneracy in the movie. These are the directors, the producers, the editors, the writers, the actors, stage crew, everyone involved in this project. The screening, everyone. They're all guilty. They're all guilty. Don't give me no excuses. They're all guilty. Let's get real for once. All guilty. Below her, weird. Another mixed biatch. The other one is in the Odyssey. This California chick everyone is digging on. I can't even pronounce her name. 2 California parents, one black father, white mother, retards, obviously. Naming her their daughter Giandra, some stupid shit like that. When you see someone with some stupid retarded name, freaking run for the hills. But yeah, this one, weird. Another mutt. Running a trap about, quote, toxic masculinity, end quote. What they're labeling manhood now, being a man, being a traditional man, particularly. And if she cares so much about people, where are the dwarves? Okay, it's not her choice. Why didn't she speak up about it? She's so willing to speak up about everything else, particularly man-hating. Why not? Does she not care about the dwarves? The little people? Go to hell. Shut up. The dwarves are men, so fuck them. No pun intended. Nasty hoe. Forgive me. I mean, I should have warned you there's going to be a lot of adjectives here. I don't want to be sounding like this. But, yeah, even writing these notes, it was grueling. So a lot of adjectives came out. I'm trying to actually cut down on it while I'm reading it. This is not great, but yeah, I mean, and you'll understand why. I mean, in addition to my intense research and being bombarded with this for years now, synthesizing the information for your sake, I mean, the way this is impacting me, even as a viewer, it's just really beyond words, beyond embarrassing, it's beyond anything. But I'm trying to recover. It's just coming back and doing this stuff, and I feel it's necessary. At the very least, I'm going to do one more. I've got one more scheduled. I was going to do that sooner, but all this the cesspool of Christian bashing with between the Protestants being themselves, and now the quote unquote ortho bros, these Russians that are pretending to be the representatives of Christianity, of the faith, of the orthodoxy, who are lifelong liberals and now suddenly they're Christian. Sound familiar? Yeah, one of them not even a decade long. The one that came up with ortho bros coined that and created his own webnet cult. Yeah, that cesspool, that Christian bashing, which I saw coming, and I was doing my best to warn without wagging my own tongue. Well, I had to push it back, and so now I've got it scheduled mid-September, where we're celebrating, commemorating the elevation of the Holy Cross. It's a very meaningful feast day for me. So I've got a schedule for that, but right now I'm on the fence whether I'm going to do it at all. But chances are I will do it. I'm not promising, but that's maybe a couple of others I can't even remember that I've thought about doing, but I'm not sure. But this one has been really years in the making. I was going to do it last year, but it was something that I've been kicking back and forth for years about doing. So here we are. So that's why it's a bit of a marathon. All right, let's go to the next slide. And we're getting into it here. Yep. This is a kind of a quick shot of different kinds of media. But here we're focusing on the theme of pedophilia. Look at all these different modalities that are, well, grooming in a very sodomite way. Why? Let's take a look briefly at each one. Let's look at it in depth. Give it its due respect. Again, from top to bottom, left to right, row by row. In March 2022, Disney publicly, quote, denounced any and all legislation that infringes on the basic human rights of the LGBT community, end quote. I took a couple of liberties there at the end, but yeah, you know what it says. This is Disney making its public announcement. Iger, who's still in the helm. Where are the arrests? Where are the arrests? How about Henry Winkler, the Fonz? Hey. Goes from a 70s, I think it was a 70s TV show that was set in the 50s, trying to portray traditional family environment. What a joke. I mean, I could do a live stream and that. There's so many things I could do. And maybe I will, God willing, but I need to, get some things in order. But yeah, there's so much to cover. So much to cover. Again, please share my work. I'm not here for the sake of money. I'm here to give back. That's what I'm here doing. Doing my best to give back. Because it's what I have to do. We're all called to give of ourselves to one another. So Henry Winkler, the Fonz, goes from the Fonz to a dirty corksucker in order to become relevant again and sell children's books. This now openly fag is selling children's books. Oh my God. I mean, it's just a sinking feeling. I'm getting the sinking feeling. We'll get to that. Next up, well, manga anime gaming pushes lesbian interaction on youth. Yet again. It's not a single instance. And by the way, the neurotic clan loves this stuff. They're always pushing the anime and the manga. Many online, even the Christian apologists are pushing manga, promoting it. Yet how blasphemous can they be? Where's the self-awareness for the latter? But for any of them. Okay. Yeah. And the next one. Past the gaming ones. A curiosity kiss next up is that little biker chick, so to speak. Another Oriental. Thank Baal, UBOOP's community standards protects their right to groom the masses relentlessly. Why is this allowed? This advertisement flashing a girl's, it's not a G-string, but it's bad enough. And again, they're doing this regularly on a bunch of different ones, the same way. Center point, got a girl's butt, and that's it. You've got from the perspective, the point of view of her butt and the center point, and you can't see anything else. You got to look past her butt to see anything. But this one's a little kid, a little girl, flashing. Airing it out. UBOOP community standards, what does that mean? Can no one tell me? Can anyone explain this to me? Why am I being silenced and this is being monetized, pushed? Titus 1, please, for the love of God, read Titus 1. Titus 1, please. Yeah. As if ass and children's faces and a trans cupid isn't enough, gaming wasn't getting it done and paid again, no less. UBOOP videos will get it out there. UBOOP videos. Community standards, allegedly protecting us. From what? From me? Look at this. Fruity gay short film. Little kids. You talking about modeling? They got little kids. YouTube. This is YouTube doing this. Little kids lying in bed. Two little boys sucking face. What are these community standards? Can anyone explain this to me? And I know some of you are tuning out right now if you haven't already. This is the problem. You can't even be real. You can't even be honest. You can't even talk about anything real without people tuning out. I'll be surprised if this stays up. Never mind, it goes viral. Never mind, it gets shared by a person. Never mind, it gets a like. Not that I want your likes. I want you to share this stuff. I'm doing this for a reason. It's not to vent. I could go out to the cafe and vent. I'd enjoy that much, much better, by the way. I got my friends always asking me, where you at, man? Where you at? Well, I'm working my ass off, trying to stay alive, number one. Number two, I'm out here trying to give back. I need you to share, though. Please, for the love of God, share. If you don't like what I'm saying, tell me. I'll fix it. I'll put it in a way that's more able to be consumed. But this stuff needs to get out because nobody's talking about it. They're all full of it. All of them. Every single content creator I've come to realize is full of it. Next up, row 2, left to right. Captain Underpants. We're talking about a children's book turned movie series. What the hell is going on here? And Dr. Diaper and what the fuck, people? I'll get more into this about what that is if you're not familiar either. But this is a popular thing. How is this allowed? Where are the arrests? I mean, even my Chinese students are fans of this stuff. Communist China that alleges that it protects its citizens from American bad influence. My ass. What a backward claim that is, by the way. Yeah, how about the strange world? Strange world. Never mind Elio. Or Queer Planet. That'd be a better title for this. Queer Planet. It doesn't get much more nauseating than this flick. This very human-like animation targeting children. So children can mimic the behavior. This is researched. When it's a cartoonish, they're not going to really, few will imitate the behavior, a lot less. But when it's human-like, most will imitate the behavior because they're children. They are sponges, regardless of what the modern academics are trying to pull over eyes. And again, all of this goes way back before Elio, before any of it. We'll get into that too. As we get into depth with each modality, but only small sampling sizes, only groupings we're talking about. But look at it. The writing is on the wall for you to see for yourself. Do your own research. You don't have to take my word for it. I'm not asking you to. But I am asking you to be real and for the love of God, share. Get the stuff out there. One way or another. Clip it, change it. I don't care how you do it. Even if you're hating what I'm saying, share it. Because I know what I've got proof. I got apodixis. Receipts. Here it is for you to see for yourself, to judge for yourself. Okay, so speaking of going back, Disney, yet again. The dirty corksuckers going as far back as the golden age of cinema. We're talking about 100 years ago. We're talking about 1930s. A century ago. This is via Disney's gay Ferdinand the Bull. Look it up for yourselves. Look into it. This is a gay acting bull. Can you get more emasculating than choosing an animal? And again, they used animals to appeal to children. Using an animal that's a bull. Doesn't get much more masculine and manly than a bull. And it took it and it turned it gay. Surely you're not going to tell me that's by accident. That's a coincidence. Surely. Again, this is targeting youth. It's not targeting adults. And this took place again and again and again and again, decade after decade, generation after generation, modality after modality. And when the internet came around, after modality and modality, with the mobile devices, see Motorola Sigma 6, by the way, maximum efficiency of 96.6%. I don't know how they got that number. As a consultation firm, Sigma 6, 96.66%, 96.66%. How do you get that maximum efficiency number? What is that supposed to mean? Well, we see what's supposed to mean. We got little kids and my grandmas running around with their cell phone like cyborg zombies. You can't, that's all you can do to get them off of it. So, hey, snap the reality. Look, I'm standing here. It's beyond insane. And you're telling me, oh, well, children aren't sponges. They're not a clean slate. Shut up. Wow, skank, shut up. How about turning red? We'll talk a little bit more about that near the end. And I've already done videos on this. I've talked about it in a live stream. Please look into that. And again, you boob, I mean, I spent over a week, hours per day, days, maybe a couple of weeks, editing and re-editing. I've got in my chat here 2 links. One, you've seen the final edited version that I can finally get through on YouTube. 1 minute it's saying this is okay, and the next minute it's saying something else is okay, but the thing that was okay before isn't, and it was hell. But I was determined to get the video out there. There's a more finished product available on Rumble. That link is also posted in the chat. But unfortunately, even that was cut down because back then I didn't have extra device. I didn't have limited space, so it was limited to what I can save. And as I continued to whittle down because of YouTube's community standards, and this was years ago, so don't give me this AI rhetoric either. Well, at least I got something up. Please look into it. And again, the live stream discusses more. We'll talk a little bit about here too, focusing on the pedophilia part near the end of the presentation. I mean, what does turning red stand for, by the way? For communism, right? I mean, I'm telling the Chinese, they love red because it's part of their culture, their pagan culture. It's not just the communism. The red is part of their. You go look at every single Chinese home, and they've got the red writing. Their New Year's demon thing, their magic spell that they put on the wall for the good luck and to chase off the demon. All of them do. Even the ones that mock Christianity because of its spirituality still have that stupid stuff up there, the pagans. Even the communists have the pagan stuff. All of them do. It also stands for the Sorcerer's Stone. But what about puberty? Turning red. Turning red, that's supposed to mean. Coming of age, quote unquote. But this coming of age, again, we'll take a look at it. It's grooming. I mean, I don't even if that covers it. Oh, this movie also has a gay preppy boy, very gay, and the boy band, but grabbing their crotches. Oh, Lord have mercy. I mean, this movie makes me so sick. I can't stand it. But I watched it for you guys. I suffered it for you, and I relive it over and over again for your sake. To make you aware, to expose it, to warn others. Oh, and of course, the Friends of Lesbian. We'll take a look at that too. Lord have mercy. All right, next. The big one near the middle. The newspaper of Superman from the Superman movie. James Gunn's Superman. We've got the dog, Crypto, which is female. That was made explicit in this film, particularly in this scene. Who's urinating on Superman. This is how the movie begins, from the very opening sequence. This is like the second scene in. Someone might conflate sequence with scene, but let's just say the opening scene to keep it simple. The opening scene is this: the female dog pissing on Superman, amongst a bunch of other emasculation things going on. Now again, animals are used to appeal to children. This is a superhero movie. Children are watching it. This is the opening sequence. They're seeing Supergirl being a slut, whore, lush, lesbian who's drunk, and her dog's pissing on men. And then Superman calls her when the opening sequence stops. She starts to speak. The first thing is a call from Superman, and she's blowing him off. Superman represents the pinnacle when it comes to modern mythology, the pinnacle of masculinity, the pinnacle of what is ethical, by the way. And they've destroyed that too. I mean, in the late 20th century, he came to represent Jesus Christ. I think by design, to make him the straw man for. See, by attacking the character of Superman, you're now attacking the character of Jesus Christ. And James Gunn's Superman took it a step further by even supplanting him with a model of Muhammad, who was being worshipped by Muslims that were being victimized in war. But let's not go off into too many tangents. Let's get back to the script here. And notice, by the way, how this stream of urine is a bit rainbow colored. Again, this is all CGI. It's not accidental. All right. Again, next up, going to the right. What's with all of Disney's one-eyed aliens, or even monsters? One-eyed monster. I mean, does it get much more literal than that? A one-eyed monster? Monsters, Inc.? Anyone? For example? Lilo and Stitch? These penile protagonists with minimized roles. Talk about feelings. I mean, this one talking about feelings. What is she doing there? She's staring what? Why is that skin toned? Why does it look exactly like a uncut penis? And why is she elated that she's playing with it to steer her ship? To steer her ship. This is Disney. They made a sequel of this, even. Never mind, there's no arrests. They continue to make bank on it. They continue to subject your children to this. Where are the protests? Where are the arrests? Well, I guess we're too busy having gay pride parades in America and now in Europe, thanks to globalization. Or U.S. embassies waving the rainbow flag. But yeah, it's nefarious, right? Blame the ancient Greeks. Fuck off. Scumbags. Idiots. Backwards. Dummkopfs. Wake up. Wake up, people. For the love of God, wake up. The much advertised Baphomet pride parades worldwide drives it all home, literally. The proof is in the pudding. No pun intended. Lord have mercy. That just came out. That was just bad. Forgive me. I'm walking in eggshells here. All right, bottom row, left to right. I mean, there's a Dutch pee-pee long stocking. What the fuck? Again, this is like a Germanic film, Dutch, I can't remember. Dubbed in English originally and then made English, American productions. Pee-pee? Pee-pee? I mean, everyone uses the same word in the West, pee-pee. We all know what the fuck pee-pee means. Pee-pee longs. I mean, look how she looks. A child, orphan tile that's magical. I mean, Peter Panish much? Get into a little bit into that too. How is this allowed? I mean, we're talking about decades ago, people. This is your great-grandparents being raised on this crap. This is generational. The Dutch pee-pee longstocking. Does it get much more creepier or perverse? Or also cryptic and simultaneously overt? I mean, how about Moby Dick? Anyone? I mean, why Dick? Why not Moby Richard? Or even Tricky Richard, or for that matter. Yeah. Tricky Richard. That's what it should have been named. Lord have mercy. And comic book creators. I mean, pedophiles galore. Even Gary Neurotic admits that even comic book shopkeepers are pedos. A little, even thinking about him saying that, admitting that, makes me a bit anxious, if you know anything about him. But he's trying to blow the whistle there, I guess, about his peers. The influence of this crap on his culture, the damage that is done is immeasurable. Immeasurable. Yet there's zero accountability. Zero. Who do you got? You got a Stein who's one disappeared. The other one has got a slap on the hand, is being portrayed as a victim, as a hero by Hollywood. Or Polanski, who's living it up in Europe on the lam. Where's accountability? Even Andrew Tate was not going to be held accountable. That pedo, that pimp, who made bank and was made famous via a British Jew platform. I'm not going to name the platform. You all know it. I refuse to advertise that crap to any degree. He wasn't arrested. Just a bunch of rhetoric, mass media rhetoric. He only just recently got arrested. Just recently. Why? Because he was bragging about not paying British taxes. A tax evasion. The government wants him for tax evasion. Not for being a pimp, not for being a pedophile, but for not giving them their share of the pie. No pun intended again. Their share of the pie. That's why they arrested him. The money. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Oh, Lord have mercy. And we're just on slide, what, 3? I don't know how I'm going to get through this myself. I'm telling you, people, this is why it took me over a month. This has been, to call it emotion draining says nothing. Says nothing. And we'll talk about, in the panels about the comics. I'll show you some samples, the West Coast Avengers spooning and all that. But how about this scrawny, out of place female in this very recent He-Man movie, Masters of the Universe, the reboot? I mean, scrawny as you possibly can get. She has no role. I mean, she's just a fabricated character that the directors and producers threw in there. And all she's doing is pushing around the very emasculated prince, right? And talking about, he's like, well, you remember me? You were bullying me around when we were little kids. She's like, yeah, I remember you. And she pushes him, this guy that's muscular, emasculated to the nth degree, pushes him in the prison cell, slams the door, and then some moments later, she's part of the team somehow. And then at the end of the movie, now you see her laughing, holding a man's pose, center point again, laughing at man, making fun of the masculinity of the original He-Man cartoon series. What about Double Dare? Right below it, another Nickelodeon production. Is that not revelation of the method? Watching these fathers being emasculated? I watched several episodes, just random episodes of Double Dare. Another one I was curious about, so I watched it. Targeting children again. And lo and behold, the emasculation was rampant. Every single episode, at least one obvious glaring instance of it, at least, if not throughout each episode. Watch them yourself. Try not to get creeped out or laugh at men while you're doing it, or males, little boys, either way. Then there's Marvel's Thor, emasculated from onset, replaced by women, and playing mommy in the end. Yikes. Doing the Turkish thing. Let's promote Turkey, business partner of the U.S. Again. The young Turks, everyone knows that. Why? Why is it so popular? Promoting Turkey. Again. It's like the BLM folk, the black people, the niggas that represent black people thanks to mass media, put in the forefront. When it comes to casting and black people in Hollywood, they can't get any more racist than the people that they've made stars. That's not by accident. That's what they want to push in the forefront. This hatred for humanity and this divisive spirit. There's nothing more anti-Christian than all of this. Nothing more anti-Christian than all of this. And how can children overlook The Eternals? I know it wasn't one of the popular films, least popular, but it's faggoty coupling, locking lips. If you didn't even watch the movie, you still heard about it on the internet. This image and this vileness was plastered all over for everyone to see, everyone to be exposed to, whether you liked it or not. Even by thumbnails. Bam, there it is. Because community standards. Faggoty, it's locking lips in a complete display sequence. I mean, everyone's gathering suddenly in these queers' home for what? And spending so much time there for what? It had nothing to do with the story whatsoever. Just so they can expose children to this. Expose children to this. Yeah, but don't overlook flamboyant Ezra Miller's poppycock. From physically abusing, and I mean choking, a young female fan, to grooming prepubescent girls and boys. Both. Got caught time and again. Finally ended up in prison. But I suspect it's going to be a smack in the hand. I suspect he'll be back in the Hollywood movie industry soon enough. And all this stuff just happened, by the way. Finally, he was indicted for it, but he's going to be out in no time. Just like the very few that were, the lower on the food chain people that were out in no time, reshuffled, swept under the carpet. I mean, he broke into strangers' homes to enter their bedroom. And a bunch of other criminal behavior. Yet DC made him a star. But then again, this is standard Hollywood protocol. I mean, evidently that is, right? The instances go on. And again, I've spent a number of live streams and so on discussing this. Please look into my work. Nobody's talking about this stuff, at least not like this. And this all begs the question, why is this young, extremely queer punk so insanely criminal in such a nonchalant sense, with absolute impunity? He felt he was like above the law. Wonder where he got that idea from. Why does he think he's above the law? Especially with that kind of behavior. Anyone? The short answer is he represents quintessential Hollywood. That is the bottom line. And examples of this have become countless. Again, over a month. And just to share with you the things that were coming off the top of my head. And I had to stop. I just couldn't include it all. I had to stop. And this is only a sampling. This is not even, what I'm going to show you today is not even half of it. Where are the arrests? All right. Next, let's take a look at a few samples of what Hebrew Masonic Hollywood has pushed on us for decades, generations, decades after decade after decade after decade, generation after generation, while we were sleeping. And that includes yours truly. Again, I've said it plenty of times, and I'll say it again. I'm one of its biggest victims. Not only am I speaking to you through all kinds of research, and thank God, been put in places that are quite significant regarding all of this, but I've suffered it myself, and I've experienced a lot of myself, and we'll get into all of that later too. And I may have a couple of nonfiction books coming, one out of this stream alone. The notes that I took on this, it's a book. But yeah, another autobiography that's been in the works. It looks like I'll end up publishing that too, even if I don't become famous. I was saying, well, I'll wait to see if something actually catches and it gets popular, then I'll publish the autobiography. I'll just put it out there anyway. After I do other things, I'll put it out there, down the list. All right. So slide number 4. Uh-oh. Let's take a quick look at some of the samples of Hollywood here. Hollywood grooming. If you don't recognize this actor, that's Richard Dreyfuss. Another actor, director, writer, another Jew freak who thinks he's funny. Just annoying as hell. It's obnoxious. His acting? Well, I don't know if it was acting here. I mean, look at that look. Look at how he's looking at that little girl. This little actress. I know they're in character. Right. And of course, he went political in the 21st century. Of course. You know, to become relevant again. In this 77 flick, The Goodbye Girl. Again, you can check this all out by yourself. I've even got timestamps. What's it supposed to mean? What's it supposed to mean, the goodbye girl? Well, at the 50-minute marker, this Peter moment, he says, looking right at this, the screenshot is the Peter moment. He says, "You don't think I'm sexy? You're 10 years old. In 3 years, he says, you're 10 years old. In 3 years, I'm going to drive you out of your bird." What the fuck is that? Excuse my language. Is that supposed to mean? What the fuck is going on here? Where are the fucking arrests? The writer, at least. The director. Somebody. Anybody. Give me one single arrest, please. Just one. Am I asking for that much? Just one. Just a little bit of accountability. Just a little bit. Are these Freemasons, Jews, that above the law? Are you serious? What, you need proof? Here it is in your faces. 50-minute marker. I'm going to drive you out of your bird? Fuck you. God forbid. I hope he's dead. God forbid I cross paths with this piece of shit. Excuse me for losing control. It's going to get nasty because I'm just getting started. Wait till I start talking about things that are much more personal to me. Meanwhile, in this movie, also, he's massaging her while she's in bed, a very long sequence. Extremely creepy, especially in context of all things that already transpired. But she's sick, and her mother's there. This guy's not even her father. He's just another man entering their life. Does it get much more creepier than this? Than the framing, the setup, the synopsis of this movie? That alone, we've got issues. But sitting there massaging, or saying weird shit. What the fuck? And not only that, but this actress, her brazen sex talk at that age. Where's the accountability? And this boyfriend of the mother, always alone with the little girl at home? Who came up with this premise? Let me guess. Freemasons, Jews, anti-Christians, people that are evidently above the law. I want some accountability. I want some arrests. Hold your government, your leaders accountable. Stat. Enough's enough. Catch this thing. It's Ellie Kemper. You probably haven't heard of her. You know, just another slut. She's from The Office. That's where she got her fame. The later years. Here she's being portrayed in The Unbreakable Kimmy Schmidt and the Oscar-nominated Bridesmaids and 21 Jump Street. Actually, no, this is 21 Jump Street. My apologies. This is 21 Jump Street, a spoof spin-off, couple decades later, of a once popular TV show. At the 29-minute marker, apparently pedophilic advances by a female teacher is okay? Well, if you think that's just a movie, this is what's happening in real life. Teacher after teacher after teacher, female teachers, getting away with it. Why? Because, well, they're just teaching little boys how to be men. How's this even funny, people? This is being made for entertainment, and a movie called 21 Jump Street, which is supposed to be ethical, it's supposed to be about kids being undercover cops, fighting crime, fighting the dredges of humanity, but instead now they're pushing pedophilia. Where's the comedy in that? But that's how they get away with it. Well, it's just for the sake of a laugh, huh? It's just playing. Where are the arrests? Also featured in his Sexual Intercourse American Style. She's featured in Sexual Intercourse American Style. Wonder what that's about. She's also featured in Redeeming Rainbow. Redeeming Rainbow. Come on, people. This is a 21st century movie. How about this one? If you're doubting the validity of anything I'm saying here, Blowjob Girl. I wonder what that could be about. Or Sells Out, ironically titled. So why is she hired? I wonder why she's hired. Well, the one-eye freeze frame covers it a bit, doesn't it? Ironically. An accidental capture. Or maybe not, I don't know. Anyway, slide 6. Again, another teacher. Just making him a man. Say what? It's okay when women molest young men or little boys, I'd rather say. Youth. I mean, that's what men are men. Men are made, so it's okay. Oh, Lord have mercy. Where are our values, people? Where are our values? Sure as hell ain't Christian. So at the 1 hour and 17-minute marker, pedophilia gets normalized yet again. And countless counterful instances. Female teacher barely get caught. Female teachers barely get caught and held accountable in America. I mean, why is that? I've got, again, plenty of videos in the link, as many as I could fit. Again, I ran out of character limit here because, freedom of speech. So, but I've got ample of videos you guys can check out as peripheral items to what I'm demonstrating here, but the evidence is overwhelming. I don't understand why anybody would doubt this. And again, I'm always available. I'll have a Q&A at the end of this presentation. If anyone wants to come up, please feel free. More than welcome. Or any other time. I'm more than willing to go on someone else's channel, discuss these things, and so on and so forth. More than welcome it. I'm here for a reason. And it ain't likes, it ain't monetization. What about babysitters, tutors? And we're going to take a look at that a little later. And I hope this isn't counterproductive. And again, forgive me for my adjectives, forgive me for my passion. At the end of the day, I'm a person. I'm doing my best to keep it together. But this is going to be hard. It's going to be difficult. It's going to be difficult for me to get through, to say the least. And again, those of you that are still somehow watching this, please detox afterward. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding at all. Please detox. Unplug, pray, fast, scripture. Get this crap out of your head. And forgive me for exposing it. Exposing you to this, but again, I feel it's a necessary evil. Oh, by the way, feminist, I'll get to that. Snickered. She's just having fun. It makes me sick. We're on slide 7. Revenge of the Ninja. Remember the ninja movies made popular by Chuck Norris? I think his movie was Octagon. They made all the ninja movies popular back in, I think it was like 1980, give or take. This one was a series by a Japanese actor, Revenge of the Ninja. And this is featuring a child star who had a stint of his own, a slight popular career. He was featured in Red Sonja, amongst a couple of other things. Another short-lived child star career, by the way, which makes me wonder. So I reckon this little boy was wrecked by the sequence. I mean, look at this. This is a real person here. This is a real person. This is a young man, little boy, being subjected to this take after take. You think that's going to affect him? Never mind the countless of audience members who have watched it in the big screen, watched it thereafter on VHS, DVD, now the internet. Countless. They're not impacted by this. Not to mention parroting, seeing a little boy. How about adult women seeing this? Oh, I'll just halfway undress. I'll just halfway undress for a little boy. Play it off. All's well. I mean, again, it's not only little children being groomed here, being targeted. Adults, too. Oops. I did it again. Do it to me one more time. Wearing a little schoolgirl outfit. Do it to me one. It's adults getting groomed, too. We could talk more about that, too. Either way, since the spawn of cable TV, and all of which have followed, especially the webnet, and subsequent mobile gadgets that everyone has, why are little children running around with cell phones? All the Chinese children, by the way, have a Hawaii watch. All of them. And all of them are using it as their cell phone now. This is not coincidence. There's a big problem here, people. It's called www.vav666 in Hebrew. And so the youth worldwide are getting exposed to all of this. And then some. Big Daddy, eh? That's an interesting title there. We'll talk about this schmuck more and more. Another scumbag. I mean, looking at it now, in current context, the title actually reads Daddy Spank Me, or something like that. Big Daddy? Adam Sandler achieved early fame with his Christian bashing musical of the Hanukkah song. Remember that? Hanukkah! With absolute rage. Jew way. Postulating that Jews are alienated because Christians exist. Fuck off. Oy vey, as they say. Sinister much? Or do I need to call it draconian or nefarious? Scumbags. In this flick of his, he tells the little boy, you could have had her. You could have had her? What the fuck? Ah, it's a joke. It's a joke. Ha. Fuck off. It's modeling grooming here on the big screen. Enough of this already. Hold them accountable stat. All of them. Again, see Titus 1. For the love of God, see Titus 1. See for yourself. Slide 9. Speaking of insanely diabolically grooming on the big screen, all around, behold, Hollywood royalty, Drew Barrymore. Another one with Adam Sandler, by the way. And after all Drew has been through herself, and by the way, Drew, what kind of name is that for a daughter? Her parents named her Drew, a boy's name? Never mind her parents who allowed her to go to parties during the screening of E.T. and all these other movies she did right after. Child star, Hollywood royalty, where she was getting passed around for sex years before puberty, given drugs. You want me to respect these people? You want me to idolize them as quote unquote God's chosen? God's chosen what? God's chosen to show us what not to do. That's what. Even the commandments. Even the commandments. That's the best they had to offer. The best they had to offer, well, let's not get off of tangents. What was she thinking? I mean, come on, man. Come on, man. Oh, she didn't know any better? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? She didn't know any better. She's just an actress reading her lines. That's the common excuse I hear all the time. They're just actors. They're just reading their lines. They don't know what's going on. Fuck you. Shut up. Drew Barrymore, all she's been through, and we get into Poison Ivy, all she's been through. She didn't know? Fuck off with that bullshit. Idiots. Shut up. Blended indeed. Indeed. Blended. At the 35-minute marker, the Jewy boy goes, my mom is hot. Not only are we talking about pedophilia here, we're talking about incest. Oh, they love to portray incest too, these Jews, by the way. How many movies are portraying incest? Think they're getting off on that? Never mind porn, Jew porn. That's one I didn't cover, actually, but I'm not even touching that with a 10-foot pole. So all while modeling this behavior. I mean, there's no words for it. Slide 10. In the Mood, 1987, people. In the Mood. We're talking about 80s flick, and the 80s was saturated with it. 70s too. 60s started far back in the 60s, arguably even earlier, but to a lesser degree because the culture of the time would not allow it. Thank God. But yeah. But from the onset, when there was absolutely no regulation of Hollywood, cesspool. In the Mood. I mean, wonder what can that mean? In this flick, a 14-year-old boy runs away from home and gets sexually relationed by older MILFs, quote unquote. I hate that acronym, MILF. That's so fucking, excuse my language, so disgusting. These other scumbags made it popular. This reality show where they run around playing gags on everyone and themselves and each other. 4 goofs. One of them got arrested. Actually, a couple of them. One of them got arrested. The Italian one got arrested for sexual misconduct. What a surprise! And it was, anyways. Enough about that. And if you don't know, don't ask. I mean, I apologize for explaining. I mean, what a MILF is. If you don't know, don't ask. I'm not gonna explain it. I mean, I don't even want to talk about this stuff. I mean, this is how disturbing these disgusting people are. There's just really no words for this stuff. And these Jewy Masonic scum have popularized this VMS media, this rhetoric. They made it a cultural norm to use this acronym. This construct, this filth, is deeply ingrained in the culture now, even worldwide. Who spawned that? Let me guess. The ancient Greeks, right? They've got that much power that over 2,000 years ago, it's their fault. Fuck off. You scum. You scum. The reason the Greeks are being targeted because of the vanguards of Christianity. If that burns you, go fuck off. Go to hell. That's where they're being targeted. But again, not to go off on tangents. I got plenty that's proof that shows that too. So by the way, it's all about the feelings, right? I mean, why is it all about the feelings these days? And again, I'm not saying you should be a sociopath, cold-hearted, but they're driving you to be driven by your feelings, by the passions. Again, throwing behavioral science out the window, therefore throwing accountability out the window. Behavior doesn't matter anymore. Subconsciously, from academia on, behavior no longer matters. Well, don't believe me? Look at what's going on right now. Zero accountability for behavior. By the brainwash, the ones that love evil especially. This is no coincidence. Not only were they empowered to be that way, they were told to be that way. They were prompted, conditioned, activated, berated to be that way, in fact. Yeah, so this behavioral science gets banned with extreme prejudice. You can't even talk about it without an academic that's supposed to be professional getting livid and yelling at you. As it gets supplanted with a cognitive, live in your own head agenda, coupled with guide yourself by your emotion. Oh, coupled with also the webnet mobile gadget culture, the impulsive, compulsive, amongst other things, triggered behavior. They've made it cool to trigger each other, to terrorize each other. It's hip. Oh, I'm going to watch a review. I need to do a live stream on that, on the psychology of it all. Call it a review on a review to be reviewed. Please review this. And people actually do that. They're reviewing themselves. People reviewing. Oh, they're going to review it later. This is insane. This is insanity. It doesn't get much more circumflecting than that. You can't get more trapped in your head than this. And people are eating it up. Because that's what the webnet is plastered with. All but that. All that's being made viral. Even Father Peter Hears, lately, has been doing that crap suddenly. Hanging out with the ortho bros. Lately. And his mods banned me about a year ago for finally speaking up and defending the Greeks, because it's rampant over there with the Greek bashing. Ortho bros, my ass. Ruskies. Commies. The reason mass media is filthy, according to some, is communism. I know better. It's way deeper than that. Communism is just another vehicle. Just another means. So this fabricated impulsiveness that we're all left with, this youthful indiscretionary chaos, whether we like it or not. This is what we're embodied with. Even if we unplug, we're surrounded with people that are nothing but cyborg zombie goats. Commie Nazi pagans by conditioning. So even me, myself, in my apologies, end up sounding like that, right? Talk about the Jews, sound like a Nazi. Talk about the Greek bashing, sound like a nationalist, ethnocentric. Regardless of what I expose and apologize for, suddenly I start sounding like something else. That too is part of the agenda. I do my best not to bite, not to sound like the way I do. Forgive me for doing it. I mean, bottom of my heart, I wish it weren't so. I need to get right spiritually. I've got another month or so before the next live stream scheduled. So pray for me so I can get right spiritually and get back to it. Thank you for your prayers. And I mean it. Please pray for me. Yeah, so well over a millennia ago, evidently Orthodox Church Fathers were right. Well over a millennia ago. The passions lead to destruction, to evil. The evidence is overwhelming. We're in the thick of it. What else really needs to be said here? I mean, look at this. A younger boy, 14-year-old, in the mood, 1987. A 14-year-old runs away to marry 2 older women? Where's the protests? Where are the arrests? Speaking of blasphemous, living in your head, huh? The Jew Spawn, Marvel, and again Stan Lee and all of them, the whole shebang, Ditko, all of them, they're all Jews. These are the creators of Marvel from onset and onset. They started hiring others eventually, but this is all Jew Spawn. DC the same. DC in the 70s we had the 666 street address in New York. They're all Jews, amongst other things. They created the Eternals. It doesn't get blasphemous or more pagan. This is modern paganism. This is modern mythology that's being fed to children who are now adults. Again, this is late 20th century innovation too, made into a movie decades later. But the theme is a Peter Pan, Wendy, Peter Pan, Tinkerbell love story, love triangle, lust story. But in this version, Tinkerbell character is underaged. Instead of tiny, she's underaged. You see, she's eternal. So she's actually centuries old, but she's trapped in a little girl's body. Trapped in a little girl's body, even though she's much more mature actually. You know how many little girls come at you with that mindset? I mean, actually, that's the live stream I need to do. Is Bricks taking over? September. I'm taking a break. Come September, whether I do the live stream mid-September, raising the Holy Cross and addressing the cesspool of Christian bashing that's going on online and so on. This stuff I was going to talk about way before they started. I mean, I had this in the back of my head, like maybe one day I'll talk about this. And then I started coming out with it. Finally, after I came to be honest with myself about Protestantism and just how much they hate Orthodoxy, I started being more open about this stuff with much reservation because I don't want to be wagging my tongue at the same time. Difficult to do. Very fine line to walk. And then I was about to do a live stream, and then these jackals, Andrew Wilson and your deity, David Wood, started going back and forth. So like, whoa. So I'm holding off. And I may cover that again in mid-September, but I need to pray about it and go from there. Get prayers for me too, please. So speaking of blasphemy in your head, the Marvels and all that, Tinkerbell love triangle, trapped in a little girl's body while feeling more mature. She chases after the adult Peter Pan character. At the 11-minute marker, early in the film, make sure you don't miss it. She goes, "Get a room, you two. Can we go now? It's past my bedtime." As the older couple make out in what seems to be like a bathroom stall. That's the bottom left corner screenshot. 11-minute marker. See for yourself? And all this while the Tinkerbell character looks on. Before that, she, later, she goes, "What do children watching the superhero flick think and take away from it?" Yeah, I mean, talk about modeling behavior. This is a superhero film. This is something that children aspire to be, superheroes. And yet another Tinkerbell character. And all my students asked them about this. I showed them these screenshots and asked them without any leading them in any direction. I asked them, "Well, who is this character? What does it mean?" And they all told me, this is coming from children, from their eyes, from their perspective. This is not something I thought of myself. This literally was thought of by children because this is what was triggered in their heads. This is what they've been conditioned with. And they told me, this is a Tinkerbell. They didn't know anything about Eternals. They never heard about it, of Eternals. This movie flopped. I mean, flopped. Millions watched it. But by superhero movies at that time, it was a flop by their standards. So they weren't familiar with this film. They just knew Tinkerbell and explained to me what the Tinkerbell character is, something I never put together, by the way. That is a little tiny character that's trying to have a relationship with Peter Pan, but he doesn't want her because she's tiny. And so she wants Wendy instead, which is her size or age. And therefore, there's a love triangle. Here we are in the Eternals for more to watch. These superhero movies, everyone worldwide is watching them. So they spawn the Eternals, where this little girl, it's a mature woman trapped in a little girl's body, yearning for the Peter Pan, much bigger, much older character, who's having a bathroom lust scene in front of her. What are we modeling here? Oh, and later she talks about Greek mythology, blames the ancient Greeks for the way they are. Of course, it's the Greeks' fault because the Greeks are that powerful. Give me a fucking break. Lord have mercy. Which one is it, people? The Greeks don't do anything, or the Greeks have all this power? Can you get your story straight, by the way? Slide 12. Sky high. Sky high. There is no subliminal messaging there, or drug pushing there, is there? Oh, another Disney film, of course. Sky high. Okay, then. So a group of super youth, again, modeling here, now usually appealing to children either through animals or having children characters in their stories to appeal to children, to get the child invested, personally invested. A group of super youth get led by an adult flamboyant queer. This is their mentor. Kids in the Hall fag is their mentor. A dirty corksucker. Look at him. Does it get much more flamboyant than what he's wearing? What is that? Oh, why is this boy, this adolescent boy, standing in front of him in his boxers, practically holding his crotch, completely embarrassed, obviously looks violated. Got the gay hairdo going on, by the way. So why is this adult flamboyant queer, obviously adult queer, having this boy stripped down in front of others while the rest get amused? Watch on. What is this? What are we modeling here? For the love of God, where are the arrests? Where's the complaints? Why isn't Gary talking about this? Mister, he's so concerned about the pedophile culture in the comic book stores. Why isn't he talking about this? I mean, this is a TV homo celebrity. Staring at, what's he staring at, by the way? Why is he staring at this young boy's crotch? Can anyone explain that one to me? What are the kids looking at? What the fuck is going on here? Oh, by the way, this features old school Wonder Woman Linda Carter, another activist, another feminist, another scumbag. I should have had something ready to go. Actually, clip. It might be in my description. I'll add it in the comment section afterwards. Pretty soon, Yuba was doing well with comments, by the way, so that won't be up for a while. But yeah, I've done. Actually, I think. Yeah, let's continue. I've got the mention in the section we'll talk about sports athletes. So, how are children watching this Disney flick supposed to feel? What are they supposed to think after being exposed to this? Can you explain it to me? Is anyone still justifying this stuff? Please do tell. Slide 13. More obnoxiously angry and disgustingly off-putting. Living with each other. Oyster lickers. These being super, of course, because we're modeling. Displaying their insane penis envy. That's the fad these days. Except we're not allowed to call it that. Because it's too true, too obvious. Or rather, too true. That's not allowed these days, the truth. And merely 2 minutes into this flick, the youngest is exposed to talk of dick. I mean, they're having filthy mouths throughout, her, including her own character. We're talking about adolescent girl here, actress, playing an adolescent who lives across the way from them. And this is why they're all also promoting Snapchat. I always had my suspicions about Snapchat. But this recently, with my research, it's been confirmed that Snapchat has been used as a grooming platform to try to lure in children, and children likewise, who are sexually stimulated, seeking older men. Lord have mercy. Yet, this platform continues. It still exists. Can anyone explain that to me? Just like the Andrew Tate platform, spawned by a British Jew, still exists. It's a known pimping platform that still exists. Doesn't get much more above the law than this. Where are the arrests? Where's the accountability? What the hell is wrong with leadership? What the hell wrong with leadership? This is the new norm. Make no mistake about it. This is the norm. It needs to change. A reckoning is coming, but we don't know what it is. Until then, if we're sitting on our laurels, we are part of a problem. We are part of a problem. Again, by the way, why is this young girl living all alone next door to these two older lesbian cunts, no less? What the hell is that about? Who came up with this premise? And this is the light stuff, actually, I'm trying to get through. Wait till we get to the thick of it. Slide 14. You may recognize this one. This is from Idiocracy. Talk about idiocracy. That in many ways, somewhat prophetic. We've said that over and over again. I don't think it was meant to be prophetic. I think it was just meant to be another piece of crap Hollywood movie, making fun of people. But I could be wrong. This is 2006, by the way, around the turn of the century. Definitely a full generation ago, and then some. I mean, only 13 minutes into this sex fiend flick, a pedo mindset subliminally flashed center point at a child's party with a bunch of children and balloons. You can't see all of it, but there's a bunch of children, birthday cake right there, and in the glass, with the word butt fuckers. Sorry, how is this supposed to be funny even to adults? Which adult is looking at this right now and laughing? Houston, we have a problem. Children associated with butt fuckers. Please explain this one to me. Why was this scene necessary to include by directors, actors, editors, producers, on and on? Set directors? I mean, the list goes on of the guilty spending all that cash to pan down to which end? Panning down is scene to first see butt fuckers and then the little children. For what? What was their goal here? How is this even funny? Can anyone explain this to me? More importantly, can anyone explain why there's no arrests? Why have 0 arrests been made? That's what I really want to know. That's what needs to be answered for. Where is the accountability? And this, by the way, is given a rated R rating, right? So it's okay because children are watching it, is it? We're allegedly only adults watch it. Allegedly no children watch it. Right. Sure. Either way, let's say that's true. Adults watching this, right? Are they then therefore grooming adults too? What's an adult watching this supposed to get out of this? Can you explain that to me? And this is supposed to be the fun part. I meant to do this in a jovial way. It's going to be a long stream. Buckle up. Slide 15. 2003. We're halfway there, by the way, as far as the number of slides go. But as far as actual content go, not so much. In 2003, again, turn of the century, the movie's called Dickie Roberts. Dickie Roberts. It's not even tricky. It's not even Richard. Dickie Roberts? What the fuck? Are you kidding me? Dickie Roberts, child star? Dickie Roberts, child star. The movie is about a child star named Dickie Roberts, of all labels. It doesn't get more explicit than this. Why not Richard Fleischer? What the fuck? Oy vey. What the hell is going on here, man? But that's just, we're just talking about titles here. We haven't got into anything yet. The flick features him as a child transsexual. Again, the Hollywood rite, the Baphomet culture. With a tagline, "That's knocking futs." Ha ha ha, what? How's any of this funny? Can anyone explain that to me? How's this supposed to be funny? Funny to who? Funny to the Drino drinkers? Who's it supposed to be funny for? That I'd like to know. The producers and all their filthy money? Who? Titus 1. Titus 1, please read it. Who? Who's laughing at this? So an emotionally disturbed, disgruntled child X-star pays poor parents to spend time with their children. Say it again. This child star now becomes an adult who's struggling with life. He wants to get a role. He wants to learn what it's like to be a child or something to that effect, some kind of BS excuse. So he pays parents to be left alone with their children. What kind of premise is this? What is this, an Oriental movie? What is it, Hindu? What the hell's going on here? To what degree is bricks taken over here, or is it bricks? Then we don't need bricks. We've got the Jews, after all, the Freemasons. Who needs bricks? Lord have mercy. Explain the premise alone, then the title, then the rest of the movie. It gets worse. He plays with them alone, hides in a treehouse with them, and talks to them about dating. Nothing to see here, folks. It's all right. It's all innocent. It's all by accident. It's all misunderstood. Give me a fucking break already. Lord have mercy. Oh, but it goes way back. I mentioned this before. Let's go over it again in context. Writing on the wall so we don't miss anything. And this OG black and white flick includes Hollywood royalty of the Barrymore kind. This is Barrymore Grandpa John Barrymore. That's the star of this film. It's a silent film, 1920s. Oh, wait a minute, it's a talkie. Oh, my apologies, it's a talkie. It's been a while since I've seen it, and I have watched it. So much I can retain. 20s talkie. What you're seeing here is the son of Don Juan, who gets groped by adult women who are this opening sequence. They're all these women are on the ground, on their knees, kind of doing this weird kind of motion and reaching out like some kind of dreamlike succubus, satanic sequence. So they're on their knees and they're groping this little boy as he's walking through them. And from every direction. Looks like a wet nightmare. And I'll get to that a little later too, by the way. It culminates with an adult woman serenading them. Him and Don Juan. But obviously him too. I mean, look at this. She's right there. You can't see her well in the screenshot. But she's right there serenading him. As another adult woman going over there to romantically kiss this little boy on the lips. Nothing to see here, folks. 1920s. 1920s. And this, by the way, is when regulation is still just establishing itself. Really started kicking in the early 30s. And then soon after that, Hollywood started self-regulating. They took control of their own regulation. And then went on and go on about how they're victims ever since, how they're being censored and whatnot. If what they've subjected us to all for over a century now is censored, I mean, what in the hell else do they want to subject us to? What in the hell else do they want to subject? I mean, they're complaining? What are they complaining about? Are you kidding me? Where are the arrests? For the love of God, where are the arrests? I'm calling everyone. Where are the arrests? So who's being groomed here? The adults, the children? Who's being groomed here? But if you think I'm cherry picking or even nitpicking, how about we take a look at a sample size? A small sample size. Let's get to it. Writing on the wall. Writing on the wall. All right. So starting again from top to bottom, left to right, the top row is a little incomplete because of the title, but the top left corner there, we're starting with a very popular movie back when it came out and also became a cult classic. Yet another cult classic, very influential film worldwide. In America it was called The Professional, in Europe it was called Leon. Later they renamed it and called it Leon the Professional. This was a 90s flick. And it initially got some pushback, namely from Europe, but America too, for its grooming scenes, pushing the envelope a little too much. So thankfully there's some pushback, and thankfully there was a Hollywood response to it consequently. Thankfully. You see, if you push, if you get vocal, well, I mean, these days we see, right now in movie theater, there's a Spider-Man movie. I haven't seen it yet. Allegedly, it's supposed to be different, but these webnet tards are always talking about what we might review a little bit of a thing yet, or might do a separate stream on that, stream, but I don't know. We'll see. At the very least, I'll share the link of one of the Friday Night Tights panel, a gay Brit, babyface, Heaves, who just did a review of Spider-Man, wanted to be of the first, right after his midnight showing. He got on there in the dirty cocksucker, and he's public about that. There's dirty cocksuckers going on and on about how wonderful the movie is, and it's about how it's accepting who you are, your nature. You got to accept your nature. And he went on and on about all the symbolism of the nature and how you got to be okay with your nature and accept it. I'm so sick of these people. Leon the Professional, 90s flick that initially got pushed back and even got scenes removed because of that. So again, the pushback works. Please continue to push back even harder. This problem is systemic. It's a top-down in every arena. Everyone needs to be held accountable. Stat. Next film. Past the title. Staying again on the top row, left to right. That's Disney Pixar's Lightyear from the hit movie Toy Story. A sequel, recent sequel. This didn't make as much fuss as it should have, because we've been bombarded with all kinds of stuff, including the 2020 lockdown and all these shenanigans that was going on. But we got, again, more modeling. An interracial couple, their problem. But lesbians, parents, and the children looking on and like, oh, that's cool, that's great. During an anniversary. This is children being targeted. This is a Toy Story animation. Disney. This is before they went public that they're going to be doing this, that they're going to be grooming them, that they're going to be grooming children. It went public. Went public, declared it explicitly, and they're getting away with it. 0 arrests. For the love of God, Mr. D. Wood Zionist and the Klan, explain this to me. How dare you? How dare you promote these vermin? Never mind make excuses for them. Never mind hate on people that are exposing them. You're a servant of Christ? Go to hell. Wolf in sheep's clothing. Shut your mouth. Titus 1. Read it for yourself. amongst other things. But it doesn't get much more clear than Titus 1. Again, next up, turning red. One of the scenes I told you about. You'll see that again. Actually, this one you won't see a little later. This one is pretty explicit. Why are these girls always ending up in the bathroom and hanging out in the bathroom, by the way? And then not only the girls, other people, little boys are lining up. The boys are lining up, by the way, to see the red panda. The metaphor for her period. Boys are lining up, paying to see her period. What are they modeling there? What are they modeling there? For the love, what are they modeling? How can you make excuses for this? More importantly, where are the arrests? Never mind the emasculation, the hate whitey, the queerdom, the lesbian little girls, their behavior. I mean, I've spoken about this before. Please look into my work. I've got links for 2 different ones, edited more than should be because of the censorship I got, because of community standards. At least there was a little public outcry about this one too. What changed? We need to hold them accountable. For the love of God, push back. What are you waiting on? Who are you waiting on? Who else do you expect to do it at this point? It's on us. Evidently, it's on us. Push back. Have no fear. Have your faith. Push back. And I'll get into more of that later. All right. And the top right corner. Some of you may have known this flick. Another cult classic for all the wrong reasons. Kind of in a Quentin Tarantino spirit with the scene. At the 1 hour and 23 minute marker, Robert Downey Jr., Iron Man, who's known as Iron Man, turned into Dr. Doom in this upcoming movie, the Avengers movie at the end of this year, if they actually end up launching it in time. From what I understand, it's a mess because all they did was try to string a bunch of political scenes that they want to put together and try to write a meaning behind it as they went. So it's an editing nightmare. So they took Iron Man, the epitome of masculinity in their modern mythology, this 21st century mythology, who Robert Downey Jr. Making a comeback from his drug addiction and whatnots, really did a great job of, at least from the secular standard, representing masculinity. By a secular standard, mind you. By a secular standard. That's what I'm reduced to. Referencing secular ideals. So they took this Iron Man character, which represents the white man, the ethical man, the corporate man, the epitome of the man, of what is white, and they transformed him into Dr. Doom, a science-driven pagan, a sorcerer, offspring of a witch, who combines science and witchcraft. Sound familiar? They took the secular pinnacle of masculinity, of whiteness, of manhood, of success, and they turned him into a villain. The same actor coming back as Dr. Doom. Also looking like Iron Man, by the way. Also partially cyborg looking, even though it's not a cyborg technically. Similar powers and so on. The difference is he's evil, he's into witchcraft. Again, of being featured in an Avengers film that was not their original plan, but that's what it became. That's being followed by Secret Wars. When I was little, that was one of my favorites. Battle World, and pitting the bad guys versus the good guys. The 21st, Well, Marvel throughout has always been putting the good guy against the good guy. Marvel is quite sinister, but DC ain't much better. They're the same, really, in essence, same thing. So in this movie, Lesson Zero, 1987, he plays a teenage drug addict doing the common Hollywood thing, being a dirty corksucker, both in front of the camera and behind the scenes, all the way up the ladder. I mean, Lesson Zero, at least they got the title right there. All right, next row, left to right. Cuties. I also got some controversy, but in very much Howard Stern fashion, the controversy just played to hype it up. Crazy amount of people watch this flick. I pray it's about the hype. I pray it's about the hype. I pray that we're not so far gone as a society that many people want to watch this movie because it's pedophilic. And if you haven't watched it, don't. Again, there's some things you can't unwatch. And by the way, the word cuties, I struggle with this word now. I have a hard time saying cute because of this film, which I forced myself to watch when I was with Amir Zidane. I watched it to do a stream on it. It'll mess you up. International grooming for youth to be whores. Fantastic. And again, I discussed this in more detail with Amir Zidane. That too is in a playlist for your convenience. If you're interested, don't watch the movie. Watch my review. Subject yourself to a limited amount. But even that's scarring. Next film, well, Leonardo DiCaprio plays a drug addict teen who gets propositioned by his coach and then dreams about shooting others. Sound familiar? And later does tricks for drugs. I mean, are we not modeling for certain behaviors here? It's another 21st century film. Is this not modeling or what? P.S. A Christian mom is standardly portrayed as bad, kicks him out, and has him arrested for being a degenerate. So she's the evil one. Thankfully, there's some resolution at the end. It's been a long time since I watched it. I can't tell you in detail what that was. That last part, I'm going off a description about the resolution. I can't confirm that. But let's give it a benefit of the doubt, maybe. Next up, yet another Leonardo DiCaprio flick. The Heartthrob, by the way, is where a young man, a male poet, an adolescent, and his much older mentor, obviously, have queer sex. Oh, but it's described as a romance. Go fuck it, scumbag. Oh, makes me want to puke. No exaggeration. I'm physical sick. Why do we subject her to this? Why are we subjected to this? Next up, it's a college freshman. Hold on, let me make sure I'm giving you guys. Give me a second. My thing's freezing up. My apologies. But really, people, while I'm waiting for technology because AI is superior, where are the arrests? Where's the accountability? Is there any accountability for anybody? Yeah. Her name is Breezy. Her name is Breezy. But before we get to Breezy, sorry, I skipped one. Well, this next one, another somewhat heartthrob. He's done a lot of TV shows and whatnot. Pizza delivery guy, lover boy, of all titles, lover boy. A college freshman decides to become a gigolo while delivering pizzas. Talk about degenerating culture, digressing it. So he's delivering pizzas so he can make money to pay for his own tuition. And he's doing a slew of older women. They make it a fun, whimsical sequence. Oh, the happy-go-lucky music, while he's prostituting himself to older women. But it's okay. They're making him a man. Oh, by the way, he's got a girlfriend. Whatever happened to preserving yourself? Whatever happened to marriage? Can anyone tell me whatever happened to marriage? I'm explaining to you, I'm showing you what happened to marriage. It started with a man-hating. It started with a man-hating at least over a century ago, and we're talking about only Hollywood. That's my expertise, Hollywood. But I've delved into other media. We're talking about a what was it? I can't remember. I think it was 1990, give or take, film. Loverboy, huh? And they're making this story romantic about prostituting yourself? An experience of education? Of enriching yourself? Oy vey. All right, the 1970s Breezy. Next one. Features a young runaway. A young runaway getting sexual with an old man. Romantic. I have my own experience about that, by the way. This triggered experience that I didn't include before. Let me quickly go off on a tangent because I didn't include it in my notes, and I don't want to forget now that I've been re-triggered. I was a cab driver for a minute in a tourist town, a couple of years. One evening, waiting outside a nightclub, waiting for my turn, we're in a big line of cabs, waiting for the customers to come out. As I was at the way back at the end of the line, I saw cab after cab grab the customer. The line has stagnated somewhat. There's still a crowd outside, and I see this girl come out, all despondent looking, shoeless. She's barefoot. And she just kind of looks lost. And then in front of the club, with the crowd still trickling out, she sits on the steps in front of this club. We're talking about 3, 4 o'clock a.m., twilight, the witching hour. And this girl's young. We're talking about mid to late teens. She wasn't 20. She wasn't old enough to be in a club, by the way. There's some question marks there. The club, by the way, I think it was called Kryptonite, if memory serves me correctly. It's now out of business. It lasted for a few years and went out of business. That's somewhat common with clubs. At any rate, yeah, that place was a cesspool now to think about. The VIP sections and all that. I never understood it, but very plush couches and very hard to see through silk curtains. And that place was interesting, to say at least, now that I think about it. Anyway, so this girl's sitting out there. I'm like, man, this is trouble. And I'm a young adult at this point. So this was, and again, I was in the cab line. Rule of thumb, the last thing you want to do is get out of line and grab a customer, especially in an economic crisis. And at that point, because of the 9/11, the World Trade Center plane crash, bombing, whatever you want to call it, things were horrendous. I mean, on a weekend in a tourist town in the middle of summer, I was bringing home $20 at any rate. So that kind of economic crisis with all kinds of cab drivers, and they're all a bunch of foreigners, are quite aggressive. The last thing you want to do is get online and grab a customer. But I'm looking at it, I'm like, man, this is trouble. This is a bad thing waiting to happen. And I couldn't help myself. The hero in me kicked in. I'm going to say thank God. But unfortunately, I didn't do more than I should have. I mean, back then, I didn't know anything. But I was also conflicted. So anyway, I pull out of the cab line. I drive by, and they're all staring at me. They're looking at me like they want to kill me. And I pull right up to her, and I yell at her, "Hey, you need a ride?" She's like, "Yeah." I was like, "Come on." She's like, "I don't have any money. Just come on." So she trusts me enough. She jumped in my cab. And at this point, it was getting close to my end of my shift. From 6 to 6 was a shift, 12-hour shifts. So I was like, and even though this was still a money time, this was nightclub closing time, I put that to the side. I had enough. I'm patting myself on the shoulder here, but I'm trying to justify my lack of doing more. But here I am. I mean, a young teenage girl. I'm in my early 20s. She was smoking. I can't lie. She was beautiful. And so the hormones started kicking in. I'm like, man, what do I do here? I want to help her. This is really awkward. What do I do? Where do I go? And I didn't know her. I didn't know her from anybody. I mean, this is some kind of wanderer, a runaway. She all but said she ran away, but she didn't. She's like, well, I'm on vacation by myself. Okay, this is all kinds of bad. So I didn't know what to do. But I didn't trust her as a runaway. I mean, I watched the movie Hitchhiker my younger days. You can't trust hitchhikers. So I was scared to bring her home. I mean, not bring her home like some of you are thinking. I'm not bring her home to wanker. Scumbags. I mean, to bring her home to, give her some shelter so she, we can sort things out. But I didn't trust her. And the thought crossed, well, my parents live about a couple hours away. Maybe I can drive there and just drop her off there and leave her with my parents. But I'm like, okay, well, then that's bringing trouble to their home and so on. I can't do that either. They're older. I better not do that. So all I can think of was to bring her to my cousin's home. And he was a night owl. And I knew how to enter their home. They had a pretty open home. My uncle was a wonderful man, by the way. God rest his soul. Mercy. So I was like, okay, that's what I came up with. So, and I drove, and this was like about half an hour away. And along the way, it was a struggle for me because, again, I was attracted to her. I mean, she was, smoking. I was single. I had a lot of girls coming on to me, and I rejected all of them. I was doing my best to be chaste. It's a whole other story for a whole other time. Maybe my autobiography, if that ever comes to fruition. But anyway, so I drive to my cousin's home, and to my surprise, there's nobody there. I mean, maybe like I told you, I'm able to enter. I'm like, wow. Now what? So I was like, okay, maybe they're out somewhere having fun, and they'll be back in a minute. So I show her a room, and like, hey, you know what? If you need this, that, and the other, just let me know. Offer to take her out for a meal to kind of kill time or whatever. But she was like, no. I was like, okay, whatever. So we went there. And now I'm home alone at my cousin's with this girl. And it's late. But now we're talking about 5, 6 a.m. And they're still at home. Like, what the heck's going on? And I put her in a bedroom by herself. And again, temptation. But, glory be, I stood my ground. Glory be to God in all things. So I refrained. And not refrained from raping, of course. I mean, this girl was, anyways, we'll just leave it at that. But yeah, so I plopped on the couch, and naturally I passed out when it's late. And I wake up to her shaking me, and she's on the phone, and she's calling whoever she's staying with. Apparently, it turns out it's an older man. The hell's that about? And this older man, by the way, she told me on the drive that he abandoned her. He's the one that left her, ditched her at the nightclub by herself. What the fuck is going on? So, I don't know what else to do with my cousin. Nobody showed up yet. Like, what the hell? So I don't know what else to do. I mean, if I had known then, I would have contacted A21. A21, for those who are not familiar, A21 is combats human trafficking, NGO. I was with them for a minute. Consequently, while I was volunteering with the refugees, I was introduced to A21 because the Muslims exploit. Anyway, so yeah, I mean, all I could do was take her back to this freak's home. I don't know what else to do. I should have done a lot more, but God have mercy on me. Anyway, where were we? What timing? Okay, 1970s Breezy features a young runaway getting sexual with an older man. Next up, a very popular cult classic, a blockbuster, with the infamous Hollywood royalty in his own right, Marlon Brando. Played Superman in the, so to speak, original Superman movie with Christopher Reeves. He plays plays Superman's father. Christopher Reeves plays Superman. This movie, you may have heard of it. If you don't know of it or even watch it yourself, Last Tango in Paris. And it's unforgettable sodomy scenes involving butter. By the way, one of them involving butter. We'll leave it at that. I mean, I probably shouldn't be saying that, come to think of it. Anyway, just so you understand what's going on, how vile that is. That's why I'm including that. How explicit and disgusting this movie is, and this is just a couple of. I mean, it's just really soft porn, is what it was. Again, another one about a younger lady. This one a young adult. She had to be like in her early 20s, maybe older adolescent. It's hard to tell, actually. Come to think of it. Either way, a very old man was with a very young lady. And both of them eventually taking turns getting plugged up the bunghole via extreme methodology. The first one, by the way, being rape. Being rape. Hollywood loves to turn rape into erotic scenes. What's that about? Again, no accountability. Oh, by the way, this character, she's loving it. She's, of course, fighting the rape, and it is rape. She's fighting it, but she's loving it. She keeps coming back for more. I'm so sick of this. We're so sick of this. And we're just getting started. We're just getting started. I'm halfway through the second line. I mean, it's really difficult for me to continue. I don't know how anybody's possibly even still watching this. Next up, let's keep going. Next up, Hard Candy. The title is called Hard Candy. It's a modern Fish. Remember that movie Fish and the discussion, the series and all that came from that? About meeting people online. It's a fish-like flick with a hard warning. Finally, something that warns about something. On fantasizing about romantic net web couplings. This one ironically features Elliot Page. Elliot Page, huh? Back when Elliot Page was still naturally a psychotic female, when she went by her birth name Ellen Page. She, or should I say now it, plays a young obsessive freak, eerily well done, yet again, one which she courted an older man. She courts the older man, yet again. Modeling much? And this is a B-rated flick, a super flick. circa 2010. This where the one I'm talking about now. She also played a teenage pregnant girl with a boyfriend which made advances on a married man in Juneau. That's 2007. Even older. Even younger. Says it plays a young obsessive freak with superpowers, modeling. Coming onto a man, older man, modeling. She plays a young pregnant teenager, modeling. With a boyfriend, modeling. Which makes advances to an older man that's married, modeling. And then, of course, what made her famous initially, playing Kitty Pryde. A teenage girl courting an old Russian colossus. That's more in the comic books, not in the movie. In the comic books, we have this too. A little young girl courting an older Russian big bohawk man. In the comics, for children to read. We'll get into that too. Marvel, Hebrew, X-Men Productions, huh? X-Men, okay. Okay, with this movie, Hard Candy. I mean, what else needs to be said here? Okay, next up, the boy she met online. Keeping the theme here. At least brings attention to the danger of online social culture, quote unquote social media, more like socialist media, but also sensationalizes it, of course. How about this one? This blockbuster, not only called classic, Hollywood award winner, 1991, beginning of that decade. In the 90s was a major turning point, including with public school textbooks. Please look into The Great Purge. Dialectics, The Great Purge, what we call PC. Remember the term Jap bashing? How about Religion of Peace? All that's from the 90s, amongst other things. The Great Purge. Look into it. 1991, My Girl romanticizes puppy love, which in itself isn't the end of the world, I guess. But given the context of all that's going on in Hollywood and the delivery method, etc., well, not to mention the impact that it had. The impact. Again, modeling. Oh, this is so cute. Can you hear the parents? Oh, that's so cute. What's a child going to think? Hearing that, never mind watching the movie. What's a child going to think and then therefore do? How about Fear? Another cult classic. This one was Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch. Mark Wahlberg himself. Another scumbag Jew. Rapper. It features a younger girl getting involved with an older man. Flick after flick after flick. This is Hollywood. This is quintessential Hollywood. These are the receipts. The writing is on the wall. Again, these are actually younger girls pretending to be older too, by the way. 8mm. This is where it gets freaky. I've got my own experience. Oops, also forgot to talk about that in my notes later. Maybe I'll have to do that here. 8mm is a piece sensationalizing snuff films. This is when I first heard of snuff films. Ever since this movie, snuff films have become a mainstay, something that everyone's become familiarized with. Never heard of it before? Hollywood promoted snuff films. Make no mistake about it. And this concept has been refeatured repeatedly by Hollywood since. In this movie, by the way, it includes a B-rated sequel where young child sex doll purchasing gets advertised. More on that later. You're going to get an eyeful later, near the end of this presentation. The receipts, the evidence. By the way, this is important. We'll reiterate this later. There are over 50,000 child porn websites on the net web. Again, not instances, not victims, but websites. Websites with multiple victims, which have multiple instances. 50,000 and more. Where's the accountability? Where are the arrests? Next up, the brave. Now we're in the third row, second one over. The brave. Oh, political. Let's make it political. That makes it okay. Also featuring Marlon Brando and Johnny Depp, that freak. You know, the victim. Lately, he was portrayed as alpha male victim because of his crazy girlfriend. So his girlfriend's crazy. Therefore, whatever he does and says is okay. What's with all this didactic, binary, shallow shenanigans? A sin is a sin is a sin. Stop it with the dichotomies already. Snap out of it. Come on. You're either with Christ or you're not. Please explain to me how Johnny Depp is with Christ. Not to be playing God here, but judge them by their fruits. What has he produced that has led you to Christ? Anyone? Anything? At all? Marlon Brando, for that matter. And the brave, an ex-con, a Native American Indian, is offered cash to star in a snuff film, revisiting 8mm. 1971, going even further back. Harold and Maude. Now, there's a little flip of a script here to some degree. Harold and Maude, 1971, features a morose young boy who gets infatuated with an eccentric old lady. I mean, we're talking about romantic, quote-unquote romantic, relations here. An old lady, a little boy, who's down and out, being taken advantage of, that's being romanticized by Hollywood, 1971. Generational much, this conditioning? Next up, Little Darlings. When I watched this movie, I loved it as a little kid. I was a little kid. I was being sexually stimulated by it, and I wasn't even of pubescent age yet. I mean, coupled with the comic books I was reading, we'll get to that too, and so on. We'll get into a lot of this, actually. This movie, Little Darlings, came out in 1980 with the deceased Matt Dillon, another Hollywood casualty, so to speak, another child star, another drug addict, loathing life, doing all kinds of filth on the big screen, modeling all kinds of vileness, ends up dead, even though he was rich and famous, had everything everyone wanted, allegedly, offs himself, dies. This movie, Little Darlings, is about young grade school aged, again, the movie Little Darlings, 1980, about young grade school age girls trying to get deflowered by older men. Where have I heard that before? I don't know, Hollywood? And we're not even the tip of the iceberg. We're barely scratching the surface here. We're barely scratching the surface here. Think about it. Where is the accountability? Where are the arrests? (2003), a movie titled 13. Wonder what that's about. Well, look at the DVD cover, the thumbnail on Netflix. Two girls with tongue piercings, flicking their tongues at you, getting cuddly with each other. What the hell can this be about? How can you miss it? How can you miss it? Nobody has any excuse anymore. None of us. None of us. Again, turn of the century, Title 13. You can't miss it. It's about two teenage girls being cool by doing drugs, whoring it up, and getting piercings and so on. Nice modeling. This is real fruitful. I wonder what will be the implications of this flick. Oh, well, here's a good one. I don't know how this gets overlooked. I don't think anybody talks about it. I did previously, but let's revisit here. Disney's Monsters, Inc. It's a family animation, people. This is for families to watch. Featuring a one-eyed head monster, a one-eyed head with limbs. That's a monster, which is backed by a bulking brute with horns. No innuendo there, people. But that's not even what I'm addressing here. So these characters, designed for children, work for a corporate horde in a dreamland that terrifies little children while they're in bed. Where's the fun in this premise? Who came up with this premise? Can anyone explain to me who came up with this premise, this treatment, the script? What were they thinking of here? Who pitched this? And what was their end game? What was their goal for making this production, this Pixar film for children? So these dreamland monsters terrify little children in bed, in order to extract scream energy, quote unquote, scream energy. What are we talking about here? It doesn't get more, well, you can say implicit, but really explicit about adrenochrome for little children, for the love of God, for little children. Scream energy, making it cool. The little girl is hugging the one-eyed monster at the end of the movie because she doesn't want to leave it. The one that's extracting scream energy from her. And other children. You know, they're getting the scream energy for power to run their dreamland. Wow. I don't know what to say anymore. I don't know what to say anymore. I'm at a loss for words. Where are the arrests? For the love of God, where are the arrests? Can anyone hold anybody accountable anymore for anything? I mean, trivialize adrenochrome much? Never mind target little children. How about normalizing that behavior in order to set children up? They're setting little children up. Oh, this is cute. This is fun. Being terrified, being led into a hard candy kind of trap for adrenochrome. Why is everyone pushing to have more children when you can't even afford one these days? What do you want? A bunch of bastards running around? Excuse me? A bunch of you can't afford them. Why are the right always pushing for more children? These people, man. These people. Is there nobody right on the webnet anymore? And I mean upright. Is there no upright people on there anymore? Or were there ever? Next up. The modern flick with the title The Babysitter. There's more than one. Of course. Probably porn out there too. God knows. Kitty Layson, Lord have mercy. Forgive me. The modern flick with the title The Babysitter is about a little boy who gets terrorized by his female babysitter and her cult. Distributed by Netflix, of course, and rated mature. Didn't watch it. I'm not going to. I think I've been subjected to enough. Thank you very much. (1988), the 80s again. Tom Hanks. Who else? Hollywood hero. One who claims to be a Greek after his own production company's capstone of My Big Fat Greek Wedding. Go off yourself. 1988 Tom Hanks movie is about a little boy making a wish to a demonic vending machine. Voltar. I mean, look at it. Doesn't it look creepy? And magically becomes a big adult. All right, he wishes to be a big adult. Another one that wants to be more mature. Why? Well, let's get to the why. But he still is a little boy himself trapped in a man's body. Sound a little like the Tinkerbell character from Eternals? We've seen patterns here. I mean, there's all kinds of movies that are switching bodies like this before. Time and again. Boys into men. Girls into women. Hollywood's done this over and over and over again. And this new creation, this abomination by magic and a magical genie-looking no less, vending machine, like grants him his wish, gets sexual with an older professional woman. So essentially, we're talking about a little boy getting freaky deaky with an older woman, thanks to a Muslim vending demon, and his wish to be mature. And all this is signs, or was back then, signs of things to come in the 21st century. We're overrun with this culture right now, worldwide, overrun by it. I'm definitely dedicating. I've been on the fence about this. I was going to include some of this stuff. I was thinking about it in this live stream, but at a future date, I will be dedicating bricks and including my own experiences online, my teaching experiences. Buckle up, people. That's going to get real too, for sure. Buckle up. Next up, Savannah Smiles, another childhood favorite of mine. I'm embarrassed to admit. Hey, I was a kid back then. What did I know? Blank slate. I was like a sponge, passively intaking it all, being molded. Savannah Smiles, 1982. A film about a little girl running away from home. Gets kidnapped by two adult male kidnappers. Oh boy, anybody see where this is going? I mean, it's Hollywood after all. But somehow everything is hunky-dory for her the entire time, as we're made to feel a fuzzy warm feeling, a fuzzy warm about this entire situation of a little runaway girl that's getting kidnapped by two adult criminals and taking her to their home as a hostage. This is made into a cute little fun movie. What are we modeling here, people? What are children watching this going to get out of this? Here's the kicker. Naturally, now it's obvious, but back then, okay, these criminals are being portrayed as victims, as misunderstood. Are you kidding me with this? How did they get away with this crap for so long? Can anyone explain that to me? Why? Zero accountability. That's how. Zero accountability. And we've invaded with a diabolical backwardness already. Enough already. Enough. I, for one, have had all I can take. I don't know about you people. Enough's enough. What are we waiting on? Obviously, the authority is not going to do anything because their regulations hasn't done anything. And neither will they do anything. Epstein files? Let's talk about the Epstein files and then move on. Shall we? Because that's par. No, enough's enough. Get it together. Put your faith in God. Step up. Be a man. More importantly, be a woman. I'm not talking about a self-serving, egocentric, backward psychopath. I'm talking about a real woman. Stand up for yourself, first and foremost. And I mean, have respect for yourself. You know, like Bill Cosby told his own people, the black people, have respect for yourself. Pull your pants up. Pretend like you got some dignity when you go get a job. Women, be women. Love your man. Respect him. Raise your children properly. Is it really that much to ask? Is it really that much to ask? Especially these days, with all the conveniences. Really? What are we talking about here? What's going on? Ah, man, where am I? All right, next film, 2005, Hostel. Guess what this one's about? A hostel. Guess what's going to happen in a hostel? Well, it gets better. A hostel around the turn of the century is about youth going abroad, getting seduced, and then kidnapped. Set a trend here? Implant some seeds for people, for predators, maybe? Getting seduced and kidnapped to be tied up in a dungeon and then brutally violated by secret orgs' clients, taking turns violating these youth. They're being victimized sexually and brutally. Now, keep in mind, all this was produced well before QAnon. The QAnon phenomenon. Don't sit there and throw quote-unquote conspiracy theory at me either. God rest your soul, and I won't mercy on you if you dare. I dare you. God have mercy. Repent. All of us need to repent. All of me included. There are times in my life when I cringe thinking about it. I don't like thinking about the times, like I just told you before, where I could have done more and didn't, at the very least. I've had my moments. I regret. I repent for all of those all the time. Next up, Chained is a Canadian flick about a serial killer capturing a young boy and developing a relationship with him to convert him too. In other words, he wants to convert him into a serial killer through grooming and abuse and so on, which is actually quite realistic. Actually quite realistic on many levels. Let's go back to 1960s, but right off of the 1950s, right after World War II, when communism is taking root, or as it already had taken root, Communist Party was already part of the U.S. political system before World War II, by the way, and remains in power today. So the 1960, the young one. 1960, the young one. What could that be about? Featured a black jazz musician escaping racism, another misunderstood, by going to an island to seduce a young white girl. The poor victim, this poor black guy. He's misunderstood. He's just going to go frolic around an island and make it with a little white girl. But he's the victim. Poor guy. 1960. What about the TV series Julia? The single mom who's all kinds of racist, but has a little boy, single mom, has men in and out of her home. What kind of modeling is this? Coddling her little boy. The very first episode, the very beginning, the first words she says is "my little man, my little man." What's that? What's that supposed to mean? Where's accountability? Where's anyone being real with anyone, with themselves, about any of this? I mean, I know it's overwhelming, but it's got to stop, people. And it lies with you. This has got to now be a bottom-up movement, because the top-down failed us. And that's putting it lightly. To say that the failed is giving them the benefit of the doubt. They don't deserve it. Evidently not. All right, this one's another film festival hit. Boy, those are atrocious. Adrenochrome. Well, doesn't get much more explicit than that. It's about a young American veteran who gets involved with a gang of Venice Beach psychos that are killing people to extract a psychedelic compound from their victims' adrenal glands. Definitively adrenochrome. Now, maybe this is a raising exposure, exposing it, or is it also normalizing it? I don't know what the intent is here. But in the context, definitely questionable. Speaking of which, very questionable. Classic book turned movie. Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. 1998, turn of the century. 90s. Featuring Johnny Depp, our boy, who's supposed to somehow represent the right now because he went to court with a girl. You know, this whole dichotomy thing. This binary nonsense. Man versus woman, woman versus man. Get over it. Give me a break already. Wow, the things they get away with at the click of a button with the webnet these days. Too easy. Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, 1998. Based on a cult classic novel where using adrenochrome is subliminally made to seem trendy. At the early sequence, in the background, there's a man talking about adrenochrome, the sequence. All this stuff is being implanted in your head subliminally. Again, this is not theory, it's not an opinion. I'm coming from a psychology background, a pen book certification background, structural design, movie production, on and on. I'm telling you, people, this was not by accident. This is not consequential. It's not incidental. By design, these movie creators, all of them, producers on down, implanted this in the unsuspecting observer's brain. You don't believe me? Well, what happens later in the movie, in the story? The entire sequence is dedicated at the end to sensationalize the experience of using adrenochrome. And the main character does so without consequence. He does all this psychedelic, psychotic stuff, experience, and it's made to look cool, much like Tarantino's Pulp Fiction, by the way. Made to look cool. To be enticing. And that's how the movie ends. He goes on to live happily ever after. After his wacky experiences, as wacky as he is, and his adrenochrome. Because he's a drug addict and the other drugs aren't enough. So now he needs to take it to the next level. See where they're taking us? See where they're taking us? Again, the evidence is overwhelming. The writing is on the wall. See for yourself. 1967's The Graduate. I mentioned that earlier. With Big Nose Dustin Hoffman. Another man, Hoffman. Anne Bancroft, another one, is about a young college graduate seduced by his elderly married neighbor. Again, we're talking about young age here, young college graduate. So at this point, you could say he's 22. But he's with his 60-year-old neighbor. And with an impromptu scene where the director tells the young actor, Dustin Hoffman, then young actor, to, excuse me, water. Now, excuse me. Now I see why they keep the water handy and always drinking it. My apologies, rookie mistake. So yeah, So the director tells young actor Dustin Hoffman to put his hand in the blouse of Anne Bancroft. This was supposed to be a prank because she's quite square, this actress. So in the middle of the scene, following this prank, following the director's prompting, the actor puts his hand literally down this woman's dress, the actress's dress, the older woman's dress, one who has much decorum. And what does she do? Does she protest, get up and smack the hell out of this big nose hunky? No. She continues her line because she's a professional, or maybe something else. At any rate, there's all kinds of wrong here. She's married in this movie. There's all kinds of ethical wrong here. But normalizing this behavior, the bottom line. The 96 flick, Fear. Another cult classic. Young Mark Wahlberg, Reese Witherspoon, child star Alyssa Milano, where the two girls are friends. One ends up secretly being, Alyssa Milano's character ends up secretly being a crack whore. There's a sex scene you can see through the window of her just doing the crack and just the drug pusher just violating her while her friend watches like a voyeur. Well, what are we modeling there? Wow. Yeah. Anyways. Oh man. So she's doing drugs she's doing an older man for drugs in this scene. And this other one, Reese Witherspoon's character, is falling for the psychotic older man, and there's plenty of sex scenes too. There's an erotic sex scene between them. What are we modeling here, man? And this one too is a cult classic. Another one, The Babysitter. This one in 1995, featuring Alyssa Silverstone. Looks like Alicia Silverstone. I remember being Alyssa Silverstone. Anyway, whatever. At any rate, another child star making a movie. It ends up being a soft porn. Another child star being exploited for buck. See Titus 1. This movie, this flick, she's getting involved with two boys and a man. What are we modeling? What's the consequences? We're suffering it now. How about this one? This one I watched, unfortunately. I won't say why. But yeah, I had no idea what I was getting into when I watched it. I just liked the title. Yeah, even now, it makes me break in a sweat thinking about it. This was really, I recommend, in fact, for you to not watch this movie. And this is not I pray this is not reverse psychology. You will be scarred for life. This is no joke. This is no joke, people. This is no joke. Yeah, forgive me. All right. Bastard out of Carolina is one that is fairly scarring. I mean, all of them are really. All these are scarring. I want to say at least hopefully so, in the sense that at least you have enough of yourself, of your soul, where this affects you as it should, negatively. As I say, negative. Except when they say negative, they're talking about being Christian. The backward vermin. It's with an explicit scene and an extended one at that. I mean, it goes on. It's quite vile. Scene of a man violating a little girl. I mean, little girl. It's hard for me to keep it together. Forgive me. Lord have mercy. For violating a little girl in his car while her mother is in the hospital. They're in the parking lot of the hospital, and he's doing this extended scene. As her little sister is in the backseat watching. Why were these editing, directing, and so choice? Why were they necessary? The acting, the poor little girl actresses. How the hell did that impact them? Ones that turned out to be famous, you see how it impacted her later. It's just, I mean, I can't even say how this makes me feel. Right on cue. Monster. Another award winner. Hollywood loved this film. Went on and on about how great it is. How revolutionary it is. How groundbreaking it is. Monster. Aptly titled. Award-winning flick from the 2000s about an adult criminal female. Shacking up with this dykish, androgynous young girl. This is their award winner? The one that they praised in the 2000s? Where, for the love of God, is accountability? Where's the accountability? You can't miss it. Where's the accountability, people? I don't get it. Explain this to me, why there's no accountability. I want to understand. And if you haven't done anything, if you're doing nothing, shame on you. All of you. Anyone hearing my voice right now? All of you, shame on you. Get with it now. Stat. Repent for doing nothing at the very least. If you're doing nothing, you're just as guilty. Repent of that and get active. Stat. I don't care how you do it. I don't care what means, what modality. Choose something. Run with it. Immediately. Enough's enough. Enough's enough. Another one I watched when I was young. Again, years before puberty. And I'm going to get into my personal life a little later here. Wait till we get into that. Boy, it's going to be hard for me to get through that, but I'll do my best. This one in English is called The Tin Drum. I believe it was a German flick. I believe it had English subtitles. 1979. Distributed in the USA. I think I saw it on Showtime and HBO cable TV, where any child can access. During the afternoon, I wasn't like staying up at late and being sneaky. In the afternoon, I'm watching modeling about a little boy being molested, getting sexual and loving it. What's that going to do to children? Anyone? It's about a little boy that gets nasty with his babysitter, who is also having an affair with his father. Threesome. Anyone? A little boy father and a young teenaged babysitter having an affair. A married man. What all kinds of messed up modeling here. 1979. And this is German. The Germany who runs the European Union. And you people are wondering why the Muslims were ushered into Europe under EU dictate, under dictate. Greek protests dictate. You do this or else. This little boy later has an accident which causes stunt growth and makes him a dwarf. And from there, the sexual escapades get blown out of proportion. I mean, scenes that, to this day, I mean, to call them erotics is nothing. S&M. Oh, man, another one that I watched unsuspectingly and literally got up in the middle of the movie screaming because it was recommended and we're sitting there watching in the living room together and someone got an earful, and rightfully so. Because they read some review online and it's a great movie. Maybe they didn't know too. I don't know. It's hard for me to regret my reaction just a little bit. But I think we all need to be having this reaction and way more. Enough's enough. 2007's Hound Dog features the then child star Dakota Fanning, who crushes on Elvis, join a club. So she unwittingly, naively agrees to undress in a barn for an older delivery boy so she can get a ticket to go see Elvis, who this delivery boy then unbuckles himself, and the rest ensues. Now, I don't know who the child actress is. I don't know if it's Dakota Fanning or someone else, but there's still, regardless, a young girl under a bigger person in the sequence getting violated. I'm biting my tongue here, but something needs to be done stat. These Jews, these Freemasons, I don't care who, they need to be held accountable. All of them, stat. Right fucking now. Because the leadership, your leadership, I don't care where you are, where you live in, your leadership has failed you, to say the least. It's a horrendous sequence. One I'm trying not to think about as I speak. It is that vile. Yeah, and I'm written here in notes as I was reliving while I was writing it. And I had to relive this stuff as I was writing it, by the way. Another reason this took me so long to live stream. I literally let out a death cry. It's that horrendous. Enough's enough, people. Where's accountability? Never mind how it affects all audiences. But again, what about the child stars themselves? Aren't they people too? Well, again, now we know. Now we know the end result of all this. We're suffering it. We're suffering it. And speaking of effective child stars, the 90s Poison Ivy franchise, because one wasn't enough. So they had to do several. Capitalized on two very famous child stars. The first being Drew Barrymore. Remember her? The one that was getting passed around by her parents as a little girl, years before she was pubescent. At parties, doing drugs and being sexed up. After recovering, she got autonomy legally from her parents. went to rehab, recovered, and her comeback to her love, what she knew, mass media, Hollywood, her comeback was soft porn called Poison Ivy. She launched that franchise. As a teenager, she's still a young adolescent girl, a teenager. She was 19, give or take, at the time. A teenager. Where's accountability? Hollywood royalty. What does that even mean? So in this film, Poison Ivy, she has an affair with her friend's father, also a young girl. What are they modeling here? A married man, by the way. Not only is her friend's father, he's still married. And this much older man is having sex with a little teenage girl who's a friend of his daughter. What the hell are we modeling? We'll get to American Beauty in a minute, too. That award-winning blockbuster. And the sequel, the immediate sequel, there was more actually. The immediate sequel featured Alyssa Milano in a sex fest. Another absolute soft porn. Another child star. Exploited. I'm thinking about Tony Danza. They were both adults doing some kind of interview on a talk show. I can't remember which talk show. And he was talking about how he was protecting her, and she was talking about how he was protective of her when they were doing the TV show, Who's the Boss? Talk about role reversals and destroying manhood, emasculation. Who's the boss? It's all in the title. Meanwhile, in the interview, he's like looking at her like he wants to pounce her right there and then. I don't care how old she was. He's still much older than her. Scum. I'm sick of them all. At this point, I can't help but feel like they're all the same. I'm so sick of them all. Then this insanely famous Brooke Shields, again, while she was young, she was insanely famous for Blue Lagoon. We'll get to that in a second. But this first flick of hers is when she was a little girl in 1978, essentially playing herself in a brothel, being around all kinds of sexual activity in that brothel as a little girl with a prostitute mother, and all these kinds of discussions, and of course propositions and so on. And we're supposed to feel good about that, supposed to get entertained by that, by a little girl being sexually massaged, so to speak. Question about whether or not she needs to be sexually active herself. Listen, 2 years later, she pops up in the cult classic Blue Lagoon, where early on viewers get shown a silhouette of a young teenage body in water, whether it's her or not. And we're talking about 80s here, early 80s. So we're talking about full-on Bush. I guess it's 1980. Full-on Bush. I mean, there's no mistaking what we're looking at. I mean, this woman, whoever she was either naked or for some reason wearing a fake bush. Forgive my bluntness here, but I need to put in perspective for those of you who haven't seen the movie Blue Lagoon somehow. Another award winner, another classic, another cult classic all around. Who knows how many watch? God knows. Kitty Layson. And again, this is this movie includes a sequence where the little girl's running around naked on the beach. Okay, the boy and the girl running around naked. Okay, you can say the little children or whatever. They're castaways at this point. Why are we watching them frolicking around naked without parental supervision on an island? And of course, later making it in erotic sex scenes as teenagers. As teenagers. And what was the opposition for that one? Quite the opposite of opposition. It was insanely popular. A cult classic to this day. Next up is a Netflix one I can relate to, unfortunately, and I've just mentioned that. And yeah, I'm going to have to do one on bricks and my personal experiences. Anyways, a modern production of The Tutor, where a young male is obsessed with an older male tutor, or if you prefer, it's about an adult man getting romantically, lustfully really, romantically involved with an adolescent boy. That's the Hollywood spin on it anyway. Oy vey yet again. Another cult classic centered on Hebrew Hollywood standard plot point of revenge, featuring Robert De Niro playing a lying priest. Wow. Sleepers. I don't have a list here, my apologies. Sleepers. Yeah, this film will leave a mark. But you end up rooting for it somehow. Somehow they got you rooting for this vileness. It's about a group of young boys, young boys, and juvenile detention getting raped by male guards. One of them being Kiefer Sutherland, more Hollywood royalty for you. The Sutherlands. Lord have mercy. He loves to play his rapist characters for some reason. This child of a famous actor, Donald, another weirdo freak. In 1970, Charles Bronson did a ripoff of creepy Kubrick's Lolita, another cult classic or blockbuster. And it even had a reboot later. We'll get to that in a minute. This one's called Lola, where he plays a 40-year-old erotic novelist who has sexual relations with a 15-year-old 40-year-old novelist with a 15-year-old teenager. Oh, he marries her, so it's okay. Marries her a little later. It's okay. Marries her at 16. I mean, we're not talking about Muhammad here. Aisha marries her at 6, penetrates her at 9. Is it that much different, though? In essence, is that much different. The 1962 Lolita, Kubrick's film. Ooh, we love us some Kubrick and his weird musical influence. Ding dong, ding, ding. He's the one who did Eyes Wide Shut with the married couple, by the way. Tom Cruise, that cult member, that cult leader, and his ex-wife. What's her name? Nicole Kidman. About Freemasons and sensationalism, that basically making that soft porn. That's Kubrick for you. Lolita inspired a bunch of copycats. 1962, it inspired a bunch of copycats, including a reboot, which we'll talk about next. Well, this one being about an older man that moves in with a widow He kills her, or she dies. She dies, whatever. And has a fling with her. And when I say fling with her, I mean her daughter, the now dead woman. He has sexual relations with her little girl daughter. We're talking about, I don't know, 12 years old, 13 years old, 14 tops. I don't know how old she's supposed to be in this story, but super young. We're talking about a little girl here. In the Kubrick version, it's just, I mean, it's a little girl. I could be wrong. That's the way I viewed it. So sick of this. Hold on, give me a minute. Sorry. Where was I? All right. So, so he has a fling with her. I mean, essentially, he's actually kidnapped this little girl. He's lying to everyone about what's going on, and just runs off with her. And all these strangers see this older man with his young girl, and some of them having questions, some not. Some they end up in this hotel where this movie producer is. This creepy guy, very demonic. And now the little girl has sexual relations with his movie producer. Are these people living out their fantasies on the big screen, normalizing it, or what? Just at a loss for words. Just can't take it. Let's keep going. Well, I still can. I'm going to get through this, the very end. I'm going to get through this. At some point, I need to remember to pray throughout this. I'm not kidding. But at some point, if I smash something, my apologies. I'm not kidding. Just a little warning. But I'm, thank God, I'm recomposing myself, and I'll try to keep on going. But I'm thinking aloud here, people, just so you can understand what's going on. I don't have myself on the screen so you guys can see the whole writing on the wall. But I doubt anyone's watching it. I frankly don't want anyone watching this all the way through. It'll mess you up. Just me talking about this crap will mess you up. How in the hell did they get away with all this crap for as long as it did? In the full productions, in their full glory. How did they get it? I can't even talk about it. I can't even talk about get through it. How did they get away with this stuff? Let's go. As if that weren't enough, a remake and it was made in 1997, and this version is outright soft porn. It really is. Don't watch it. Again, for some reason, Kubrick's version is a classic, a must-watch. People need to be. I don't want to say. Again, where are the arrests? Next up, Wild Things, another 90s flick, which featured an adolescent threesome, yet again, with a teacher, yet again, amongst other things, like murdering adults, another cult classic. This one also featuring the now dead Matt Dillon, amongst others. Daydream Nation. Daydream Nation. Live in your head much? Let's popularize that. Daydream Nation is described as a blend of Juno with Johnny Darko combined. Sounds wonderful. About a young girl getting involved with a teacher and a boyfriend. Another threesome. Teenager. Cool. Modeling galore. For every audience. Including, if not especially, the young. We'll get to that more too as we go. 90s, Oh What a Night. Again, we're on the bottom row here, in the middle. Oh, What a Night features the two Coreys, which were notoriously molested. And for saying so publicly, they were ridiculed for years. Because a man can't complain publicly about molestation, lest they get ostracized. Lord have mercy. What is wrong with these people? What's wrong with all of us? Why have we ended this? Why have we stopped them? What are we waiting on? So these two boys chase girls in this movie, including an older woman. One of them is getting it on with young girls, again, modeling. Who needs to be watching this and why they're watching this? Is it teenagers watching this? What does that do to them? Is there older people watching this? What does that do to them? All kinds of implications here. But yet another older woman with a little boy. That's okay. Coming of age? Coming of age. Pardon the pun. Giddy Lason. God have mercy on our souls. Next, The Teacher. Yet again, this is a 70s flick, which had an adult female teacher, yet again, provocatively, soft porn, seducing an adolescent boy. There are several teacher movies and series through the decades with similar themes, including homosexual themes. For example, Howard Stern's Private Parts, seen and even repeated the notion which experimenting is normal in schools, universities, and so on. Made it a joke. It's funny. Made it cool to be a lesbian, older woman with the little girls in a camp. Ha ha, erotic, sexual. Where's accountability? Well, he's the quote unquote king of media, at least according to himself. So why would he be held accountable, right? I mean, he's a Jew, big nose after all. Honky. Wrote, directed, acted, and produced his own movie about himself, how great he is. Who's going to hold him accountable? Called Private Parts, no less. (1987's) Angel Heart features Mickey Rourke and De Niro, another scumbag, fittingly playing Satan. And the graduated from TV to Hollywood exploited, I should say, former Cosby Kid child star Lisa Bonet. Now, Lisa Bonet plays a character who's a young teenager, and she's still a teenager at this point, with the older Mickey Rourke, who does voodoo to seduce this adult cop, played by Mickey Rourke. What? Now you need to do voodoo to seduce? This is beyond sick, this term, beyond words. I mean, I don't know what else to say at this point. But yeah, this one too is a forced soft porn. Why not? We're not doing anything about it, so why not? The original 1991 Cape Fear, recently rebooted. Again, Robert De Niro playing himself, a demented freak. Featured a young rising child star, Juliette Lewis, whose thumb-sucking scene with De Niro is unforgettable. I mean, mass media won't stop talking about it, by the way. They keep pushing it, that image. So even if you want to forget it, they keep throwing it at you. Again, in that scene, it's hard to differentiate who is seducing who. More modeling, leading up to what? Maybe Adreno? Well, it just so happens the De Niro character bites off the face of a young lady cannibalistically. He's terrorizing her, having sex with her. While he's fondling this little girl. I mean, it by extension reeks of adrenochrome. But do we really need to get there? Isn't it bad enough without that? And how convincingly did he play that psychopath, by the way, De Niro? He's good at that, isn't he? And a scumbag mobster. What a great guy. Aren't they all, though? At the end of the day, aren't they all? I mean, evidently. Next up, sleeping with other people. Oh, I wonder what that's about. It's from a decade ago, with a young black chick basically getting on with anything that moves. More modeling there. Young black chick doing it all. American Beauty. Blockbuster, classic, award winner, raved about. All you got to say is American Beauty, and people get triggered. Another psychopath featured in here, Kevin Spacey. 1999, turn of the century Oscar winner featuring that freak. Kevin Spacey recently discussed with the Stein Files. The murmurs are that he's so freaky that nobody wanted to be around him. That's what the murmurs are. Spacey is playing a married man who gets propositioned by his daughter's female friend. Sound familiar? Making it cool to approach adult men and sexually proposition them. So what does he do in response? Does he do the adult thing? Hell, I was in my early 20s. I don't know, 22, give or take. I have a young, beautiful teenager. Obviously slutty, forgive me, but let's be frank. Am I trying to get it on with her? I'm trying to save her. What is this character model? Played by De Niro. In response to the daughter's come-ons, the young teenage daughter's come-ons, he's married too, by the way, he responds by trying to have sex with her. A quote-unquote romantic thing. He's fantasizing about her in the movie. More naked scenes, how he's getting it on with her. There was also the freaky garage scene where he kisses a man at the end. Very convincingly so. You know, I remember being a big fan when I was younger. But then at some point, and I, was a regular movie buff, went to the cinema regularly. I remember watching a film with one of my cousins, and I'm watching it, and I'm finally getting tired of his oral fixation. This thing that he's doing with his mouth. And I was like, man, it finally dawned on me. This guy's a flagella. He's a homo. He's Freudian. He's got an oral fixation. And I shared that with my cousin, like, you know what? As much as I like his acting, I think Spacey's got he's got oral fixation. I think he's queer. I suspect that. I suspect maybe he got his parts by doing the casting couch thing. I didn't know about the casting couch back then. I didn't say that, but I was thinking it. And my cousin blew up at me. What the hell is wrong with you? About the standard response. The saying conspiracy theorist wasn't a thing back then. So he didn't throw that at me. Another one, just triggered my memory. Again, non-traditional student. I had a young teenage neighbor. We went to watch a film on campus about a man having sexual relations with his robot. And it's supposed to be romantic. And he's supposed to be a horrible person. And the wife, it was just all kinds of weird, messed up, typical stuff. There's a wife involved or something. I barely remember the film. I don't even remember what it's called, to be honest with you. I think that was around about a decade and a half ago when it came out, give or take. And I'm like, it's like, you know what? Because we were living next door. I was a film student, graduate student, but not graduate film. Let's call it a minor. That was his major as undergrad. He was young. He was obviously a bit of a hippie dude. So I was like, okay, you know what? Let me test the youth here. Let me put this out there in a very neutral way and see what the reaction is. Look, social experiment. I'm well known for that. And so I stated, as we were walking home, and we lived like I don't know, about 3 blocks away. I was like, it'd be cool to see a movie for once where the woman is actually happy to be a wife. And that's all it took. I mean, this kid started yelling. I mean, he was livid. I mean, physically red, shaking. All he could do to not punch me, yelling at me, calling me all kinds of obscenities. Bigot, of course. Sexist, misogynist. Because, hey, it'd be nice to watch a movie for a change where the woman is happy to be a wife. And I'm being all kinds of insulted and all but physically assaulted because I said that. Where did all the cowboys go? Well, they got brainwashed. That's where they went. Not to mention any that are left that have managed to somehow overcome all that conditioning and society at large. Don't want to have anything to do with your psychotic ass. The man-hating destroyer of families. You're supposed to be the backbone of the house, women. You're supposed to be the backbone. Remember that from Big Fat Greek Wedding? The man is the head, but the woman is the neck. The neck, my ass. She's more like the cunt, forgive me. She's more like the vagina that's self-serving. But not by man, by plastic. That's what happened to the family. A bunch of bastards running around. A bunch of motherless bastards. And then we're wondering why we have no control. What the hell's happened to society? Well, Hollywood, mass media, that's what happened to society. But that's just the vehicle. That's just the means. That's just their methodology to do to us what they have. And now it's just at the click of a button, thanks to the webnet. Just one click and it's gone viral. Not naturally, not consequently, because it's popular and people actually like it, but it's pushed while the rest of us get suppressed, censored completely, silenced. And when we say something normal that goes against the grain, people can't handle it. People can't cope. They either blow up at you or run off. And again, this is just a small sampling of Hollywood. Just a small sampling, but the writing's on the wall. Okay. So Hollywood is pushing sodomy for a century. Make no mistake about it. Over a century, in fact. Don't believe me? Here we go. Some of you may already be familiar with this. Maybe not. As in my previous works, that is. But let's go over it for the sake of being thorough here. Just the same. So Hollywood's pushing sodomy, spending countless of resources to convert us, including youth. I've demonstrated that well already, but we'll get into it even more. Different methodologies. TV, gaming, print, internet. It's all suspect. The evidence is overwhelming. The writing is on the wall. For you to judge for yourself, to see for yourself. So they've converted us, including the youth, into Gomorrites. Gomorrites. Sodom and Gomorrah, Gomorrites, sex fiends, sexual deviants. And for over a century now, why? To which end? And again, this is just a small sample size of the earliest, most influential productions. Even the ones before. Long list of award winners and cult classics and so on. Changed society, changed the world, changed culture. But not forever. There will be reckoning. There is a second coming. In the meantime, we need to do our parts. Let's start with top left corner. Again, left to right as we've done before. This collage on the bottom left corner. We'll try to navigate through it. First one is Leslie Headland. Is that a stage name or what? Leslie Headland? Guess what? She is a former personal assistant, of Harvey Weinstein, the one that got smack on the hand, was portrayed as a victim and celebrated by Hollywood. She got hired straight out of college by him, and she claims that she saw and did nothing while she was with him. Interesting. Anyone buying that? Well, leaving Weinstein, who got convicted to some degree, guess who hires her? Disney, the people that are producing products for your children worldwide. That's who hires her. Nothing suspect there. Oy vey. Oy vey. What a load. No pun intended. Oof. So, post-trials, how is it that Disney gives a writer assistant a job directing? Directing. A boss position. And what may be the most significant piece of intellectual property they owned? Star Wars. It doesn't get much bigger than Star Wars. The name of Star Wars. Bigger than anything. Again, without having any experience doing that in the past. They gave her control of directing Star Wars? Their best asset? An ex-Harvey Weinstein college girl? What in the hell is going on here? I mean, some might think it's got something to do with a casting couch, but she looks horrendously androgynous. But then again, we're talking about Hollywood here. Maybe that's their thing. It seems, at least it seems like it, according to productions, judging by their fruits. Pardon the pun. Judging by their fruits. Regardless, it's more outlandish, standard, shuffling around of mass media pedos. If she were a Catholic priest, we would never hear the end of it. But instead, nobody even talks about it. Next up, the 1916 silent film, Vingame, is a Dutch production. Here we go with the Germanic tribes again. 1916 film, Dutch production. Again, they're credited with coming out with this filming process initially. This Dutch production is about an older male sculptor and a young male artist. Oh, this is going to get interesting. Quote unquote, making arts together. Who create a love triangle, a Hollywood subliminal construct for threesome yet again. And we're talking 1916 silent film. A threesome while getting gay. Of course. Quote unquote gay, happy. Dirty corksuckers would be more accurate. And good luck finding this in the search engine, by the way. The 1930s Hollywood Golden Age, Sylvia Scarlett. Sylvia Scarlett, 1930s Golden Age. Features, I can hear we're talking about not only talkies, but we're late 30s getting into color as well. This features a generational star, Katharine Hepburn. Remember her? The feminist. Dressing up as a man. Wow. The Hollywood rite of passage. Early on in her career. Go figure. Katharine Hepburn dressing up as a man in a 30s film to be in charge. Okay. And I thought this was a 21st century movement. Now it turns out it's from a century ago, from the onset of Hollywood. And we're talking about a decade before Hollywood gets built. A decade after Hollywood gets built. We've got this going on. And before. We talked about Squaw Man and others, which YouTube took down because of its copyrights. It's public domain. What businesses YouTube have taken down my review, educational review, nonprofit of Squaw Man? Wonder why. I wonder why. And they just recently did that. I got away with having it up there for years. Just recently, it was like weeks ago. Where's the accountability? How about, quote, the Dixon experimental sound film, end quote, circa 1895. We're talking about before the turn of the 19th century. Again, they're making a film back then too. Even things like stop motion. I don't have footage of that. That's lost. But the photographs and discussion of it exist, of the stop motion, and just the things that they're experimenting with back then. Evidently, they're also experimenting with sound as far as back then, apparently unsuccessfully. Well, what is this about? Well, it uses a Thomas Edison phonograph, as you can see, the big-ass thing in there, with an audio track that's missing in action. The only thing that survived is the video footage. So we know of it. We have the video footage, but the audio is lost, whatever that was worth. So this film, this footage, is two men dancing together as a violinist. How romantic. A violinist plays into the mic. I mean, procedurally, you had to do that, but that's kind of interesting too. Probably more happenstance, but whatever. Enough. I mean, why you have two men dancing together? Oh, yet again. I think I'm about to get sick. Let's get through this before I don't make it. Next one. Corner right. Quote, a Florida enchantment, end quote. Enchantment, more magical stuff. Out of Florida. 1914, silent film. 1914. You see the chicken blackface? And it's about a magic seed, no innuendo there, which transforms women into men and men into women. And this came out, pardon the pun, 2 years before the relentlessly blabbed mass media talking point, Tolerance, Birth of a Nation. That's supposed to be the first full feature, which is absolute bullshit. But yeah, that was, again, I've talked about that. Masonic spawn, Masonic advertised. It helped bring the KKK back post Civil War. At least that's what's being reported. I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, again, Hollywood is saturated with Freemasons spawned by Jews, anti-Christian Jews. Lord help us. Listen. All right, let's go down to the hodgepodge there, bottom left corner, that collage. Starting from the top left of that bottom left corner collage, we have White Chicks. Again, turn of the century, 2004 production featuring two of the Wayne brothers who are in blackface, whiteface. What would you call that? Well, that's okay, it's black people. Ha 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 ha. It's funny. They're making fun of white women, white girls. Remember that? Karen? Remember the Karen thing since the lockdown? All of a sudden, Karen became a thing. Saying Karen, not Shaquifa, which would be way more accurate. We said Shaquifa, but Karen, white, very white name. Okay. I digress. 2004 production featuring two of the Wayans brothers who are in blackface, whiteface, white person makeup as chicks. Hollywood, rite of passage, yet again. Ha ha ha, it's funny. I'm sure it was hilarious. No, I didn't watch that crap either. 1993's Mr. Nanny, Hulk Hogan, WWF. He was the monster. He was the thing. He was like the Superman of professional wrestling. Put him in a movie, Hollywood rite of passage, dressed him up like a woman. Recently passed away. God rest his soul. Have mercy. Give mercy on me too. God have mercy on all of us. Mr. Nanny takes the most masculine and popular professional wrestler of all time and puts him in a dress. Queer rite of passage. Next, the flick Bruno. This one you may have heard of, well advertised. Of course, Israeli Jew, why not? Of course, it's going to be advertised. Put out by Sacha Cohen. You may know him from, actually, I'm not going to name the movie. I made the mistake of watching this one twice. I mean, I don't know what the hell was wrong with me. Or the other one, I mean, not this one. This one I don't watch. I'm not going to watch Bruno. Are you kidding me? What the hell for? To terrorize myself? To punish myself for some reason? No, I'm not going to watch that crap. Sacha Cohen. What a piece of crap there. Cohen. Talk about Hollywood royalty name there. Cohen. This goes on there. Yep. He plays a nauseatingly flamboyant, dirty corksucker coming to America. That's all I got for you. I didn't watch it. Don't care to, won't. 1982. You can't pay me enough. 1982. Tootsie. Another classic. Another blockbuster. Another one modeled time and again. Features, yet again, the Jew Dustin Hoffman dressing up as a woman, rite of passage, to get a job as a mass media actor. So this character wants to be an actor, dresses up like a woman. Revelation of the method message? Revelation of the method here? Excuse me. Next one up, Philip Seymour Hoffman, very popular advertised actor, passed away. May have stolen the show in the 1997 somewhat comedic, yet all around tragic, soft porn flick Boogie Nights. Back then it was one of my favorites. I liked the way it exposed the bad things about the porn industry. And I enjoyed the skin part of it too. Soft porn. I can't lie. God forgive me. God forgive me. So I got a lot to be ashamed about. Believe me. I mean, this is saying much when, given all the amazing performances by Hollywood powerhouses, but yeah, I wish I could take that line back too. I can't believe I wrote that just recently. I mean, this past month I wrote that line. Wow. But also in Hollywood fashion, he came out in the 21st century, for whatever reason. I'm talking about Philip Seymour Hoffman here, the actor. And then offed himself a few years later via drug overdose. Standard Hollywood mass media fashion. Tragic doesn't cover it at all, in fact. Not at all. I mean, all this is beyond words. When's it going to end? I mean, the second coming for sure. But what are we waiting on? The second coming? Really? Seriously? Seriously? Faith without works is dead. Where's your personal sacrifice for the sake of others? Isn't that what all the law hangs on? In addition to loving God with all your being, where's that? In your silence. And you're doing nothing about this. Where's that? Forgive me, but God have mercy on all of us. What are we waiting on? Then there's a 1993 hit, for whatever reason, of Robin Williams dressing up as a woman to play a nanny too, and Mrs. Doubtfire. People love this movie. Love it. This drug addict, comedic, psychotic, flamboyant actor. And I've got a clip actually. I hope to remember to play that of him doing stand-up with yet another. I think it was Billy Crystal, if I remember correctly. We'll just watch a minute of that. That's all you need to watch is the first minute. It's quite revealing. I mean, how many times will the Jewish Masonic producers put out the same thing over and over again and again, and to which end? And continue to get away with it. Dressed to Kill, 1980, Dressed to Kill. What are we modeling here, people? What are we modeling here? It's somewhat of a remake, by the way. And this remake is into soft porn, of course, 1980. Why not? Mercy. Of a queer psychiatrist dressing up as a woman to murder females that he becomes attracted to. He becomes sexually attracted to them, so he murders them. What in the world are we modeling here? Why did these people that made this movie get away with it? Never mind, it's become a cult classic, popular moneymaker, promoted as it was. Where are the rests? Where are the rests? I'm waiting. 1994, Arnold Schwarzenegger, politician, the actor turned politician, yet another one, plays a scientist who impregnates himself. Where is this one leading us to? 1994. Before the turn of the century. Way before the wedding cake. We'll get to that too. He impregnated himself carrying a baby, Junior, for the sake of science. Wow. But is that science 100% safe and effective? In 2023, Netflix, yet again, unleashed. I mean, Netflix, I talk about being held accountable. Where's that one? Countless of productions was lay siege on civility without repercussion. This one is Nimona. Okay. You see that? It's kind of almost in the top right corner, that little animated character. I mean, you could tell it's a woman because it's long hair, but quite androgynous nonetheless. Maybe the thin arms give it away. It's centered on well, the story is, if you had any question just by my description, the little story, the premise, the script, the directing, the editing, and so on, the producing, the acting, centered on non-binary fluidity of identity, and features a rejected, repressed queer knight. First the cowboys, and now the knights, getting emasculated to the nth degree. What are children thinking when they're watching this? How are they impacted? Like they are in the public schools and libraries. We'll get into that too. And why does it have to be promoted and saturated with maliciously violent, cloaked? Let me try that again. Why does it have to be promoting and saturated with malicious violence, cloaked in alleged victimhood? Again, I'm going by notes here. I'm doing my best not to get distracted by my own tangents. In 1995, 3 stars. This is the next one, down to the bottom left corner. 3 stars, and I'm talking about big blockbuster stars, at least 2 of the 3 of them. Also do the Hollywood queer rite of passage and To Wong Fu, Thank You for Everything, Julie Newman. Does it get much more queer, flamboyantly nauseating than that title? The hypocrite Wesley Snipes, extremely racist. The deceased Patrick Swayze. And the flaming John Leguizamo, Mambo Mouth. What kind of name is that for yourself? Mambo Mouth? Dance in my mouth, the Mambo? What a queer, man. Oh, that guy always made me physically sick just looking at him. I mean, I'm not exaggerating at all. Even as a young child, I was like, man, what is wrong with this guy? And they kept casting him, and I couldn't stand it. They were terrorizing me with this vermin. Well, now I know, as an adult, why they kept casting him. Now I know. It's overwhelmingly evident, the why. So essentially in this movie, we've got the full rainbow, so to speak, sort of. A Hispanic, a black, and a Southerner. A liberal Southerner nonetheless, but it comes off as a good old homeboy, but no. I mean, a good old boy, but no, he's quite liberal. I've actually, I want to say met him. I crossed paths with him, so to speak, at an opening of All-Star Cafe as I was working there. But anyway, shouldn't be doxing. Yeah, anyways, All-Star Cafe doesn't exist anymore, so whatever. I mean, talk about off-putting here. I mean, all this really, if we get real. I hope if we feel that way anyway. If not, we got some questions. Okay, next up. By dressing up as an old woman for about a dozen direct-to-video flicks, called the character Medea, amassing a fortune to open his own movie production sound studio, which became the largest in the East Coast just recently in Atlanta. Racist central Atlanta is. I don't know which was more racist. I think Atlanta still is more racist than Baltimore, Chicago, LA, New York. Another one that never gets talked about. It's extremely racist in New York. I don't know. I could be wrong. Anyway, at any rate, he's also been in court repeatedly. I'm talking about Mr. Schmuck here, Mr. Big-time movie producer / actor, for sexually molesting his hired talent, his male models. And one of the, I don't want to call him a Christian apologist, but one of them really loves this guy. I don't understand it. Anyway, next up, bottom middle, Yentl, bottom middle-ish. Yentl, 1983, classic, award winner, cult classic, features said Hollywood. I mean, they call her a whore, lush, whatever, and gay idol somehow. Everyone wants to be, all the trannies wants to be Barbara Streisand, dress up like her. I mean, she's basically playing herself in Yentl. Dressing up as a man, again, Hollywood rite of passage, to enter a Jewish school to talk about blasphemy all around here. She's going into this religiously Jewish school, whatever that's worth. Again, there's a difference, 9-day difference between modern Jews and biblical Old Covenant, Old Testament Hebrews. 9-day difference. Don't get them conflated. Don't get them confused. And this is one of several flicks that took shots at the integrity of the Jewish religion as we know it, by the way. There's another one that's extremely abominable. I wouldn't even mention it. But once in a far blue moon, I mean, the heathens that they are, the anti-Christian pagans that they are at this point, they will take a shot at Judaism too. I mean, again, Fiddler on the Roof. Another example of that. It wasn't that right, but it was, I don't know how you could have missed it. Tradition. Next up, but again, still bottom middle, The Crying Game, 1992. Makes me vomit just thinking about it. And right before making me want to cry for what they, them have done to society worldwide. It's an absolute mindfuck, pardon the English. Far more and far more for the masses audiences than for the fictional character on the big screen. I mean, I didn't watch it on the big screen. Can you imagine audiences, unsuspecting audiences were watching this crap? What they suffered after that experience, watching that? This movie is about an IRA, a terrorist, Irish terrorist member, falling for a trans unknowingly, whose gender is revealed via nude shot on screen. I mean, this flick is so disturbing on every level, including, again, sensationalizing the terrorist organizations. What the hell is that about all the time? 2005's Brokeback Mountain. Speaking about where did all the cowboys go? Brokeback Mountain. Brokeback, huh? You get more disgusting in the title? These scum, these Hollywood scum. They're loving this. These freaks. This is one of their monumental Trojan horses, by the way, culturally speaking, worldwide, which subconsciously undermined and emasculated the trade of being a roper, a cattle herder. For at least a generation now, because of that flick, being a cowboy is now associated with being queer. An Officer and Gentleman played a role in that too, by the way. Louis Gossett Jr. Two things come out of Oklahoma, boy. Steers and queers. I done seen any horns on you, boy. So you must be a queer. I mean, that's the Sooners, but still. Sooners, ropers, same difference. I mean, again, the most masculine thing in existence, short of a knight, is a cowboy. And they made it subconsciously, implanted it for it to mean sodomite, Gomorrite. I mean, second only being to soldier, maybe, actually. A knight, soldier, modern soldier, ain't the same difference, I guess. Which has also been turned upside down. This gay soldier thing. Gay knight thing. I mean, they're just... But why did every American slut that I know push this flick so hard? And I'm not kidding. Why did all the horrors push Brokeback Mountain on men? You gotta watch it. You gotta watch it. You gotta watch it. Just because they're dirty corksuckers doesn't mean not every man has to be too. It's the fox without its tail syndrome. Misery loves company. They're dirty. They're dirty sluts. They're dirty corksuckers. It's now they got to convert the men into doing the same. Sick. Sodomites doesn't cover it, but all via mass media. Then once again, 1999's American Beauty. We talked about it before, which warrants extra consideration with its unfortunately unforgettable. And again, this is a screenshot of that scene, so you can appreciate it. Forgive me for that. Actually, now that I'm actually going through this, I regret including that. But you can see the guy's all wet. It's all disgusting. It doesn't get much more disgusting than this. It's unforgettable. And in more typical Hollywood, the scars. It's a scene at the end of the flick, again, where the neighbor, a father character, he too is a father, with a weird son, of course. He's completely dressed. He's a military guy. He's the white alpha male, allegedly. And next thing you know, he comes over to the other freak, Kevin Spacey's character, who again has evident oral fixation in every flick he played in. And he gives him a lip lock, all wet and stuff, in the garage. I'm sorry for sharing that with you. I'm just so disgusted. I just want to move on. All right, two more to go. Two more. Next up, A Woman. A film named A Woman from 1915. Wait a minute. A silent film, 1915, Charlie Chaplin. What about Birth of a Nation? Nobody wants to talk about A Woman from 1915. Why not? Well, why not? Well, this child molesting Charlie Chaplin, again, I'm talking about his personal life, is another yet Jew turned Hollywood producer, actor turned producer, who's also responsible for, in addition to The Kid, by the way, another film that I've talked about, where he kisses a little boy on the lips, another orphan boy character. He too is a homeless stranger living in a home. He takes the orphan boy in. He's sleeping with him in his bed. Again, you're like, well, what if? Yeah, look at Charlie Chaplin's personal life. He created his own production company. He had artists with others. Another Freemason. Where's accountability? I mean, we're talking about over a century ago. Where is it? Next up, bottom right corner. Finally, the last one, at least on this slide, for the movies. Blockbuster, monumental films going way back. Had quite the cultural impact. That's all I'm sampling here. That's it. But it tells Wells, I mean, the evidence is overwhelming. It tells, I mean, it's quite revealing. The writing's on the wall. You judge for yourself. Polyester is a 1981 flick, which again popularizes a mass media made icon, a tranny, sacrilegiously calling itself divine. Oops, I think I got the wrong description. The film includes a pornography, gay-looking father, the androgynous matriarch, pregnant daughter, and foot fetish queer son. Did I leave anything out? I must have accidentally. I was cramming so many things in here, I might have accidentally covered that up with something else. My apologies. But yeah, polyester. It might be on the next slide, actually. I think I removed it. Put it on the next slide. My apologies. Again, this creating this was overwhelming, so keeping everything organized and stuff also took extra time and human. So a person will make mistakes. There's one. My apologies. But polyester, 1981 flick. That's what it's about. You may see an image pretty soon. We might have to come back. I don't know. So yeah, the last one on this slide, finally, my bad, but not the least, was post-World War II, 1950s. 1950s, post-World War II, where communism is getting completely entrenched now in America for some reason. And then a decade later in the 60s, the U.S. president is combating it and gets assassinated for it by Ruski. And then his brother, who continues to combat it, senator. Also in a very suspect way. Being led by secret agents into a kitchen for some reason and getting shot by someone waiting for him there. Give me a break. Where was I? Where's accountability? Have no fear. We're all going to die. Stand your ground, people. Stand your ground and fight this war. Otherwise, you're guilty too. Your silence speaks volumes. How do I know? Well, here we are. So this 1950s film, Glenn or Glenda. I wonder what that could be about. This 1950s film features a transvestite. I thought everything was clean in the mid 20th century. That's what I was expecting when I first started this research almost nearly a decade ago now, actually. I thought, well, I was going to be able to take a break from everything by watching older films. Boy, was I in for a rude awakening. The 1950s film Glenn or Glenda features a transvestite and a pseudo-hermaphrodite. What the hell? But yeah, early film is much more wholesome. Much more wholesome, right? Whatever. What happened here? Okay. All right, let's get into this. What are we doing here? What is this about? Queerdom. Hollywood queerdom. I just gave you the opening. Let's take a look at a sample. Even still, quite influential, popular films. Just still a small sample. But most of these you'll be familiar with. If you're a cinephile, maybe all of them. Like, anyways, the one in the smack dab middle you might have not heard of, but it's worth the mention. You'll see why. All right, so the first one, again, left to right, top to bottom. First one, top left corner. Again, I hate to admit it, I was young when I watched it. One of my personal favorite ones back then. And I liked it again because of its message, trying to warn people about getting into modeling and the dangers there. But also, if I'm going to be completely honest, soft porn, young little boy, or whatever, adolescent, young adult, I can't remember when I watched it. I was young though, nonetheless. Naturally, I'm going to get aroused by that, naturally. I mean, I had a pulse back then, from what I remember. Anyway, God forgive me. I didn't mean to excuse it. So yeah, this slide is offering just a handful of queer Hollywood samples, including a couple that also feature youth. As I mentioned, smack dab middle. Hollywood producers et al. Evidently, they cannot get enough of their sodomizing youth. I mean, we're about halfway in, people. Are you brain dead yet from all this vileness? Are you numb yet? Can you feel anything? I'm prepared. I've already been through this. I'm the one who prepared this presentation, and I'm numb. I can't imagine how. And I know nobody's sat through this because right now I see 0 audience members. Not that I blame you, but for the love of God, to some degree, please get some of this out there so people can snap out of the stupor. They could be equipped to do the right things, to at least save themselves, if not help with others. This is very real. This is no joke. There's no laughing matter, none of it. If any of you think this is a laughing matter, I don't know what to say. I just don't know what to say anymore. Yeah, and you'll forgive me if I'm not here to entertain you today. You'll forgive me for that. Hollywood just cannot get enough of sodomizing youth. But here we are, still focusing on they, their queerdom, continuing on. Top left corner, 1998 sample features Angelina Jolie, yet another child star. She started when she was a child in the movie Sneakers. Again, as a child, having a swimming pool sex scene showing her boobies that were quite robust. I remember. They left quite a mark on me. No pun intended. So now she's doing this soft porn film. But that's not why I'm talking about it, because at this point she's a young adult. So this child star also spawned from industry parents that were exposed for their disturbing sexual incidents involving their offspring. This guy her father wants to pretend that he's somehow a conservative now. And claims that he's not guilty of what she's saying. Bullshit. Excuse my language. Who, by the way, was also in another scarring film, which we'll mention, and would want to pick some rednecks. It's all their fault. That's coming up next. So Gia is an HBO production that promotes lesbianism erotically, as you see here in a screenshot, while sensationalizing psychosis. I mean, her character that she plays is a complete nut job, a complete emasculator. She's got this one little boy that she's completely chewing up and spitting out, and then also makes him gay, by the way, with that scene. She leads him into this group sex where she ends up getting the boy to start making out with the photographer, while she turns around and starts making up with the makeup woman. And that's how it all starts. Wonderful. She's also walking around at some point in the scene. She's wearing the boy's underwear at some point in the movie. She's wearing that boy's underwear, puts a sock in her underwear, pretends to be a man. The whole Hollywood rite of passage. I guess that's her moment. I mean, not to mention lesbianism. Well, but that's okay. It's lesbianism. It's erotic, right? It's cool. It's welcome. Give me a break already. I mean, that's enough. I mean, gateway to sodomize much? Using lesbianism? How often, to what frequency have they used lesbianism to normalize sodomy? Anyone? Can anyone even measure it? Is it even measurable? Next one is from 1972 with blasphemous title and thereby portrayals Deliverance. Deliverance from what? What do they mean by deliverance? I got suckered into watching this one. I didn't watch it in 1972. I watched it later. I kept hearing about it. I got suckered into watching it. Scarred for life. I'm very mad at whoever suckered me into watching this filth. Deliverance. Deliverance from what am I missing there? Anyone? Can anyone explain? Put it in the chat. Put it in the description later. What do they mean by deliverance? Deliverance from what? I don't know what I'm missing here, but I'll tell you what I'm not missing. What I've been doing my best to forget for decades. And that's including the extremely hypocritical racist, the standard mass media rape scene, because the Hicks are doing it, right? Wrong turn. The rape scene of a group of fit middle-aged men. So these fit middle-aged men, this threesome, is getting raped by a couple, two that is, deranged Hicks, projecting this kind of violence into all Southerners. And it's funny, I recently watched a YouTube video. I wish I had that available. Anyway, too bad. But it was some guy who was going around, I can't remember which deep south state it was. I can't remember. I'm going to say Louisiana. I could be wrong. Mississippi, something like that. Anyway, he's going down there and he's like, he heard this place is full of incest, you know, the prototypical Hollywood trope. So he went down there and he's investigating it. And he's like, oh, do you know anyone who's done incest? Do you know anyone? Nobody. Oh, you go to this place. You're going to that place. Nobody. He's going to that place. Oh, you need to go further south for that. Every time they tell him, oh, you need to go further south. So, right? The trope. You need to go further south. And everywhere he goes, he's not finding any incest. He gets one goof, some young buck, like 20-year-old idiot. He goes, oh, yeah, I thought my cousin's attractive. Eeyaw! And that was his big moment. But other than that, oh, yeah, well, you need to go further south. Even he's saying that. He doesn't find his magical cesspool of incest. You know, the Southerners. Go figure. You know who is ancestral, though? Well, look no further than the Middle East. A whole lot of them. And who infatuates, who fixates on incest in their productions? The anti-Christian Jews. Go figure. You know, the same ones that created the Star of David, or even ditching their own scripture, the Septuagint, to create this abomination scripture that they did, which includes sucking off little babies, bloody little baby penises in their ritual. Those are the ones that, you know, are relentless, fixated on incest. See, all this takes place in the woods, of course. That's a setting. Of course. Because the Jews are just so original. It's extremely grotesque, disturbingly S&M. I mean, again, standard Hollywood, all through and through. Malicious and spiritually dumbfounding. Confounding. So, of course, they, them, gave it some Oscar statues. Oy vey. Kitty listen. So, enough of this. Let's move on. Next one, so I can get through this. How about the timely dated 1969? 1969. No pun there. Midnight Cowboy. emasculating the most masculine archetype in existence. Cowboys. Yet again. Back in 69, decades before Brokeback Mountain. Decades before Brokeback Mountain. Where the indigenous migrant lands in New York. So, in other words, a migrant ends up in New York, you know, the big city, the big apple, for city of opportunity, only to pull homosexual tricks in the theater as a means of income. Kind of like LA. Kind of like LA. He's poor. He goes to New York for a job. He can't make it. And so he starts pulling tricks to pay the bills. And by tricks, I mean Hollywood style, Hebrew way. Not Hebrew, forgive me. Jewy jive. By the way, Mark Wahlberg did a similar scenario in the 1997 Boogie Nights, which we mentioned, which is also unforgettable and completely mass media-like. Ass-backwards satanic rhetoric of how straight guys or a straight guy always goes out of his way to approach a queer, but then beat him up for making him feel gay. Take me to church. Remember that? Remember that bullshit? Again, I challenge anyone. Do you know anybody who was murdered for being gay by some Christian? We'll get to that too. We already discussed. We'll get to the massacres in a minute. Hold your horses. Hold your horses. Outside of that one incident, which may or may not have been gay himself, outside of that, what do you got? What do you got? We're talking about the year 2025. I mean, this rhetoric has been going on for decades now. How oppressed the queers are. And I'll get to that too, my personal experiences. Well, buckle up. Buckle up. I told you guys this was going to be a marathon. So for me, this triggers a number of Quentin Tarantino films. And I've stopped watching. I think it was Crazy Eights was the last one. Quentin Tarantino. He's notoriously known for his foot fetish, which many actors complained about. That's how freaky he is. But his rape scenes, his homosexual rape scenes, time and again. But in Crazy Eights, I mean, he went on and really sensationalized it. This guy's a freak beyond compare. You know, the apologist for Polanski, because she was begging for it, quote unquote. She asked for it. Where's the accountability? And we're talking about public admissions. Where is the accountability? It doesn't get more evident than someone telling you themselves. Yeah, and Mark Wahlberg, he plays queer all too well. All too well. It's quite disturbing watching that movie. Just trying to pretend I wasn't seeing what I was seeing, but yeah, now looking back at it, like, man, I just want to scrub thinking about it. Take a shower. Take a steaming, singeing shower. Burn that shit off of me. Fuck. Excuse my language. I'm sorry, Lord. I'm mercy. Forgive me. I'm sorry. Next in line. Who does it better? Gwyneth Paltrow in Shakespeare in Love, circa 1998, or Ellen turned Elliot Page in his ongoing siege on Greece by Jew Hollywood and cohorts, which is now being released in cinemas worldwide, by the way. Who does it better? Who does androgynous, transvestite, penis envy, psycho better? Anyone? Never mind, racist. Because they, them are making it fashionable to hate the Greeks now. They've made it fashionable. Still in the process, but it's been an ongoing process. In this Odyssey thing, if anyone still has any doubts about that, I don't know what to tell you. But that too, again, is crafty. That movie in itself is a Trojan horse. I'm warning you, people. This is yet another crafty dichotomy being implanted in culture worldwide, forcing you to choose either ancient pagan Greece, a Renaissance, a second Renaissance, or not. You're either with the Greeks or you're against the Greeks. The Christian Greeks. The 2,000 years of Christian Greeks. That's your dichotomy. You either become pagan and go with the ancient Greeks, Ahepa, or you hate the current Christian Greeks of 2,000 years that preserve the faith, the language of your Bible. You know, like the Jews who even spat on their Septuagint. I don't know what else to do to warn you people. I don't know what else to do. I've been at this for decades. I don't know what else to do. Oh, God. Sorry, guys. I'm having a glitch. All right. I just lost my place here. Hold on. Give me a second. This is a good time for me to take a water break, maybe. I mean, just think about, again, I'm halfway through all we've covered, and then this is just a small sampling of just here and there, just small samples. I mean, is it even the tip of the iceberg here? All right, let's get back to it. Oh, come on, man. Sorry. Okay, I'm going to have to do it this way. Okay, I might have to do things differently. I just had a glitch that completely threw off my system. Okay, I think I'm back on track. Yep, all right. Then there's Al Pacino. Next up. Yet again, Al Pacino. And it's another classic, another blockbuster, another cult classic, another one talked about, influenced generations. Dog Day Afternoon, 1975. Again, we're talking about just the theme, but quite a significant one in this movie. Again, all source, criminal behavior, and all that. At any rate, making it even whimsical to some degree. This vileness. In this film, it's about a bank robber holding hostages while demanding to see his wife. The bank robber being Al Pacino. And when they bring out this ugly fat woman to speak to him, to try to talk him out, to let go of the hostages, he refuses to acknowledge her. He's asking for his wife after that. What? Sometime later, this flamboyant tranny flagella comes out. No pun intended. And of course, Al Pacino's character is queer. Revealed by a tranny who looked quite flamboyant and disgusting. Nauseating. I mean, EBGBs. And another one that became famous afterward. Wonder how he got his fame. Facts. I'm so sick of it. I mean, the damage they've done spiritually, how they've inundated us not only inundated us with this sodomy, this culture, but corrupted cultures worldwide, integrating it with all their crafty mechanisms, their methodologies, their strategies, all these resources being poured into that for over a century now. And we're just covering Hollywood, people. We haven't got into TV. We haven't got into print, music. This goes on and on and on because we remain silent. We're complicit. We're guilty because our silence speaks volumes. I don't know. Here we are. That's how I know. That's your proof. Here we are. 1985 is just one of the guys. A bit of a cult classic itself. Hate to admit, I enjoyed this one too. I didn't know anything about anything back then. But the girl, I hate to admit, was kind of hot. At least I thought so back then. It didn't hurt that she flashes us, the entire audience, on the big screen, her boobies, this young lady. So she's, I believe, a college-age girl who pretends to be a high school girl so she can write a news article about a nerd becoming popular. You know, she wants to whatever, get famous by doing that. So what does she do to do that? She pretends to be a teenage high school boy. And she finds this young dweeb, this emasculated high school kid, who's, as the actor actually, I believe, was a bit older than high school age, which I find interesting. She looks younger, he looks older. I wonder if that casting was by design as well. I mean, given the context, it would surprise me none. So, but as a tranny, as a girl dressed up as a boy, they still both develop feelings for each other. And throughout the movie have this awkwardness. But then at the end of the movie, she kisses him. And get this, and then they live happily ever after? In brief. I mean, I said in brief, not briefs. How about 1982 film Making Love? Quote unquote, Making Love. Wonder what that's about, right? Well, there's some interesting casting there too. Another one who I suspect was flaming. Gallagher. Making love out of nothing at all. Making love. Air Supply, remember that one? I think I'm going to make myself puke. Sorry, this is in my notes. I must have been whimsical at the moment when I was writing this. I mean, this is a process of over a month, so. And I was doing my best to not be overbearing and, emotional as I knew I would be. But and now doing this, I regret putting any moments that are entertaining and joking at all. So you'll forgive me if those come off the wrong way too. Maybe I should cut them out when I come across them. Anyway. So, yeah, making love, or should I say love is love, what they're saying these days. Love is love. What does that even mean? Love is love? What does that mean? Again, it's like saying, I tolerate you. The anti-Christian pinnacle is a diluted perversion of what sanctity, wonder, the gift that God offers that is beyond words. Doesn't even compare to that. I tolerate you? Tolerance? Hey, honey, come here. Here, let me give you this because I tolerate you. Love is love? You think? You think? How about real love? Not conflating lust with love and sodomy with normalcy. How about real love? And we'll get to the real love and what that means too. How about you, better yet, all out of love? Also air supply. All right, so this is yet another production about the sexually oppressed. Mass media rhetoric. You're sexually oppressed. We've brainwashed you and your generations to be sodomites. Therefore, you're sexually oppressed. Go, man. These people their evil is beyond description. Beyond description. But that's the devil. Cunning to say the least. We're talking about an ancient being. Cunning to say the least. Yet another production about the sexually oppressed, queer-tended husband having homosexual affairs. Having homosexual affairs, a husband. Orgy, trifecta. I mean, it's just same old, over and over again. Over and over again. You can't miss it. But what I'm asking is, where's the accountability? That's what I want to know. That's what I'm challenging all of you to. (1997) Kevin Kline movie, another flamer. Again, this one was also obvious. 1997, In and Out. Maybe you heard of it, maybe you haven't. Somewhat of a classic film. This is around the time where one of the actors came out. One that was very masculine, so to speak, a heartthrob. Women loved him for his cop movie. Again, another trope that was emasculated by extension, really. Tom Selleck. He also played 3 Men and a Baby, being emasculated in that film. But anyway. So yeah, Kevin Kline in 1997, In and Out, features the repressed, here we go again, repressed queer yearning of a teacher. The repressed queer yearning of a teacher. So he plays a teacher. He's got queer yearnings. He's in the closet. Go bug yourself. And how a queer TV celebrity, Tom Selleck's character, helps him come out by sexually assaulting him in public. No joke. He just goes up to the guy and throws a lip lock on him, and everything's okay. God forbid a fag tries that on me. God forbid. God forbid. Please, God forbid. Please, God forbid. God forbid. Just picture a woman smacking a man for doing the same, except a manly version of that. Thus, the dirty corksucker celeb is made a hero because he helps us allegedly suppressed queer come out of the closet. And he's engaged at the time, too. By the way, according to American mass media, any man that can dance is gay. Is that right? Okay, then. I mean, that mindset doesn't get gayer. Maybe that's a flagella coming up with that line. Having some kind of flagella fantasy. It's People are sick, man. But the problem is that we buy into it and then we roll around parroting it. Why? Because we're brainwashed. We're brainwashed. A lot of resources poured into doing just that. And the evidence is overwhelming now, where these movie productions, still blockbusters, still making hundreds of millions, but still going in the red, yet they still continue to do the same thing. Because it's not about the money. They print the money. What do they care? Greenspan, they print the money. Federal Reserve, they print the money. They don't care. One minute we're on the gold standard. Next minute we're on gross national product. Next minute we're on, now they're calling it petrodollar. Bugger off. Bitcoin. Sure. Yeah, let me jump in on that one. Mr. Ruski, Mr. Orthobros himself, Dyer, goes on and on pushing the Bitcoin. Wonder what that is. Mr. Britt, masculine Christianity, also wants to create his own Bitcoin. Parallel economy, called it, just like Torba. Parallel economy. Right. Anyway, getting off the tangents here. 1993's. Hold on. Didn't we cover this? Oh, yeah. No, we haven't. 1993 is just one of the girls. Again, features the truly exploited Corey Haim. It's just because he's so repeatedly exploited and dead at a very young age. Standard Hollywood story being played out by so many of them over and over and over again. And not just in Hollywood, TV land, print even. I mean, what's this with the art? This Van Gogh story. How is that romantic? I remember being young and being told in school, oh, how romantic. This freak who's a deconstructionist, whose art looks like a little kid did it, cut off his ear for a woman. How romantic. These people are sick, man. This is what we're being pushed at in grade school? This is what we're being pushed on us? This is their notion of romantic? Of a Brit taking off his coat for the queen, not to give to her and put on her, no, to throw on a puddle of mud? That's your gentility? Get out of here. Get out of here with that mess. "1993 is just one of the girls." Future Corey Haim. What could that be about? Obviously, Hollywood's rite of passage. Corey Haim cross-dressing, originally titled "Anything for Love." Okay. So there's your standard Hollywood Baphomet rite of passage again, and again, and again, and again. And this one's just one of the gays knockoff. Remember that one? Where the girl I hate to admit, when I was young, crushing on, even though her character was dressing up as a boy? God have mercy, that makes me freak out thinking about that. Phew. Oh boy, I just broke into a sweat, I kid you not. For the love of God, don't blame victims. Don't blame victims. Stop with that. Again, a live stream last night, Friday night, blaming victims. Stop with the blaming victims. This one about racism. I'm not going to say who and what. Oh, you Europeans, it's your fault. Fuck you. Get real. Get accurate. Talk about the European Union. Somebody for once. Talk about the obvious, how Europeans throughout Europe are complaining, fighting back. And you say, oh, you're not doing anything. What liars. What two-faced, disgusting, backward-ass liars. It's hard for me to make an excuse for them anymore. Any of them. I'm turned off by all of them at this point. All of them. So sick of all of them. Stop blaming the victims. Next one. Flawless. Guess who? Yep. De Niro yet again. What a great guy. You know, he's going to preach to us moral ethics with this plant. This president won't even put his hand on the Bible to swear in. He somehow represents us. You know, this theater they're doing between themselves. One's worse than the other. This time, with the deceased flagella, Philip Seymour Hoffman again, playing himself. No pun intended there. It's about a regular Joe, which suffers a stroke. So now he gets tortured by his singing queer neighbor as a form of recovery? Okay. What the hell? I mean, as the artist formerly known as, ironically, the name change now fits because it used to be called Prince, but now it fits post-death. The artist formerly known as. Anyway. The way he put it in one of his songs, party like it's 1999. Spies like us. Speaking of party like it's 1999, that's another mindset that they push over and over and over again. Seeking a friend for the end of the world. I mean, you know, what are we going to do in our last moments? Are we going to get freaky? Are we going to get wild? Are we going to have a purge? Lord have mercy. The things that Hollywood, this mass media, has gotten away with. Well, because of leadership. Because of leadership. Some others who dig into the books, I don't do that. I go by fruits alone, by evidence, by outcomes. The writing on the wall. Others dig into books and say this person did that. They'll tell you the CIA is involved. In fact, these are declassified documents, the whole Mockingbird, MK Ultra, and other things like that. This is not conspiracy theory. They're all in cahoots with each other. Again, an NFL commissioner is an official office of the government, and so on. This goes on and on and on. All right, next up. This 2005 flick is set in 1970s Ireland with a tranny protagonist who's misunderstood, quote unquote, misunderstood by a podunk Irishman. Wow. If I were Irish, I'd be pretty offended by this movie. So this tranny, takes off to London instead, where it can fit in. Where's Michael Collins when we need him? So yeah, Breakfast in Pluto, is it? I almost want to be on Pluto myself right about now. Planet or not. All right, next up. Please do overlook the public obscenity of nauseating flagellas. Patrick Stewart and Ian McKellen sucking face for this flaming photo op and others. This is not the only one, unfortunately. To incite the just into reacting. And again, the one incident they have, it was just a matter of time. It was just a matter of time where people would finally stop breaking and start, well, let's do some masculine Christianity. Sick. Incite us to react and reacting. That's why they do what they do so relentlessly. And backlogging all of their combined work as now queer, while even making a British show of it. Vicious. From 2013 to 2016, if you're not familiar. Vicious. about two very old, dirty corksuckers getting it on. So in Vicious, Ian is getting it on with another older Brit at the TV series. And in his personal life, he's getting it on with another thespian. Gag. I mean, I'm sorry, I'm really, really physically getting sick. I don't know if I'm going to make it through this live stream. I might have to do 2 parts. If I be allowed, I'll do it in 2 parts. I'll suffer some more. But I'd rather get it done with so I can move on. Next up. Follow the rules of the book. Oh, Lord have mercy. More that's making me physically sick. Some of you, unfortunately, already know what I'm referring to. So the quote is, quote, follow the rules of the book and you'll get to where you're going in no time, end quote. That's the, quote, book of the road, end quote. Where George Carlin, whatever reason, people also made him a conservative, the hero of the right, spokesperson of what's supposed to be right and just. Give me a break. One of his chicks, by the way, was to talk about our stuff. We got all this stuff and stuff and stuff. After he died, he had storage rooms and storage rooms upon storage rooms of stuff filled with stuff. What a hypocrite. This is one example. Anyway, this George Carlin douche plays a hitchhiker giving head to get a ride. And that's his Rules of the Road book. And he's preaching to stoners to do the same. And this creep is who mass media labeled the right before he died. Wave once again. Can this 2001 cult classic, Jay and Silent Bob Strikes Back, be any more blasphemous than their book, the rules of the book? Never mind Alanis Morissette playing God in another one, Mallrats. And never mind the Clerks, what we also get into, unfortunately. God, I'm doing my best to not vomit. And I'm not being hyperbolic at all. I better stop thinking about it. Where am I at? Okay. And speaking of trafficking, how about this other cult classic, which is based on a true story of an American getting busted for trying to run a small drug smuggling operation out of Turkey? Another scarring film. The list goes on and on. And he gets busted for not paying, I'm sure. See Andrew Tate's recent arrest, which I talked about in Florida, because he wasn't paying taxes in England. Meanwhile, their Muslim Turks tear him a new butthole, literally. Do it the Turkish way. The 1978 Midnight Express is another cult classic that I wish I could forget. I'm thinking about people talking about these movies, these films, and end up watching them. And I wish I'd go back and smack some people for even talking about them. So you'll forgive me here because I'm talking about them, but an end to a means, a good means, I hope, I pray. I hope I'm not doing the wrong thing here by adding more fuel to the fire. Next up, by going back to the 2 drug addict flagellas, definitely no pun intended, there are other, I don't even know what I meant by that, actually. Anyways, moving on. Their other absolute cult classic, Clerks, 1994. Oh boy. Doesn't stop at necrophilia, nor redefining virginity, having sex. With the line, try not to give any head on your way through the parking lot. But goes on as far as introducing the world to snowballing. And don't ask what that means. If you haven't seen it, just move on with life. Please. Oh, and of course, all of that is brought to us via Harvey Weinstein's production behemoth. Of course. And here's a hoot from 2015. After all, it was all about the marriage. More on that later, right? No, obviously not. And we know that beforehand, but we refuse to push back like we should have for so many decades, so many generations now. All of us. So a few years into their flaming tomfoolery, I'm using that line for a reason, intentionally, Good Will Hunting, Hollywood produces yet another propagandic edition piece about two oyster lickers, one being a detrimentally useless pig, as the liptards call them, a cop, which demands benefits, quote unquote benefits, because of her fabricated, quote unquote, marriage and abomination all around. I mean, at this point, what's next? At this point, what's next? Freeheld. Freeheld? Who are you kidding? Bugger off. All right, final row. Bottom left corner. Here we go. Tom Hanks, the scumbag. The scumbag again. 1993. But this time, and again, he has also done children's movies. I mean, keep them away from our children already. In 1993, this time with the alleged racist Christian Denzel Washington. And produced during an extremely controversial time during the outbreak of said gay disease, AIDS, which a former underling blamed Fauci for spreading himself, but was also extremely minimized regarding its contagion and implications. And to this day, they claim, "Oh, what are you worried about? AIDS? Well, it's nothing." People need to shut the hell up. I mean, they injected us with AIDS, right? Didn't the forced lethal serums, the battery of them that were pre-warned on Gab, if you're lucky enough to have been kicked off of Facebook and ended up there, were warned by people inside the industry ahead of time. Hey, there's not only just one forced shot, you got more coming. Here's your proof. They're giving us documents online on the back then. At least back then, it was the only free platform. I don't know. I don't go back there anymore. Anyway, whatever. Getting sidetracked. But yeah, of course, this flick also tried making queer cool. Yeah. And in case you're wondering which, Philadelphia, another award winner, of course. More golden statues, more pagan ceremony. Next up, another one I've seen on the big screen. I'll get into that in a second. So the kids are all right, is it? I remember watching this at the cinema where a Catholic nun that I was sitting in front of, that was sitting front and center for it, while it was being screened. I mean, naturally, afterward, I asked her about it. I questioned her. And she said that she was watching those type of movies for the sake of research. Well, I thought she was full of it at the time, naturally. But then I got inspired by that sentiment. And after thinking about it, that is when I began focusing on superhero movies, knowing that they were going to get as popular as they got. And this movie was around, I don't know, 2010, give or take. So that was relatively early on. Spider-Man was just a blockbuster in early 2000s. So it was way early on, before the slew of non-stop hero stuff. And I knew the broad reach they would have. They would, get the boomers, they would get the young audience. I knew the reach they would have, international. So that's what I wanted to focus on, because at that point, people had already gotten burnt out in Hollywood. I already knew they were anti-Christian, and I couldn't take it anymore. By 2010, I didn't want to watch it, but I was inspired by her, and so I was like, okay, you know what? I'll watch that, and then a few years later, I included award winners. Started paying attention more to that. Good timing for that, because that really got flamboyantly explicit, overt, in their paganism and their debauchery. Anyway, this film was about essentially a threesome, with the children protesting about it, yet somehow it ends up with them going off to college, with the scrolling credits reiterating the title, "The Children Will Be All Right." Did I mention lesbianism, which makes everything okay? I mean, women, therefore it's okay. It's kind of like saying black, therefore it's okay. But that's the construct that they, them have created in us. They, them push that construct, that ideal, and so automatically we're not conditioned. Oh, women, okay. Oh, black, okay. Okay, as Eddie Murphy put it. Okay. Next up. Speaking of grooming kids for homo lust, Moonlight makes it romantic yet again. Yet again. Grooming kids, romantic. And more on that later too. Torch Song Trilogy is next up. It's adopted from a 3-part play by yet another Stein. This one, another Harvey, ironically, maybe, but instead, Firestein. How ironic. It's about a flamer, pun intended, who meets another freak. 1988 hasn't been the same since. I used to like Matthew Broderick, by the way. Now I'm ashamed to admit that. I can't even stand the thought of any of them, to be frank. May God have mercy on all our souls, including mine. Lord have mercy, Lord have mercy, I mean, after all this crap, we need it. We need His mercy so desperately now more than ever, I think. Maybe that's vain for me to say it, but these are some trying times, to say the least. The next is quite crafty, in fact, pushed through with the notion of being comedy, yet again. So therefore it's okay, is it? But the worst part of it all is how these movie-making monsters actually mock real folk, born that way. The less than 1% that are actually born that way. Too much of this, not enough of that. And therefore, they struggle a little bit early on, but then become adults and make the proper choice for the most part. And I'm not talking about hermaphrodites. Them too. But even they have the opportunity to make a choice, even early on. Can it get much more hypocritical? And how is it that I'm always finding myself saying that with they, them? It's biblical. This charade was spawned by SNL, Saturday Night Live. Yet another turned into a big movie. Probably enough said there, actually. Was this SNL ever funny? I mean, I got the laugh track and the audience applause and all that, and where it was staged. I don't know. Oh, look. Yet another Al Pacino dirty corksucker flick. Who saw that one coming? Also, absolutely no pun intended there. Oof. God, what did I have to include that one? Oh, man. Oh, come on. Come on, ego. Oh, God, why? I think it's just, this is overwhelming in one sitting. This is overwhelming me. And it's ironically, it's already know all, but I'm the one to put this stuff together, and it's still getting to me. I don't know anyone could possibly have sat through this, and I knew it before I got into it. I knew it would be impossible to sit through, but I was a little worried that I struggle presenting it, but I didn't realize. I mean, this is difficult. No jokes, no kidding. It's being quite literal here, people. This is really difficult. I made some prayers after this. I'm definitely gonna do some detoxing after this presentation. I'm almost 6 hours in. I don't even know where I'm at. I still got a lot to cover. I don't know if I'm able to do this in one marathon. Anyway, let's keep going. All right, yet another Al Pacino flick. But where's his buddy De Niro? This flick is about a cop going undercover. Get it? In the queer light district S&M culture, where he tries to protect them. He tries to protect them, S&M queers. And I'm not being hyperbolic there. He's been assigned to protect them from another kind of degenerate. I mean, in essence, how different are they? Spiritual death, physical death. We're talking about this stuff. It's hard to say which is worse. A child that's been violated versus they're losing their life. It's hard to say which is worse. You guys can say who you want, but those who are wondering that and saying, "Oh, what are you talking about, Nico?" Obviously, you have no experience with that. There's a reason people in prison who, large part, have been molested and end up criminals, or all but beaten to hell, literally, out of pedos when they go into prison. There's a reason for that. And it's not because they're heroic or anything like that, but because they've been so destroyed on a spiritual level. That's all they got is malice and revenge. That's their only response. Thank God some of us are, at least to some degree, spared of that, freed from that. Glory be to God in all things. Thank God. And I mean, thank God. Next up, and it doesn't get much gayer than Behind the Candelabra. Just thinking about it makes me want to vomit too. Featuring Matt Damon and Michael Douglas. Another one with an oral fixation. And Hollywood royalty. Douglas's. It's always the same circle jerk, isn't it? No pun intended. Wow. Oy vey. By the way, do you know that Michael Douglas had to go through sex therapy after making Fatal Attraction? Another super popularized film. Another cult classic. The flick that put him on a map. The implications are real all around. Next up, there's the 2004's Meet the Fockers. Blockbuster, very popular back in the day. Cult classic. Guess who? Yes, again, De Niro. In this one, his son-in-law grabs his fake strap-on boob while he's demonstrating it to him on how it can be used to pretend to be a woman that breastfeeds. That's De Niro. He's going to teach us morals, the scumbag. Beat me up, Scotty. Take me to Pluto. Lord have mercy. The favorite, unfortunately, want to watch the big screen. More on that in a sec. It's from a decade ago. Another given an Oscar, of course, but yet another 188 awards. 188 awards. I mean, I don't have any words for this production. This production is beyond words. They gave it Oscar. 188 awards? What the hell? Hell? Wow. I watched this one in a cinema because a good friend, with a good friend from Palestine, because a good Brazilian gay lord, his goal is to infiltrate the faith and to become a bishop so he can make gay weddings a thing. Which jurisdiction is he in, do you think? I bet you can't guess. It starts with R and ends with N and has a couple S's in the middle. Ortho bros my ass. Anyway, digress, tangent. Back to this. So yeah, one of them recommended this thing to me, and my friend, unfortunately. And we're both, my friend was ready to kill me. He wanted to blame me for it. How was I supposed to know? Yeah, we both walked out there literally getting nauseous from what we unexpectedly were subjected to. Both of us scarred for life, adult men. This 188 awards. What about us? How about how we feel? Oh, we're Christian. Therefore we're hated. Mark 13:13. These creators went out of their way to be grotesque, and that still doesn't even cover it. Bottom right. And finally, the final gay changer on this list is the insanely influential turn of the century Kinsey, based on a true story. A freak, featuring Liam Neeson, all supposed to be the good clean cut guy. Right. Sure. I've always had my suspicions about that dirty corksucker. And we all know what it's about. Surely you've at least heard of it. And we've all been affected by it, either directly or by extension, like it or not. Let's keep it going. Now we're looking at just the transferocity of TV land. 30 Rock. By now, there should be no question to how the masses worldwide have been inundated, relentlessly bombarded with Baphomet culture indoctrination for over a century. At least. That's not getting into print. Too much. To some degree, we'll cover it. The next modality we'll take a peek at, they them employed as a TV series, and in brief. Again, this is just a small sampling. It's not all of it. I need to emphasize that. These are just some of the really influential ones. So on. All right, let's begin. This one's going to be a little more quick roundtable, and as we go, it's going to be more efficient. So maybe we'll be able to get through this better and make better time. We're 6 hours in. Okay. Slide 20. We're almost there, people. We're almost there. Let's keep going. Lord have mercy. Keita, listen, let's go. Number 1, again, from left to right, top to bottom. Finding Me, the series. Let me come out with these titles. I mean, they're so crafty, aren't they? Finding Me, Oy Vey, circa 2012, is spawned from the unrated queer flick screen a few years beforehand. Screened a few years beforehand. So yeah, this is spawned from a movie. Spawned from a movie, Finding Me. And I think they had a sequel too, I'm not sure. At any rate, movie, series, whatever. Next up, MASH, super popular, still known, reboots of sorts, they do all kinds of things. Extremely influential series, very influential, to say the least. This was again 1972 to 83. That's a very good run. It features Jamie Farr, who was plastered all over the place. And by the way, Jamie Farr? Jamie Farr? Jamie? Who names their son Jamie? Guess I don't need, and he was married, but you know, whatever. It means nothing. Come on, Hollywood here. Nothing. Playing the trainee Corporal Klinger. Corporal Klinger. These Jews are crafty in their wordplay, so on. So crafty, say the least. Next up, Brothers, 1984-89. 2 elder brothers support the queer escapades of their younger, confused sibling. 1980s series. 1980s TV series. We're talking about 3 channels, or cables kicking in, so a lot more channels. Not everyone's paying for it. This is quite significant. Even though cable was quite popular in the 80s. Next up, The Fosters, 2013 and 2018. A couple of deranged lesbians adopting a bunch of misguided orphans. What could go wrong there? Next, The New Normal, 2012. Surrogate mother for 2 sick, dirty corksuckers, which might molest their offspring. The New Normal. That's where we're at now. We need to stop it. Stat. Next up, Please Like Me. Oh, come on, man. Come on, man. 2013 to 16. How about hell no? How about hell no? I can love God's creation and help you to snap out of it, to repent. That's how I love you, actual love you. Not lust after you in ways worse than animals. No, but actually love you. Help you heal. That's what love is. Please Like Me is about a broken-hearted teen turning queer. How about have some self-respect? Have some self-respect, then people will like you. Respect is earned. You want like? Earn some respect. Who's teaching that lesson, by the way? I know Cosby. He went to prison for it. Next up, and I'm not making excuses for his sexual behavior in the 60s, but the whole thing was a sham in response to him going against the grain and telling black people to stop lighting up dumpsters and looting and massacring white people. You know, a little self-respect so you can therefore have respect for others. Like God commanded. FYI. Anyway. Next up, Transparent. Transparent. Huh? Get it? 2014. And yeah, actually they're quite transparent at this point. They're getting quite transparent at this point. Should rather be called trans bullshit. Via Jew Amazon Prime, no less. Oy vey. Hunting Season, 2012 to 2015. No, it's not about demonic queers hypocritically hunting Christians. That would be too real. Faking It, 2014-2016. MTV grooming teens to propagate being an oyster licker in high school is the popular thing to do. Faking it. Okay. All kinds of wrong there. 2014-16. Again, this is targeting teens. What are they modeling here? Next up, The Real O'Neills. May have heard of this one. 2016. Speaking of unreal, this series pushes nonsense of parents loving idea of children imitating Baphomet. Again, if I were Irish, I would have, and where's the ADL on this one, by the way? Where's the ADL in any of this? Well, they're too busy protecting these evil demons that are producing this. That's where the ADL is. Along with the Jewish World Congress. Or was it the World Jewish Congress? Either way. The L word? I wonder what that stands for. 2004, 2009. Wow, a little earlier. LA Lizzies being cool and, of course, their victims in LA. Sure. Via raunchy Showtime, no less. Generation with a plus in the middle. Generation with a plus in the middle. 2021. Does that get more blasphemous than adding that plus? This teen grooming production, teen grooming, with its blasphemous title, is via HBO, home box office. Which both of them, Showtime, HBO, very guilty of destroying me, along with, well, we'll get into Benny Hill and Thames. Next up, TV blowhard bandwagoners include Anderson Cooper. Again, this is second rowish from left to right. Anderson Cooper, Don Lemon, Rachel Maddow, Ellen DeGenerate, Vanessa Selfs, pig vomit I call her, makes literally want to vomit. Robin Roberts, Jason Haggett, and the frightening RuPaul, who gets shows on every level. This is nauseating. Moving on. Keep going. The 1987 series, 30-something, very, very popular, very influential, featured a gay relationship romantically. More about that later. How many of these things, these sodomite culture things, including the grooming, is portrayed romantically? Remember this 21st century rhetoric? Love is love? Well, they've already inundated decades, generations with that construct. Now they're just overt in your face with it. And if you say anything against it, you are made out to be, quote unquote, negative. No, they're positive, quote unquote, positive. Well, Christians are, quote unquote, negative for trying to save people. More early public TV lesbianism made to look romantic appealing, but that's okay. 1977's Soap, that was popular as hell, with a very Julie Billy Crystal, had their own queer moment. Very influential series, very influential, very popular. Cult classic, so to speak. 1980's Bosom Buddies. What else needs to be said there? Guess who? Tom Hanks, yet again. Two men being trannies to live in an apartment. Three Company style of sorts. Again, Jack Ritter, the late Jack Ritter, comedian. It's funny, haha. Him playing gay. Subliminal there. Next up, extremely popular 90s. Buffy the Vampire Slayer had a romantic lesbian plot. Because if they, them are women, then it's okay. Yet again. Next TV series, Tony Randall was a queer as they come, a Broadway actor too, playing the TV series spin-off of the movie The Odd Couple in the 70s, but also Dirty Corksucker Uncle well before that in Love, Sydney. And by the way, leave that kid alone. Leave that kid alone. We're in the third row, middle-ish. Leave that kid alone. Oh, like third way in, third row, third way in. I mean, looking at that really infuriates me. Next up. Where am I at? All right, they were popular at the time. 90s Sex in the City. The HBO had its annoyingly, flamboyantly queer too. This token queer, because the women, we love queers, we love. Oh, come on, man. Enough. Never mind, where do the cowboys go? Where do the women go? That's what I know. Where do the women go? There's a good question. What happened to the women? Show me a woman. I would love to meet a woman these days. That'd be nice. Okay. The Kids in the Hall was spawned in 1988 and somehow lasted over 3 decades. I mean, that's beyond a good run. It didn't get much more flamboyant from onset than the Kids in the Hall. It launched all sorts of queer careers. Next up, this 1960s public TV show. 60s public TV. Only 3 channels back then. Everyone was watching the same thing. Features a scene with a dirty corksucker buying another man a drink in a bar in the 60s. Next up, the insanely popular Will and Grace. I'm sure you heard of that one. Spawned in 98. Ran for over 20 years, 2 decades. Next up, 2012's Outland. Tries to make sodomite nerds a popular culture. What's next? Gay pets? Or maybe I missed that one. Next up, HBO's 2014 show, Looking. Looking, huh? Nothing subliminal there. Is based in San Fran. Enough said there. Another sexually insane HBO hit, Euphoria. Just wrapped up. Also targets youth culture. Targeting youth, starring the California mixed up child star Zendaya. Who names their child Zendaya? Again, you get across a person who was named something like that, run for the hills, run for cover. And of course, they featured her as Helen in Odyssey. Give me a break already. And of course, there's the gay wedding made for TV, the corner bar, 6 feet under, on and on and on. More on the gay wedding cake coming. But why not obnoxious slam it in our faces? Pardon the pun. Queer eye for a straight guy. Seriously? I mean, how can you miss that? I'll leave it at that. Nor does it get much more belligerent than Queer as Folk. By the way, Chad Jackson and his clan over there talk about the meaning of the word, or the deployment of the word folk and what that means. I'm no expert in that. You can check out his channels and his work for more on that. Oh, and of course, Disney, yet again, is going to come at us, our youth, with Love, Victor. What does love mean to them again? I mean, they've redefined everything. Got everything upside down. It's not by accident. It's Uncreation. California Satanic Temple's agenda of Uncreation. Doing everything backward. Undoing the Bible. Next up, more grooming by Netflix. Yet again, with, quote, sex education, end quote. You can't miss that one. Why, again, is Netflix teaching children about sex? Where's accountability? Where are the arrests? 2010, they make oyster liquors popular in Glasgow via lip service. I mean, wow. More queer blasphemy in 2005 with a movie and its TV spin-off, Noah's Ark. I mean, they love to be insanely blasphemous lately. It used to be upside down crosses and things like that. Now it's just straight up regular crosses and just completely associating. I mean, we'll get into more of that a little bit later, but I've done plenty of work on the cross and its representations. And Apple TV gets on it with Dickinson. Dick and Son. Dick and Son. No doubt that title, that name wasn't picked by accident. Them having a lot of fun with names, with their wordcraft. Oh, why do they call it Tricky Dickinson? Next up, Anyone But Me. Sounds about right about now. Yeah, and they ain't just whistling Dixie. Yeah. Then there's 2005's Sugar Rush. Because it's not enough for them to be sodomites. That was a good line. More subliminal blasphemy with After Forever. After Forever. So that After Forever is queer now? How about Before Never instead? And Comedy Central again gets in on the fun, no pun intended, with Threesome. Well, yet again. It's not pagan much, is it? Orgies and threesomes and premarital sex and promiscuity and infidelity, sodomy galore, pedophilia, bestiality. What's the word for doing it with inanimate objects? There's a word for that. Escapes me. Some kind of file. I mean, wow. Necrophilia, even. There's no end to this vileness. Why? Because we remain silent. Heartstopper, biting my lip here. One tongue, I mean. But then they did a movie with Heartstopper Forever. What are they threatening us with? That this will never end? Joke's on them. And Young Royals, ironically, gets it backward. Again, no pun intended. Whatever happened to the naked man hanging outside Buckingham Palace, by the way? Anyone? Put in the comments. Put in the comments section, please. Whatever happened to that? That should have been all over media. Instead, it got buried. Interesting. Last but not least, more blasphemy. What a surprise. And it doesn't get much more gay or lame, that is, than Falling for Angels. Get it? Falling for Angels. Oy vey. Oy vey. Oy vey already. Enough. Hold them all accountable. Stat. For the love of God. Enough is enough. Next up. We're getting there, folks. All right. So let's get into sports. Again, I mentioned the NFL, it being an official government office, the NFL commissioner, that is. I mean, really, with all the propaganda everywhere, plastered, how can you miss it? At least in American sports. Anyone who now wants to be someone wants to be like Magic Mike. Be like Mike. That's a throwback. It's not funny if you have to explain it. Anyway, most recently in the 2024 Paris Olympics, they let it all hang out in very French fashion. But the flaming fun didn't start nor end there. According to NBC, 193 queer-tard fakers robbed others, actual competitors, of opportunities in the French Olympics alone. That's in the French Olympics alone. Wow. But don't overlook the Muslim boxer punching out women in very Muslim fashion, no less, in the latest Olympics. Lying, of course, about being born female. What a scumbag. To cheat, because that's what Muslims do. You know, just like the Chinese. Their adage is, if you can cheat, cheat. That's what these pagan cultures are like. Their quote-unquote ethical standards are quite different from Christian standards. Make no mistake about it. Don't be fooled. But the floodgate began in the U.S., of course, as far back as the 70s with the U.S. Open, the U.S. Supreme Court ruling which allowed for a failed male tennis player, sound familiar? Bear with me. A failed athlete, male tennis player, that got a sex change afterward, sex change operation, to play in women's tennis. And the U.S. Supreme Court upheld it, said this person should be allowed to play in women's sports. In the 70s. Yeah, you thought it was a new thing. 70s. Remember, the 60s where there's Satan worshiping, rock bands were, the British invasion was taken over, and all sorts like that. Satanic movies galore, on and on. Satanic print for children. Marvel superheroes that are satanic. Son of Sam was a superhero in Marvel. Son of Sam, sorry. Son of Satan. Anyway. Oh, man. It's just all overwhelming. I'm at it. How long? I'm now approaching 7 hours. Let's just keep going. I'm almost there. We're almost there, people. All right. So the sex change operation of playing women's tennis, Renee, the real tricky dick Richards. Renee Richards. Look it up. From there, the S&M games list goes on and on and on and on and on and on and on. Just search LGBS athletes. It's quite overwhelming. Why? Because mass media made them popular. So at the very least, they want to be popular. They want to be viral. Pun intended. Viral. An infestation. A spiritual degradation. A satanic virus via mass media. The most notable may be Bruce Jenner. Made popular by the TV show The Kardashians, where he played a father for a moment, sort of, if you want to call it that, and did his major satanic rite. His Baphomet culture thing. Reality TV show. Does it get much more modeling than that, by the way? And the Kardashians were made quite popular too. Speaking of Olympic stars, I even uploaded, and originally I did this on Fascist Book, where I was banned for emasculation of men hunting. Posted years before sex change shenanigans. Check it out. Or was banned with extreme prejudice. Sorry. Jump lines there. Originally, I posted that video about Wonder Woman, an episode where I was banned with extreme prejudice. An edited video. I think I've got it in the description, actually. I think, I'm not sure. You can find it on Rumble, by the way, if it's not available. I don't know if I have it on YouTube or not. It's on Rumble for sure. An edited video of Wonder Woman TV episode featuring him and hints of sex change, coupled with insane emasculation of men hunting. Again, this is all before Kardashians and all of that. I posted this video. I was able to see the writing on the wall there somehow. Well, because that's what they do. It's a revelation of the method. They brag about it in a very Masonic way. It's hidden in plain sight, but now it's just, in your face. And if you give the program, then you're dead spiritually and otherwise. But if you don't give the program, you'll be hunted. It is us Christians. And it's very explicit. And we'll get to that in a moment too. Speaking of being like Mike, Dennis Rodman made a big stink about being a sexual deviant tranny, leading the charge to normalization. But what about school kids following suit? Here's a short list. Starting with the ugliest, freakiest one, Larry Leah Thomas, who's about as feminine as Michael Obama. Chi alums, basketball. Shirler Balara, swimming. Hagaga Bakaga, boxing. Mac Beggs, wrestling. Harrison Brown, ice hockey. Willie De Bruyne, cycling. Keelan Godzi, hammer. Where's the Godzi? That's blasphemous. Hammer throw. Ajak Haneg, swimming. Jurgir Kubuk, track. Andreas Krager, shot put. Patricio Maniel, boxing. Chris Mosier, triathlon. Tiffany Abreu, volleyball. Francis Anderson, Q Sports. Ryan Bagger, golf. Savannah Burton, dodgeball. Okay. Panorina Chernobala, Thai boxing. Roberta Cotwell, motorsports. Michael Duff, motorcycle road racing. Michelle Darmargo, downhill mountain biking. Fallon Fox, mixed martial arts. Natalie Van Gogh, cycling. Laurel Hubbard, weightlifting. Veronica Ivory, cycling. Lauren Jessica, trail running. Janae Kroc, powerlifting. Bobby Lancaster, golf. Charlie Christina Martin, motor sports. Danielle McGay, cricket. Kate McGregor, cricket. Hannah Mounsey, handball. Okay. Valencia Petrillo, Paralympic sprinting. Jessica Platt, ice hockey. Acapulco Raytan. I don't know what that sport is. Renee Richards, tennis. Neela Rose, pro wrestling. Leah Smith, diving. We just mentioned it. Chichi Telfer, track. I just already mentioned. Andrea Yearwood, track. Nikki Hills, track and field. Timothy Leduc, figure skating. Robin Limbred, wheelchair, running out of breath. Max Lindsay, pro wrestling. Quinn Soccer. Alan Smith, skateboarding. Maria Strong, apparently. You get the idea, man. And it's not even a full list here. I mean, give me a break already. God. Where am I at? Okay, that's the end of it. Thank goodness. Moving on. Next. Music. Here we go. This should be very easy. I only got a small sampling here, a very small sampling of some powerhouses, extremely influential, and some extremely influential albums. They say there's no party like a P. Diddy party, but I beg to differ, since evidently there are tons of P. Diddies out there. Tons of P. Diddies, no pun. P. Diddy. Looking back now, we know why he called himself P. Diddy, right? Lord have mercy. I mean, talking about revelation of the method. This freak, this was having fun at our expense by letting us know who he is. He's a pedophile, a P. Diddy. Don't call it diddling. Call it diddying. Diddying. That would be better. That would be more accurate. Instead of making a whimsical call it diddling. Shit, many people who say that crap, by the way, be punched in the mouth. Anyone who says diddling little children should be punched in the fucking mouth. Molesting little children, you freaks. Say what you mean. Enough with the W-bonics already. Say what you mean. Stop being part of the problem. You want to get cute? Diddying. There you go. There's a cuteness. There's nothing funny about it, by the way. Is there? Next up. Sorry, people. Lord have mercy. Sorry. Forgive me. Forgive me. And anyone who says I'm manifesting, you punch yourselves in the mouth. Punch yourselves in the face. Lord have mercy on yourself too. The problem is we've kept our silence for generations, for decades. Too long doesn't cover it. Enough's enough. If you're not doing your part, you are part of the problem. That's not rhetoric. Shame on you. Shame on you. Get active now. Stop waiting on everyone else. It's on you. It's on your neighbor. It's on everyone. All right, let's go. Let's start with the most famous of them all to date. Definitely no pun there either. Ugh, I can't believe I said that. Michael Jackson, a.k.a. MJ. No, not MJ, Michael Jordan. Yet another child star gone completely wrong. Never mind that he used to be black, nor the creepy, timid, gayish voice that he was well known for. But dangling his small child outside his UK window is all you need to know about whether or not he could have been trusted with children. Judge them by their fruits. But when you couple that with some of the testimony, one has to ask why that freak is still famous amongst today's youth. I've got so many Chinese students going on about how much they love Michael Jackson. They don't know a lot of other older names, but you say Michael Jackson, they light up. Scary. Where are the arrests? Where's the accountability? Wow. The thing that really kills me is how he did become such a young teen idol with all the public crotch grabbing. I mean, look at this. The one in the middle, he's giving himself a blowjob gesture with the back of the head. What about, I mean, God almighty. How do they get away with this stuff for that long? For this, and continue to do so. That's the problem. As we speak, continue to do so. Beyond an immeasurable degree. It's unfathomable. Because we say and do nothing. Another tragedy. So common. Janis Joplin recorded her first song at the age of 19. Another child star. In 1962, she became famous by her early 20s. But she was already a lush whore by then, in her teen years, and quickly became a lesbian icon. And lesbian icon. Never mind, she's young. She died a mere few years later, at the age of 27, from yet another suicide by drug overdose. The standard mass media superstar story. So mass media afterward made her even more famous. Rolling Stone magazine, Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, etc., etc. When's it all going to end? But how did Liza Minnelli University become transvestite's wet dream? Dressing up like her. Which, by the way, she dressed up like another rock star we'll get to soon enough, with that cropped hairstyle. It was just gross all around. And speaking of gross or freaky, the artist formerly known as Prince, now dead, was a sexy motherfucker by his own account. I mean, he publicly swung it in every direction. Notorious for that. And for his parties too, by the way. But does it get gay, much gayer? Bi, that is, or even trisexual, or uglier than David Bowie? That freak? Or how about Mick Jagger, another freak? Mass media kept claiming that Pavarotti was gay, even though he was married too. But given their track record regarding murmurs, one has to wonder. And that was the murmurs. Plenty of it. But how did so many get away with public explicit promotion, in your face promotion of pedophilia? Like Nirvana's Smells Like Teen Spirit. That always bothered me. Can anyone explain to me what that's supposed to mean? And don't give me this, well, smells like being wild. No, shut up. Smells like Teen Spirit? Shut up. Or the Violent Femmes, who were known for getting in a big bed on stage to perform in a queer manner, with their blockbuster album cover featuring a little kid that looks like they're quite distraught, barefooted. It's like an adrenochrome scene. Why can't I get just one fuck? Why can't I get all that I want? This one. Day after day. I mean, come on, man. Blister in the sun, huh? Gotcha. Freddie Mercury. They them love this character, even after death. The head singer of Queen was known for chasing men around a mall with a bullwhip, and so on. Where are the arrests? That demon died from the gay disease, AIDS. Go figure. But it's not a gay disease, right? Sure. Yet, they then continue to make his identity famous to this day. Wait, hey. They also plastered Ethel Merman's face all over the place, too. Even doing cameos in Airplane, game shows, and so on. But, yeah, well, she was butch, especially for her day. And there you go. Tracy Chapman was quite dykish. I hate to admit, I was a fan of hers. But she ironically may have gotten it right with her lyrics, "Leave tonight or live and die this way." Repent. While you still have time, repent. And for those of us that have remained silent, and again, I could have done a lot more, shame on us. It's time to repent. It's time to repent. Get active. God have mercy on ourselves. Does it get much more grosser than singing "You're My Right Hand Man" with the grimy hippie chick Joan Osborne? Then there was yet another Queer Boy George, a teen heartthrob who was famous, should I say Sir George? Who was famous for looking like a tranny. Figure that one out. Currently, there's a freak Travis Scott whose demonic Astroworld massacre has yet to be held accountable. Sir Elton John, had recently been knighted, and as it didn't get, I think I got the two queers mixed. No pun intended. As it didn't get much more flamboyantly flaming than a repulsive creature. I mean, at this point, they all act and look alike. It's hard to keep track. But Tiny Little Dancer, what was that about? Anyone explain that one to me? Speaking of repulsive, Sinead O'Connor makes the Irish look bad. Yet again, she killed the orange-haired, green-eyed damsel trope for sure. Yeah. Remember when Irish girls was associated with beauty? Fairness? Yeah, I mean, Sinead O'Connor gave a whole new meaning to nothing compares to you. Every young girl wanted to be like Pat Benatar. Remember that one? That includes the one that all the trannies wanted to be like. Liza Minnelli. Even her wanted to be like Pat Benatar. Look like her. That hairstyle was all over the place. All over the place. The cropped head looked like a boy haircut. Sick. You ever want to be like Pat Benatar? You know, the rebel woman, the female. Even making a cult classic rebellious film about her in essence. They all had her hairstyle and attitude, so the fact that she was known to be a lesbian should also not be overlooked. After all, monkey see, monkey do. And last but not least is the extremely satanic, and was made famous for being as such, Marilyn Manson, who bragged about giving band members handies during concerts. On and on and on. And all the copycats that followed him. All the copycats that follow. Lord have mercy. Repent, people. Repent. The time to speak up is, well, generations ago. Better late than never. Speak up. God's going to hold us all accountable. Where's your talents? He's going to hold us all accountable. Next up, from music to print, just a quick sampling. That's all we really need. And this is a whole study in itself. This is not my area of expertise, but I know something about something in this regard for sure. So let's get into this. Three decades ago, in a different country, as I entered a Barnes & Noble's, I saw spiritually degenerative children's books like this one. Let me make sure I can see what I'm looking at. Hold on. Oh, the one on the bottom right. That's the one I'm referring to. The one that I'm actually referring to wasn't the same one that's on the bottom right corner. That one was about the Ten Commandments, from what I remember. At any rate, it was just blasphemous, really obnoxious. And you see, them strategically positioned those books, those children's books, in the impulse section. That is, in an area where everyone enters through or exits the facility. They call it the impulse section, the impulse shelf. You enter, you see it. You exit, you see it. But just by walking in and out of the place, it becomes habitual, repeated rhetoric, repeated, and therefore it compels you to want to get curious. But that wasn't enough for them, no. They also had to lower that table so that little children walking by could reach it, or at the very least get exposed to it, like it or not, just by looking at it. They didn't have to read it. They saw the cover, the seed was planted. That's what all the advertising is about, by the way. Not only to promote films and so on, but by the advertising alone, the titles and the images, the movie posters, the thumbnails, what have you. We're being brainwashed. You don't even have to watch it. Satan is ancient. His minions are therefore quite crafty. That's right. Even if those children were hardcore Christians, they were still being subjected to that toxic mentality. Think about it. So I paused. I pondered for a moment and then chose to do the right thing. I grabbed all of those detrimentally demonic publications with alluring illustration on their covers, about half dozen of them or so, and walked them to the back of the Barnes & Nobles to their bathrooms, ironically where the children's books and the playground corner was located, next to the bathrooms. That was kind of odd now that I think about it. Couldn't they put their children's play section, children's book section somewhere other than next to the bathrooms? I walked directly into the men's bathroom next to it. Oof. And by the way, it's because that is what men are supposed to do. Enter men's bathroom. It's not rocket science. And I entered one of the stalls with a corrosive print. Thankfully, and bear with me here, that particular toilet happened to be filled with defecation remains left by someone else prior. That actually worked out well for me. So I took that sinister filth and carefully placed it where they belonged, without flushing, of course, to make sure that they were immersed with their like. Then I walked out, knowing that I had been recorded by cameras located throughout that building, every step of the way. Did I run like a BLM activist, quote-unquote activist? No. I went on to my usual routine by grabbing a book and going over to the interior Starbucks with it, ordering a grande paper cup of cancerous liquids, like I usually did, unfortunately, and sat there to await my eventual arrest. Well, like I said, cameras were all over the place, and I knew it. After all, I just broke the law, right? I just vandalized. So I was willing to face that consequence. And no, I didn't plan on recording it to put it on my iPhone, to post, so the event on my social media could go viral either. But after drinking all the overpriced toxicity, sold by an Israeli entity, of course, and even completing the entire book, no cops ever showed up. And I certainly wasn't going to run around screaming about what I just did like some kind of libtard. So at that point, I got up, walked out the door, went home, and evacuated the Jewish carcinogens that was popularized to consume back then. The end. But not really. To this day, I feel good about doing a little something, a little small something for society. You're welcome. So then please, do not get fooled by the mass media mayhem theatrics leading him to believe that a mayor walking into his own city council with script and cameras on him, saying that they need to quit or they'll be fired, saying to them, "Oh, quit or I'll fire you," after he was already in the hot seat himself for already being exposed for being part of that system that allowed that grooming of children in his public institutions. Mass media pawning him off as heroic. Bullshit. He put on a display to save his own ass and their careers. By the way, if he were Catholic, shuffling around those guilty of pushing pedophilia like that, he would have been all over mass media getting roasted. Instead, you boob and alike frame him as a solution to this yet to be addressed problem. Again, where are the arrests? I'm calling you to stand up for yourselves, your family, your children, even your elders. And yes, of course, your neighbors, all of them. Here's a small sample of books to consider which groom children, even in public libraries and schools. Please do not overlook, sorry. Hold on. Things are getting retarded on me again. God have mercy. Give me 1 second. Sorry, guys. Okay, here we go. Let's try to do that again. Okay. Okay, so don't overlook comic books. The impact they've had on youth since the mid-20th century, for generations now. I, in fact, was scarred, if you will, by them, even imitating what they taught me about sexual relations in middle age. And they were readily accessible on spinner racks. Spinner racks, remember those? And in multiple locations, like any gas station, for example, a place that everyone visits. Talk about impulse. And for anyone of any age to reach and purchase. And now the popular Captain Underpants series, a dozen books, movies, etc., including Tinkly Trousers and Wedgie Woman. How about Creepy Pair of Underwear? That's, of course, a New York Times bestseller list, being about glowing Frankenstein underwear that will not go away, and are getting coupled with noirish illustrations, demonic, dark, menacing illustrations. I mean, Captain Underpants is about kids that are, well, pretending to be superheroes and don't have any superpowers. They just basically get half naked, running around in underwear with a cape on, cape and underwear. And then, along comes the alien and gives them powers with the alien juice. I mean, it's just creepy pair of underwear. I was introduced to that by one of my students, 7 years old at the time. For $20 from Amazon, you can purchase, quote, games you can play with your pussy and lots of other stuff, end quote. That's the name, that's the title of the book. You can't miss it. Jewish Amazon. Where's the accountability? Or what about, quote, Harpo's Horrible Secret, end quote. Illustrated by Lori Block. Now, these days, that could be a man's name, but... And yeah, this one isn't about grooming and all that, but look at the cover here. Look at the name. At the very least, the illustrator and the publishers were having a little fun with this. Again, children's book section, you're looking at this, it has implications. What about let's play indoors? I mean, isn't that just like the video game that we saw at the very beginning of this presentation? The Oriental one? I mean, we're talking about decades later where the girls airing it out. Again, this is graphics, but this is a book cover where the girl's airing it out. The boy's blindfolded, looks a little gay. She's in a position that's okay, you say it's running, but all very, I mean, look at this. Let's get real. What are these adults portraying here? What kind of impact does this have on children? And this is on the cover. If you don't even read it, you've already been affected. Same thing with creepy underwear. You don't have to know anything about anything. You just see the cover, and you're like, oh, well, fixating on underwear must be normal. Oh, what about pussy? Colleen Cat pussy. Looney Tunes has done that. Warner Brothers. The list goes on, really. As if that weren't enough for the little kiddies, how about a big coloring book of vaginas? A coloring book of vaginas. Where are the arrests? And I don't want to beat a dead horse, pardon the pun, but the faggoty Henry Winkler, aka the Fonz, ought to go to hell sooner than later. Often questionable and not so talented over-the-hill performers end up with Disney making animations for the kiddies. But Winkler bypassed that by promoting his own line of sketch print, including Here's Hank. Here's Johnny. Titles like How to Hug an Elephant, with the illustration on the front with the boy being hugged by a trunk. That's just all kinds of wrong. If not anything, if you even take it at face value, you don't want a kid being hugged by an elephant's trunk. The elephant will tear it apart. Even if you take it at face value, it's wrong. But how about a short tail for a long dog? Huh? And the dog licking him, of course. I mean, look, we're talking about a guy that's openly queer and all that, making children's books in context. You can brush it off all you want, but the evidence is overwhelming. Again, Moby Dick. That's a children's book? Can you get any more obvious? Wow. Classic, pushed by public institutions, no less. Speaking of which, why is there sex education books targeting little children? And you know, these go way back, including Mark Twain's classic, Adventures with Tom Sawyer, who runs away with other runaway boys to go skinny dipping in the woods. Wow. What are we modeling here in print for the kiddies? And again, that's a classic. That's a must read in public school education systems. And I don't want to hear, I didn't know, because things like Moby Dick is right on the cover. It can be missed, people. We have no more excuses. No more excuses. Get with it. Get with the program. For the love of God, do something now, please. Please, all of you. Not somebody else, all of you. Every single person hearing my voice right now. had better get active, or you are part of the problem. It's time to repent. What are we waiting on to stop this spiritually suffocating violence? Waiting on someone else? And that is the problem. It's called groupthink. It's textbook. Stop it. Everyone is waiting on someone else to do it. Why not you? Why not now? Why not? Why not? Take that leap of faith and invest your God-given talents for the love of God. Or you're turning us away. There's no love in that. I'm saying, where is the Christian love? Was Jesus Christ indifferent? Was Christ indifferent? Did he tell us to keep our mouths shut and do nothing? Was that the Christian message? What of those who followed him? What did they sacrifice? What were the implications? How did the world change for centuries because of that? Do you not have faith? Do you not love God? Do you not believe that you'll be with him in heaven? Those of you who believe that you're saved no matter what, you especially have no excuse. You especially have no excuse for your inaction or your sin for that matter, but let's not get off on a tangent. Lord have mercy on us all. God have mercy. Can you listen? Open Library, with its WebNet catalog over 3 million books, offers pedophilic print with a mere click of a button. Or who's this cachette character? Sounds quite Muslim. Could be wrong. Either way. They're offering sodomite publications to children and families. Quote, children and families. That's on their website. And of course, again, where's the accountability? Can you get any more proven than that? On their own website in black and white. Where are the arrests? Of course, www's Goodreads is promoting queer children's literature. Literature. What in the hell is that supposed to mean? But thank God there are good sites created by good people out there combating this toxic spiritual corruption. Yet some countries oddly won't allow access to those sites. Okay. Excuse me. Need water break. 1 second. Mute. Excuse me. Do I have my mic back on? I'll make sure. Yes. Okay. The book on the bottom right corner is a bit like the one I properly disposed of. Again, you're welcome. And I'm not calling for anarchy. I'm not calling for criminal behavior. But sometimes apparently you got to do what you got to do. I mean, if the people in charge are not doing their job, then it consequently falls on us to do what we have to do. Bottom line, that's not our fault. That's theirs. They need to be doing their job. We need to be holding them accountable. And if they're still not doing their job and things still don't change, then it lies on us to take care of business. Period. And I'm not saying Christian masculinity, go to war, none of that jazz. You ain't got to be a psycho. Follow Christ, do the right thing. It's that simple. Speak up, first and foremost. Speak the truth. Speak up, speak the truth. Be true. Again, the evidence is overwhelming. It's in black and white. So alas, why are these crafty predators roaming free? Because our silence speaks volumes. It's time to repent. Well, speaking of the leadership, the fish stinks from the head first. Okay, come on. There we go. Interacting word again. Here we are. This 21st century phenomena gives a whole new meaning to judge them by their fruits. Why are we not holding them accountable if they are not doing their jobs? Obviously, this problem is top down. Not evidently, but obviously. Overwhelmingly so. And that was evidently true well before Epstein files. Yet things continue to get worse, all masked by typical lip service. As the old joke goes, how do you know a politician's lying? They're moving their lips. Not left, not right, politician. You're either with Christ or you're not. And your president, by the way, again, refused to put his hand on the Bible to swear in. What else needs to be said? If you're not willing to judge him by his fruits. Like Project Warp Speed, amongst so many other things. Lord have mercy. Come on, man. Wake up. Wake up. Another tangent, my bad. Forgive me. One thing that the netweb influencers must stop doing is adding fuel to the fire and telling victims it's your fault. Why are they all doing that? Why are they all doing that? Not only is that obviously backward and therefore Satan-serving rhetoric, but it is literally textbook bullying. Literally textbook bullying to tell a victim, hey, you being victimized is your fault. I mean, Acorn much? Barack Hussein Obama much? Just for starters. Oh, what? You took out too many loans for your home? Oh, that's your fault. We'll take the money you gave us and your home. Have a nice day. It's your fault. Oh, Lord have mercy. The list goes on and on and on. Like ex-presidential mouthpiece Jen Psaki, who's not Greek, by the way, who does she even look anything Greek? She's like maybe, I don't know, 1/16 Greek. I think her great-great-grandfather, something like that, is Greek. That's where she gets the name. I went down the line. She's far from Greek, obviously. Judge them by their fruits. Anyway, I'm saying that there's no evil Greeks, but I'm just saying, no, try again. The White House public mouthpiece stated that she is sick of Christians praying for the victims of demonic genocidal massacres of Christians. Definitely not Greek. Definitely not. Quite the antithesis of Greek, in fact. Quite the antithesis of. Anybody who's been in Greece can tell you that firsthand. without even knowing what the Greeks are saying. Never mind the culture. But once you have a little idea of who they are, culturally speaking, how deep the faith runs within them, within their culture and themselves, yeah, you can see how backward that would be. Again, that's not to say there's no evil Christians. I'm sorry, there's no evil Greeks, but yeah, I mean, give it a rest. Give it a rest. Give it a rest, already. For the love of God, give it a rest. Leave those people alone. What have they done to you? And where is the ADL or the WJC, World Jewish Congress, on that? Where is the ADL on any of this? Aren't they the Anti-Defamation League? No, they're the Jewish Supremacy League, just like the World Jewish Congress. One of the biggest problems is the ADL. I mean, aren't they alleged friends of Christians? So where are they? Where's their help? Are they the Anti-Defamation League of America? Or are they a Jewish supremacy org? You know, like Crump and BLM. Not to get off on tangents, I'm tempted. No, I won't do it. Moving on. But you know what I want to say next? I've already said it. Moving on. A decade ago, Hosier propagated, "Take me to church." Take me to church, huh? Well, all need to repent, but apparently when some of the anti-Christians go to church, it is with the evident intent to destroy. Hence, why the faith, orthodoxy, in the middle of its liturgy announces, the doors, only the faithful remain. Cut off, pluck out, dust your feet. Who said that? So what did Hosier publicly declare, being made famous by mass media with the tune sticking to countless heads? Quote, "If I'm a pagan of the good times, my lover's sunlight. To keep the goddess on my side, she demands sacrifice," end quote. And I was one of the Christians who thought this was a Christian song because it said, "Take me to church." But then I saw the video. What the hell is this shit? I was, large part of my childhood was in the quote unquote South. Neither did I see nor hear of anything like that bullshit portrayed in the 21st century. And then what followed that? Take me to church. What followed that? Was it repentance, as going to church should lead you to? Or even a thank you for the illegitimate weddings, for the alleged benefits thereafter? Whatever that's supposed to mean. What are those quote unquote benefits, by the way? Always with the word benefits. What a buzzword they use. They then trick us with. Their Trojan horse benefits. Or was it empowerment to hunt Christians with extreme hypocritical prejudice? Well, decade later, now we see. Speak up, rebuke sin, cut off, pluck out, dust your feet, as Jesus Christ commanded. Again, the doors. If only all were Orthodox. Recently, an attempt to massacre more Christians by conditioned freak, another tranny, was thwarted by people doing just that. That's the top left corner you're looking at. I had to put a little black thing there. This creature in the top left corner, we're now again going from left to right, give or take. Bear with me here. This one's a bit all over the place. This creature was a homeless tranny living in a Christian facility. See? They're given the opportunity to repent. I thought when you go to a church, they beat you up and kill you because you're queer. Wrong. No. They gave this tranny a home, an opportunity to repent and make good. A homeless tranny. You know, there's all kinds of problems there. Well, eventually, those all kinds of problems had to go. Eventually. Because there's no repentance in that spirit. That's a love for evil. So unfortunately, the tranny had to go. And what does the tranny do? Well, this homeless tranny with no money suddenly has enough money to go buy an arsenal and try to come back and massacre everyone, because that's the trendy thing to do these days. Per top, bottom, down, dictate, no less. Thank God for people who spoke up. And I mean, so the tranny was trying to get revenge, like Jew mass media keeps pushing for decades and decades. Revenge is somehow edifying. Revenge for what? For forgiving you? For loving you despite your obvious demonic plague? For giving you a home and giving you the opportunity to better yourself? And then when you continue to be a problem, they were now forced by your behavior to kick you out. You need revenge for that? But that's modern society. That's BLM. That's the Rainbow Coalition. That's all that vileness. I know, and it's not communist. Communism is just a vehicle. It's satanic. It's Masonic. It's Hebrew. It's anti-Christian. Not Hebrew, forgive me. Jewish, anti-Christian. Just 4 years ago, David Wayne the Pape, another flamboyant freak, this one being a manga groupie as well, was caught being in the home of Nancy Pelosi while she was away. Nothing to see here, folks. There was her husband, Paul, who evidently allowed this deranged individual to enter his home and be in his bedroom. From there, the police met them at the front door after the call in the bedroom, while a freak tried to kill him with a hammer. Tried to kill him with a hammer. But it's all about the AR-15s, right? That's what mass media goes on and on and on about. Again, another binary. Either for AR-15s or against AR-15s. What? Nah. Try again. What about the Muslim assault knives? Oy vey. There's plenty of those going around. Anybody complaining about that one? Or the Sikh assault knives. We've heard about that one in the UK. That's part of their religion. Literally. Anybody want to talk about that? Allah Akbar. Allah Akbar. And we all know about Audrey Elizabeth Hale by now. I mean, the list goes on and on and on, really. And this is stuff that we do know about. It gets plastered all over the place. You know, sensationalized for copycats. What about the stuff we don't know about? Mass media has made it famous after its genocidal, misguided lash out. But why is this not discussed half as much as Columbine, by the way, or even Luby's cafeteria incident back in the day. Christian little children murdered. So, shh. Swept under the carpet. Below it, natural pick, where it looks much like the politician Kate Brown. It's like, and they all look alike. They go out of their way to look alike. And more on that in a minute. This Tennessee massacre, where it tried to look like Arnold Schwarzenegger in Commando, the movie Commando, dating myself here, to prey on little innocent children, decimating an entire community, and by extension, many, to some degree, watching, including the copycat villain spawn by mass media and its glamorization. What about the father-son fiendish tandem? Now we're in the top rightish. The father bringing dress to kill to fruition, dressing up, and we talked about before, those who are not familiar with the film, dressing up in drag in order to murder his wife and son, as well, and again, this is not a movie, this is real life, because he was told to, top down, told to, not conditioned. We're decades into conditioning and generationally into conditioning. We're now into top-down dictates, explicit dictates. Without accountability. The father bringing dress to kill to fruition, dressing up in drag in order to murder his wife and son, as well as shooting innocent youth at a Massachusetts hockey game. This just happened. Yet again. But is it plastered all over media? Or is it being swept under the carpet already? His much older son, go figure, broken home syndrome much, was responsible for setting a Christian church on fire, which mass media spun to make a story about racism. It made it about racism, not a queer, a freak setting a Christian church on fire. It can be the obvious, what was actually going on. No, they had to make it a black-white thing. Right. As for Charlie Kirk, and didn't say their names. Screw them. They deserve notoriety, at least not on my part. As for Charlie Kirk, plenty, maybe too much has been said about him. Before, speaking of which, too much notoriety, before his life, he spun things back and forth, becoming the face of a new major modern movement, one that continues without him, as he is portrayed as a martyred saint throughout mass media. Yet no focus is put on the murderer, patsy or not, which was yet another lethal freak. More of the same. While he was tossing red manga, or MAGA, whatever, same difference in my opinion, red MAGA baseball caps, queer terrors were selling black tees with the heading trans rights, coupled with rainbow arsenal and a caption, or else. Again, where are the arrests on that one? Distributors. producers, the factories that are printing this, the designers, the corporation. Where's any arrest at all whatsoever for the makers, the creators of this T-shirt? This is a clear, written in black and white, literally, call for murder. Where are the arrests? As for this menace in the middle, one looks like he's about to pass out, the zombie. We'll get to him in a moment. But first, let's discuss what brought us to that. The relentless call to the passions, aka action. For mass media and worldwide tyrannical leaders, mass media and the leadership, the fish stinks from the head first. To destroy a serpent, you've got to destroy its head. That's biblical. Similar in spirit to the White House spokesman is Jocelyn Berry, yet another Jew, by the way, who posts a picture of a deplorable Hollywood actress, Sybil Shepherd, blasting away with 2 hand cannons with a crazed look in her eyes. It might not be Sybil. I always get them confused, but anyway. A crazed look in her eyes with 2 cannons. Posting that picture with the caption, "Us when we see, quote, transphobes," end quote. And I put that in quotes myself. It's not in quotes when she put it. She's saying us when we see transphobes. In other words, you're either a Baphomet culture demon, a freak, or proponent of, or you're an enemy of the state, aka Christian. And again, you Christians that are remaining silent, shame on you. God have mercy on all our souls, but you are complicit. Stop. Repent. Get active. Get with it. God have mercy on us. Get with it. Do something. Anything. Stop bearing your one talent and waiting on everyone else. Where are the arrests? And by the way, who the hell is us supposed to be? Sorry, not US, but us. Who's us supposed to be on that T-shirt or on the post? Lost my place here. Sorry, we're going on 8 hours. I'm not even snacking. Who in the hell is us supposed to be in that post? By a government official. That, by the way, is a government official posting that. That was years ago. And what has followed since? How many massacres since? Where is the accountability? Why do they keep pushing this diabolically fake and backward construct of transphobe, quote unquote transphobe? There's no such thing. No. Not only are they them rewriting history, but they've managed to rewrite the collective psyche worldwide. They've rewritten history and they've reprogrammed us all via mass media. And government dictates. Judge them by their fruits. Below is a very tiny list of countless sexually demented politicians which legalize, if not provoke, these sinister behaviors. Bottom left, or left side. With a description in gray, and how fitting it is that it's in gray. See the lukewarm gray area and quote unquote nuance, quote unquote balance, like we're all Taoists or something. Being about Kate Brown, which is part of the presidential cabinet, or was part, among other things, and all for the firsts. All the firsts, all these firsts listed, they're always about, oh, the first this, the first, and they're never, ever first. It's all bullshit, of course. There's nothing further from the truth of there being a first at something. But it's all propaganda, all rewritten history. But that's all they have. Bullshit, lies, deception, projections, hypocrisy, craftiness, deceit. Hypocritically backward projections, demonically asinine falsehoods is their shakable foundation. Just a little truth and it falls apart like a house of cards. That's why they hate the truth. Hollywood also sensationalizes hostile takeover of sorts by sodomite militants in politics with the 2008 flick Milk. Remember that one? Just makes me sick. What's funny, pardon the pun here, is how they all look alike, particularly after going out of their way to be different. Oh, vey. What about this Joey Warren Wendell Johnson character, which looks completely dorky and harmless? Christians, protect yourselves, your children, and others from these lethally menacing sycophants. Again, do note how common the exterior is of both all hail and this androgynous politician Brown. Shallowly manifest much? Shallowly manifest much? It's all supposed to be different. They're all supposed to be deep. But it couldn't be further from the truth. A hive mind that loves evil. On the cover side of this presentation, on the very first slide, you saw a young boy. You know what? Let's go back real quick. All right. Forgive me. Let me just show you what I'm talking about. You see this little boy under the deranged movie theater mass murderer? Very gay looking himself, was pretending to be the Joker. Well, Hollywood also sensationalizes, glamorizes being psycho. This young boy sitting in his booth in this restaurant. He's actually sitting with his father. It's cropped off. His father's sitting across the way. So it looks otherwise like a normal dinner. It's not. This young boy, a pathetic looking one, in fact, a child that obviously yearns for someone to help him. It's all over his face and his eyes. Look at him. But where are they? Where's the help? Where were his neighbors? What were his teachers doing? Oh, we'll get to that. His parents sitting right next to him. Why did this little boy's family fail him? But instead, the government institution made him a malicious freak. You see, not much later, he was transformed into the Texas mass murderer. All could have been prevented. All they had to do was care. All they had to do was speak up. But tell me more about David Koresh. Do you know how many students, by the way, complete strangers, all rights, Chinese, who are being conditioned to hate me for my skin tone, for being European, who trust me with some of the deeper secrets? I've had a number of students so far tell me they're suicidal. People, speak up. Speak up. Don't be open-minded and respect someone's difference. Shut up. Oh, gag. Demonic backwardness. Speak up. Have a heart. Reach out. What's going on? Things don't look right with you today. Is everything okay? Is that a crime against humanity these days? But tell me more about David Koresh and how that cult leader somehow represents Christianity, while these cult leaders are somehow instead victims. Well, this boy was a victim in his youth, but a few years later, transformed into a mass murderer of Christians. Institutionalized, but publicly. On the bottom right are pictures of the massacred Christians that nobody on this God-forsaking earth wants to remember. Why? And why is the sheriff, which demanded those under him to stand down, while that transformed demon continued to massacre little innocents? Catholics, in fact, which I now know that indeed some Protestants celebrate. I can, in fact, now that I've been through what I've been through, and come to terms with that, can imagine celebrating these kids getting shot because they're Catholic. Who celebrates that? Alongside with Satan and his minions? His wolves in sheep's clothing. That's who. So why is the sheriff that played a major role in the ongoing slaughter of little innocents still not in custody, but instead was given a promotion? Now here's a list. What you see in the white area here. Let's go back. Let's go back. We were. Hold on. Let me make sure I'm on the right slide. Oh no. Misclick. My apologies. Good gravy. This is not great. Un momento. This is why we didn't jam microchips into our brains. All right. Let's try that again. Went too far. Went too far. Went too far. Here we go. Okay, we're almost there, people. I think. No, it's about to get real up in here. All right, so let's listen to white area. what you're looking at. It's a very small list, in fact. By very small, I mean like what is it? Where did I go? Oh, daggone it. Yep, the misclick messed me up again. My apologies. Okay. All right. Back on track. All right. So now here's an incomplete list of recent massacres, 28 of them, and ones that targeted churches alone. Does include targeting of Christians in other places, like in dance class. All right. Again, this is not a complete list. Oh, come on. Come on. This technology is so frustrating. Technology is so frustrating. All right, here we go. March 12th, 2026. Forgive me. West Bloomfield Township, Michigan. January 7th, 2026. Salt Lake City, Utah. September 28th, 2025. Grand Blanc Township, Michigan. Again, some of these are Mormon stuff, whatever. Some of you believe that if you say Jesus, you believe in Jesus, you're Christian. So those are like that. Shut up. Everyone else, I mean, they say they're called Christian, and so they're Christian. I mean, they're just like any other Protestant, even though we all know, or we should all know that they're a cult. Same difference, in essence, in all reality. Moving on. August 27th, and this is like a handful. I can't remember. It's like a half dozen of them that are Mormon. Half dozen, maybe a dozen. I can't remember, but yeah, it's a small percentage of them. August 27th, 2025, Minneapolis, Minnesota. July 13th, 2025, Lexington, Kentucky. June 22nd, 2025, Wayne, Michigan. I mean, Michigan's pretty busy, isn't it? Kevorkian, atomic bomb. What else you got? The Unabomber. Anyway, December 16th, 2024, Madison, Wisconsin. March 27th, 2024, Henderson, Nevada. February 11th, 2024, Houston, Texas. Again, I'm not doing justice for, this is not, these one incidents represents multiple people getting shot, each instance, all Christian and in a church. Again, this doesn't include other places. Again, this only includes the United States. Doesn't include other countries. So we're barely scratching the surface here. But the list goes on. March 27th, 2023, Nashville, Tennessee. June 16th, 2022, Vestavia Hills, Alabama. May 15th, 2022, Laguna Woods, California. February 28th, 2022, Sacramento, California. January 15th, 2022, Colleyville, Texas. December 29th, 2019, White Settlement, Texas. April 27th, 2019, Poway, California. October 27th, 2018, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. July 22nd, 2018, Fallon, Nevada, whatever. November 5th, 2017, Sutherland Springs, Texas. September 24th, 2017, Antioch, Tennessee. June 17th, 2015, Charleston, South Carolina. August 29th, 2010, Visalia, California. May 31st, 2009, Wichita, Kansas. July 27th, 2008, Knoxville, Tennessee. December 9th, 2007, Arvada and Colorado Springs, Colorado. August 12th, 2007, Neosho, Missouri. May 21st, 2006, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. March 12th, 2005, Brooksville, Wisconsin. June 10th, 2002, Conception, Missouri. April 10th, 2000, Powell, Wyoming. September 15th, 1999, Fort Worth, Texas. April 15th, 1999, Salt Lake City, Utah. May 24th, 1998, Dansville, Illinois. December 30th, 1997, Oakwood, Illinois. June, all right, you get the idea. I mean, really, people. But somehow, mass media wants you to believe the sodomites are somehow being victimized by Christians. Again, does it get much more backward? And that's what the Uncreation agenda is. Being completely backward. Not wrong, not false, but the exact opposite of reality. The exact opposite of truth. The antithesis of what is good. Look at him. Robb Elementary School, Uvalde, Texas. The police were on their phones and roaming around for an hour while kids were getting shot up, while the killer was screaming for them to come in, while people were screaming, while parents were trying to get active. The parents were being attacked. Again, look into this. It's in the link is in the description. There's a great video done on this, by the way. Where is the accountability? Where are the arrests? And before any of that happens, where's the love? And I don't mean love is love. I mean, where's the Christian love, the real love? It sure isn't in your silence or your indifference. For the love of God, please, please be active. Faith without works is dead. Please be active. Again, that's not even half of them, people. What in the hell is going on in this world? I mean, now mind you, that's only the alleged Christian nation, the United States. United, is it? AKA the American Project, what they're calling it these days, for whatever reason. But what's going on worldwide on top of that? Do not get me wrong, we're all mortal. And we'll all reach a point in time where these vessels that we label bodies will be rendered relatively useless to us. That is one thing. But this insatiable terrorizing of Christians and in an alleged free Christian nation is a whole other ball of wax. One, I suggest that what St. John the theologian warned us of might be nigh. We shall see. But in the meantime, we are all called to do our parts, to each their own. I'm begging you. With all that being said, please be wary of the influencers calling you to arms with monikers of, quote, masculine Christianity, end quote, and the rest of the shenanigans. Now let's get into it. The Colorado Springs nightclub shooting, top middle. The freak in the court case, passing out. 22-year-old, I'm not going to say his name, who is also known for falling asleep during the court trial, displaying how unstable, or either insane or possessed or both, that he was. This is a prime example of all this. Of how, well, beyond words, this is really, they, them have been pushing us to the brink of insanity. Not for months, not for years, for decades, for generations now. Generations. Being pushed to our breaking points via relentless mass media spawned triggers, inundated triggers, fabricated ones, created out of nothing, and now are being push button activations like take me to church shenanigans. Hoisier? Hosed. More like hosed. We all got hosed by Take Me to Church song. Who are explicitly saying, hey, we're Satanists, we're pagan. Please do not take the bait. Pray unceasingly. Guard yourselves from these sinister passions. We're better than that. How do I know? How can I be so sure of that? Well, did God create us in His image? So we must refrain from the temptations of the evil ones of the world. Okay, folks, this is where I get personal. This one took a lot out of me too. But if any of you still are doubting any of this for any reason, let's allow me to put it in perspective. Some might call this anecdotal. Those that call it anecdotal, may you take a long walk off a short pier, an academic one. Start with this. This is where I share arguably too much of myself for your sakes. Not as some kind of psychotic manifesto, which I don't know how this live stream sounded, but there's quite some angry moments here. Understandably so, given the context. Nor an attempt to go viral for the likes and super chats, but to bring all this information home, show you how real the implications are, how much it affects us, and how men all over are coerced, if not forced, to remain silent about their actual victimhood. What's been eating at them inside for so long alone. Let that sink in. How many men feel like you cannot speak up because how they'll get treated? Look at the two Corys. How were they treated? How were they treated? All during the Me Too movement, still hating on them? Well, because they got penises. Not allowed to speak. For me, it all started before kindergarten. I was staying up late, sneaking into the living room, where my mother had a guest. My father was out working 3 jobs to provide for us. And so on the boob tube was the Benny Hill show via Thames. And even this allegedly censored version of the British production via Thames was saturated with perverse raunchiness, even the filtered version, as alleged comedy no less, and much like vaudeville fashion made for TV. So when I saw the fixation on boobs being presented on public television with only 3 channels and everyone's watching, even at that age, well, I was moved. in a literary way. And by the way, that was decades ago. I'm still combating the effects. And we'll get to that. A short time later, having a new toy chalkboard, I hid in the bushes in front of our home one afternoon so I can secretly draw what I had been exposed to on the boob tube. Boobs. And all of that was merely the beginning. But that's how it works. An avalanche. What some experientially refer to as a snowball effect. You see, at that very moment, out of nowhere, entered Mallory. That's not her real name, by the way. She frightened me with, "Got you!" And then smiling, she corrected me by grabbing my chalkboard to draw sexual organs of her own. Now, she was twice my size and about age 13. 3 times my age. And more on that soon enough. So she had leverage on me in many ways. Yeah? It doesn't end there either. Sometime later, I remember her bringing me into her bedroom during the evening hours. Dark, pitch dark out now. I remember like it was yesterday. Pitch dark outside. She brought me to her bedroom in the hours while wearing jeans with massive holes in them, which were quite fashionable at that time. Something to keep bringing back. And knowing nothing about nothing, while being so small, again, 4 years old, give or take, might have even been younger. I know because I wasn't in kindergarten yet, so I wasn't 5 yet. This yet extremely naive, talking about myself here, and quiet, you know the type, this little naive little boy made easy prey for Mallory, my upstairs neighbor. Closing and locking the door behind us, she sat Indian style, something to this day I'm adverse to. It triggers me when I see it. And she asked me to put my hand in one of the holes in her inner thigh. In the inner thigh of her jeans. I, of course, protested. But she assured me that it was okay and begged me to go ahead and do it. But as I continued to protest, she got a bit aggressive and demanded that I do it. So what's a little kid that young, in the face of an elder twice their size, locked in a room, going to do? What would you do? Reluctantly, I obliged. But naturally, upon contact, I freaked out, not knowing what it was that I just touched. After all, even my hand was covered up by denim, with the hole being filled with my smaller arm, so I couldn't see anything. And again, she demanded, after I snatched my arm away, that I put my hand in the hole. But this time she wanted me to make a fist. And I remember that clearly. And that sounded weirder to me. But I remember thinking that it also made sense, since my hand might be able to move into the hole easier. Before, whatever. But yeah, now, okay. She wants me to put, understand what I'm trying to express here is that the denim jeans was, tight, stuck to her thigh, sitting Indian style and all that. So I couldn't get my hand in there. Even though I touched her skin in the hole, whatever it was, I couldn't really get my hand in there like she was demanding. So that's why she told me to make a fist, to be able to get my hand in there. It's like, okay. Even though I wasn't fond of the idea, At this point, like I said, she was already being aggressive, yelling at me pretty much. What was I to do? What was I to do? I was a little kid. So in fear of what she might do to me in the face of her aggression, coupled with the isolated circumstances, I obliged once again. This time she demanded I go deeper into the hole. And of course I protested again, knowing enough to realize that I was going towards her bathroom parts. I wasn't old enough for that. But she continued to sharply bark orders. So with fear, I did what I was told. And suddenly my hand entered a fuzzy, disgusting, oddly wet area that I had never felt before. And then she moaned in the weirdest way, in a way I never heard before. So I freaked. But she yelled, "Don't stop, keep going." Even more reluctant, I didn't know what to do. And the memory fades there. I wish that I could say that was the end of it. But it's not. For Mallory found a new toy, you see. An easily manipulated subservient. One that didn't speak. Who had not told on her. So I next remember her taking me to the stairwell. Once again, in the dark, late at night. And now which stairwells also became triggering for me. In fact, Eddie Murphy's joke about Aunt Bunny somehow triggers this memory. So I feel dirty even thinking about that joke. Mallory had a new game for me. She promised that this one was better, as I hated the first one. She called it the swinging game. I bet you can already imagine. But to a little kid, it's just another game. Swinging? Which kid doesn't want to do that? So it sounded like it was fun, but having no idea what to do, this time I really agreed. Despite the bad, gross experience, she somehow apparently had gained my trust. So she told me what to do. Giving her my arms as she grabbed each one with each of her hands, and while standing up, she spread her legs wider, and as she had me facing her, she managed to lift me up and swing my entire body into hers, pivoting where our bodies and our legs met, making a sound of louder elation, something along the lines of "wee" or something like that, and repeating this motion. This swinging again and again. It seemed fun to me. How was I supposed to know? I mean, I felt uncomfortable. How I was a little kid. But it didn't last long, however. Not long enough for me anyway. As I was having fun with his new swing game, it wasn't anything like the other one that was disgusting. So I wanted to do this one again. Fast forward a bit, and I remember going upstairs again later in the evening to go find her so that we can play the new swing game again. After all, it was so much fun. Not the being so close to the bathroom parts again, that is, but the swinging part, that was fun. The bathroom parts, that part I hated. But the swinging I loved. I mean, I was a kid, small child. Of course I liked that. I mean, it wasn't the playground, but it was fun. Kind of fun I usually didn't have. But alas, this time she wasn't home. Instead, her mother was there. All I remember is her mother asking me why I was looking for Mallory, and then abruptly chasing me off. Next thing I know, I was no longer allowed to play with her. I never saw her again, but I didn't know why. Did I do something wrong? I felt horrible for doing something bad, for being in trouble, or even for getting her in trouble. Imagine that. Sound familiar? And to this day, to be honest, even at this age, if I saw Mallory again, came face to face with her, I'd be compelled to, well, cannot say how I might react to that thing. You have to understand, to this day I struggle mightily with someone putting their hands on me. Even a woman that I'm being intimate with, even as an adult. And by the way, if you are someone watching this now and are getting off through the description of it, well, I won't say. But maybe it's better that you repent. Much better. In fact, any of you listening to me right now, if anything I say here reminds you of something that you did yourself in the past, or even thought of doing, please repent. Repent. And I mean repent. Come clean with your victim, be an adult, and accept the consequence for everyone's sake. You have no idea. No idea. Even talking about this right now as I speak, as a matter of fact, but even while I was writing this, writing it out in black and white to reflect on, violated me. Reliving that, it sickened me. Made me literally nauseous, breaking into a sweat as I wrote. It was all I can do to keep writing, to share my story, my pain, because I know no other man will do this. Not this story, not this way. Lest they get treated like the two Corys. Next up was my Puerto Rican neighbor, who was also bigger than me and already in school. This time it was a family instigation, but again, with yet another girl next door. My brother began taunting me, saying how she liked me. I had no real idea what he was fully meaning by that. At least not that age. All I knew is that I didn't like being mocked. So when she came over and I saw her and liked her, as I remember how I thought that she was pretty, but still had no idea what romantic relationships actually were, I was coerced to accept her advances and became her new play partner. Just like that. Now keep in mind, she wasn't as big as Mallory, yet I believed that she was my age because that was my brother told me. I trusted him after all. You see, I was too young for my unformed brain to put one and one together, to realize that if she were already in school and I wasn't, then we couldn't be the same age. I just thought she was a bit taller than me. Anyway, this is where it gets crazy. my first sexual encounter with her was quite short-lived. Yeah, and as if the first part wasn't crazy enough, right? I don't remember who invited who, but we ended up under my house in a sandy area as it was somehow raised given the regular flooding in that area. So we were in this shade under the house in the dark behind lattice work during the day, still in the dark, in the veil. At any rate, that is where she asked me to play doctor with her. I had no idea what that was. I didn't even know what a doctor really did at that age. So certainly not what playing one entailed, nor what she truly meant by that. She really understood. The next encounter that I remember, however, was much more friskier and way more dramatic, as I like to play in the woods behind both of our homes, climbing trees, playing in the dirt, playing hide and seek, and so on. I bet you can see what's coming. And that is where she found me one day. It led me deeper into the woods, further than I had ever gone before or since. I don't know. I can't say for sure, but to my memory, I don't know if I ever wanted to go back to those woods after this experience. But anyway, bringing me to the other side of a tree, she told me that she wanted to play husband and wife. Now here we are in the middle of the woods, and she's telling me she wants to play husband and wife. Since I didn't know how to play doctor, that is, we were going to play husband and wife instead. This time I had a better idea of what she meant, and I did like her, but I was still frightened, scared of the unknown, of what she might do next. And as she began to direct me, pretending to coming home to the wife part, and even the My Girl kissing scene, the movie My Girl reference, but going straight for the making whoopee part, I suddenly knew there was something wrong, since this reminded me a bit of the Mallory experience. But like Mallory, she began to yell at me, barking orders, making me feel inadequate. Sound familiar? And all of this time I had an escape route, albeit we were in the middle of the woods, but at least I knew which direction to run. I felt compelled to do what she said, so that she would stop yelling at me to make me feel stupid. As Eddie Murphy put it, okay. So when she lied on her back against the tree, unbuttoning and pulling her pants down, she told me to unzip my pants and then to lie on top of her like mommy and daddy did. Now, I had no idea mommy and daddy did that, not that age. But I believed her, even though it seemed kind of gross to me. Again, very much like the Mallory experience. And so, as strange as it felt to me, and as weird as it seemed to me, to a little boy that is, I knew nothing at all yet about intercourse, I did what she demanded. And at that point, by the way, I think that we had already played Show Me Yours and I'll Show You Mine under my house. So dropping my pants in front of her, again, to some degree seemed okay, although I wasn't excited about it. No pun intended. I was not happy to be doing this. But again, just like the first experience with the first person, I obliged. So I took a deep breath and I took that odd plunge, doing what she had said, laying on top of her. And that's, at that point, suddenly things changed. Boom, just like that. Albeit it's a bit clouded, but almost immediately and quite suddenly, I heard someone yelling from a short distance in the woods, "I'm going to tell Baba!" In shock at first, fear overwhelmed me. But this is where things get even crazier. So brace yourselves. Suddenly, the Puerto Rican girl jumps up and begins running after her brother. So being so young and clueless, I ran after her, running right behind the both of them. I remember clearing the woods and her brother still being in the lead with me, still trailing behind, both of them. And then he darted into their home, which was on the first floor. And right after him entered my Puerto Rican new mommy wife, what do you want to call her, yelling at him frantically. So by the time I had made it to their front door and entered uninvited, her father was standing there holding her as he began yelling at me. I muttered something about, "What is the matter?" I don't know what else to do. And he yelled at me some more. He may have saw my age and how dumb essentially I was. So he apparently chose to ignore me at least for the moment, and told his daughter to undress because she was going to take a bath, yelling at her and striking her. He stripped her naked in front of me, picked her up, even pulling her hair while she yelled no and protested. And he put her into the bathtub forcefully, making her squat down in it. I remember it like it was yesterday. Then his attention immediately turned back to me and yelled another stern warning. But this time I knew to leave, so I did. And that was the last I saw of her, too. I do have to say, though, looking back at that now, that was quite a strange reaction to it all. I'm concerned and suspect that there may have been something defiling sinister going on in that home. But as you are about to see even more, my own home wasn't much better. And between the two experiences, I got to say the first one, it was the worst. And I know some of you are laughing right now. Like, even at my age, an adult man could be complaining about something like that, right? Making me a man, is that it? God have mercy on our souls. It was around this time, again, before kindergarten, after being introduced to the sexual anatomy by Benny Hill via the boob tube, and then being forced onto by my disturbingly perverted upstairs neighbor, followed by my nasty Puerto Rican girl experience, Puerto Rican girl neighbor, I began to apply my newfound knowledge, fueled by a newfangled curiosity of what else lied beyond the unseen. And it was led onto other also unsuspecting who interacted with me. Do keep in mind I was about 4 years of age at the time, still being virtually clueless of carnal marital activity. Even after, by the way, accidentally walking in on my mother one afternoon, but not knowing what they were doing, I only saw them naked doing something that I didn't understand. So I just wanted to see what was happening elsewhere, to figure out the unknown, to explore, as I say, namely what it was that they had that I couldn't see, and of course, what that meant. And given that I had seen that type of behavior on public TV and so on, then I must have began to think that that was actually something normal. So as my confusion grew, so did my curiosity. So much so that I even played the game that I was taught. Show me yours and I'll show you mine. Out in public, virtually in the middle of the street, with a random girl in the middle of the afternoon. Doesn't get much more whack than that. That's how naive I was. Clueless. I had become what experts call sexually stimulated at an early age. In fact, like watching the stuff on the boob tube, I even went as far as being a peeping Tom with yet another different neighborhood girl while on vacation, as we went to the outhouse together. So wrong. Even if it seemed consensual at the time, that one makes me sick. They're one of those things that, well, I can't take back, but I wish I could. But the damage is done. All I can do is repent. Thank God for that. God have mercy on our souls. Remember the girl in the middle of the street? Well, it was my brother who saw it, stopped us, and yelled at me for it, currently asking me what I was doing to let me know that behavior was inappropriate, emphasizing the public part, by the way, and even chuckling a bit about it. That may or may not be what led us to this arguably worst part of it all, in my opinion, even though I had some relatively unspeakable moments in my life. And so, a couple of years later, about the age of 6 or 7, I remember lying on my bed, on my belly, late at night, in the absolute dark. And out of nowhere, my brother jumping on top of me to start dry humping me. Of course, I protested immediately, but only after some fighting did he stop. Nonetheless, that encounter definitively deeply scarred me, beyond expression. Now, I imagine that some of you, having heard this, might be ready to murder my brother or something, especially cons. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to defend him or something at all. But did you feel the same way with the list of girls that I revealed to you before that took place, or even me, my peeping Tom moment? Or how about the Benny Hill show? That famous actor that perverted so many homes. Anybody want to murder anybody involved with that production? That initial sexual stimulation of a little boy? Why my brother yet none of the others? That's my point. And a very critical one at that. At any rate, that experience with my brother led to what may have been wet dreams of sorts, even at the age of 6 or 7 tops. On the contrary, they were actually nightmares. In essence, I can still remember this reoccurring wet nightmare. There was what may have been female succubuses, a group of them, fondling me. And the next thing I know, they would suddenly have penises too, Baphomet-like incubus, succubus demons. Just morphed. The first time it happened, I remember waking up in a sweat. So you see, I have a deep, intimate understanding of sexual confusion. And that is an extreme crime against humanity that nobody discusses. That extremely degenerate plague. Not really. Not beyond parroting the latest viral talking point, anyway. Sometime soon after that, faggoty night, molestation for my brother, I remember him approaching me in the middle of the day in our bedroom, coming towards me while I was on the bed in the corner, middle of the day. And as he got onto my bed, I kicked the shit out of him. Okay, twice my size, twice my age. Even if he were someone twice my size and age, I bombarded him with a kick so much so that he in fact began yelling for help instead. It was glorious. So one thing I could feel good about. I wish that I could say that was the last time that he messed with me. But unfortunately not. See, evil siblings don't seem to let off, regardless of what you say or do. As years later, when we were home alone in the middle of the afternoon, he tried to dry hump me again while I was lying on the couch watching TV. By that point, I was in middle school and he was a senior in high school, a football player, a gang member, and just a psycho all around. People fear him. He would put hands on people, the drop of a hat. I could go on and on about it, in fact, but maybe for another time, another place, maybe the autobiography. So that afternoon, after having left me alone sexually for a few years, after he got the shit beat out of him, he decided to try again with his new physical dominance. He managed to get on top of me, with this time me being on my back and him forcing himself on me while I protested yet again. And that is when, by accident, I learned about the implications of a kidney shot. Doing all that I can think of, especially given how it had worked before, I began kicking again. But this time, kicking the only place that I could think to strike, that I could reach, and that was his back. Incidentally, his kidney area. Thankfully, that did the trick. He got off of me and ran off. A moment later, he came back yelling at me, asking if I had realized what he did. How I was in the wrong for kicking him in the kidneys, as he is now pissing blood. And that's how I learned of the critical fight in self-defense. Critical fight, critical way to defend myself. I accidentally reinvented in that time, a time of need, a critical strike. So he's sitting there yelling at me because he's pissing blood after what he just tried to pull yet again. So I yelled back at him. And thankfully, he had second thoughts about trying anything else. You see, that is textbook bullying. Like what Muslims do, libtards do, and so on. They attack you with extreme violence without being prompted. And if their assaults backfire on them, then they suddenly start playing victim while blaming you for defending yourself. Sound like the influencers, by the way? Blaming the victims, the Europeans, quote unquote. The Europeans have been pushing back for millennia before America was even a thing. What are you even talking about? It's the leadership. Shame on you. Shut your mouths. I digress. Getting off on a tangent. Let's get back to this. He subtly tried a couple of other times later, but was shut down, including one incident where I was staying at his home when I was now a senior in high school and he was an adult, maybe a little older. Where in the middle of the night, he entered my bedroom and I involuntarily spun around and nearly punched him in the face, stopping myself as I was opening my eyes out of mid-sleep, catching my punch in midair, my own punch, stopping it with a fist inches from his face. That part I regret. He claimed that he had come over to wake me up because of my snoring. Whatever. And there's more, much more. But long story short, if that freak drug addict, Knox trained sociopath, who aggresses me to this day, tries anything at all, well, what choice will leave me but to defend myself yet again? Excuse me. God forbid. God forbid. Next up, my sister. Unfortunately, isn't much better. But that might not surprise some of you at all. She was the best friend of my upstairs neighbor, after all, and they were both about the same age, but she isn't guilty by association, of course. I'm not suggesting that, even though I did feel a bit betrayed at the time. I will say this, however. Around the same time those things transpired for Mallory, my sister had also an incident with me, just not as completely grotesque as the ones involving Mallory. I remember her having a bowl of pudding or ice cream or something like that, and demanding that I come into the bedroom and lie my head onto her lap so that she can spoon feed me. I naturally protested, saying that I was too old for that, too big. Again, I was around 3 or 4. This was before kindergarten. Now that might otherwise be easily written off, but not in the context of things. That is to say, not when you know the whole story, not to mention not only how it transpired, but what followed. She angrily was grabbing me, my head, forcing it towards her crotch area while yelling at me, and next keeping pressure on my head while she placating me with sweets. Her whole story involving me next starts with this. When I was in 2nd grade, and again, this can be easily written off, but there was no need for her to be pushing my head even close to her crotch. Well, spoon feeding me, well, I was too big for that. It wasn't food she was spoon feeding me. She was trying to lure me in like a pedo with sweets. But again, this was just the beginning. Bear with me. When I was in 2nd grade, about 7 or 8 years old, 7, she took it upon herself while we were home alone, and why even the movie title Home Alone triggers me a little by now, by the way, to teach me about the birds and the bees. That is to say, she got explicit with the details and even had illustrations that she made for me. The funny thing is that even then, I still didn't get it. From what she demonstrated, coupled with her descriptions, I got the idea stuck in my head that, and for years, that you take the 2 bathroom parts and you rub them together, but that's it. That is to say that I had no idea about penetration. In fact, a few years later, when I saw 2 dogs stuck together, I didn't know what to make of it. Clueless. Next up was her dragging me. Again, what business does she have teaching me about sex education? Never mind that age, but how's that her job? I mean, exactly like Mallory's behavior, grooming. Next up was her dragging me along with her when she was a teenager, old enough to drive, to an abandoned home where 3 boys were waiting for her. Before we got there, she made me promise to not say anything to anyone. So I found myself at the age of 8 in an empty home filled with 3 adolescent redneck boys, my stupid Jezebel sister, and little old me. Late in the evening, of course. My sister went in the room with one of them, and immediately afterward, another one abruptly left, saying something that I didn't catch, protesting. Well, the third protested in response to his leaving. Unfortunately, it was the worst of them that stayed behind. So while my sister was locked up in a room with a massive boy that I'd never seen before, carrying a sleeping bag, again, this was an empty house with furniture. Without furniture, forgive me. An empty house without furniture, in the middle of the night, pitch dark. No lights, nothing. The obnoxious fat one left behind began to mock me. Cackling at me, asking me if I knew that my sister was, quote, getting her cherry popped, end quote. I had no idea what that meant. Of course. Which this day, that term also triggers me. So the boy laughed at me obnoxiously and demanded that I go to the door to listen. What I heard, of course, I couldn't make out. Couldn't completely understand. But that just made the stereotypical degenerate laugh some more. And I wish that were the end of it. But she made me suffer even worse as a young adult. Can you imagine, as a young child, listening to your sister get deflowered as others mock you? And her, on the ride home, thanking you for keeping your mouth shut? Next up, at a different period of my life, before she got married off at 18, and afterwards, whenever there was a big party with friends, family, the festive type, not the American get smashed with strangers variety, get blitzed and not know what you're doing, not that kind of party. The more celebratory, stable kind. She would grab me by the hand and force me to dance with her. Okay, no big deal, right? But virtually dirty danced, dry humping me in the middle of the crowd. I'm not exaggerating here. This was before the movie Dirty Dancing, dating myself here. And doing all that, of course, in spite of my protest, beginning, middle, and end. And then she would physically, forcefully drag me back when I tried my best to flee, to escape. The irony, the crazy fucked up, excuse my language, yet modernistically standard part here is that a couple of decades later, her daughter challenged me, asking me why I would dry hump her mother on a dance floor. It was my fault. I'm the one with the penis, so it's got to be me. And I corrected her immediately. After getting her memory jarred and her remembering correctly, coupled with everything else, I'm sure, she never brought that up again. Even though she too was raised into being an extremist libtard. In fact, it was that same daughter who, at the age of 6 or 7, probably younger, I think she was younger actually, while I was at their home in their living room, alone watching television, she came in by herself, went next to the TV, turned around, dropped her pants, and while bending over, she grabbed her buttocks and spread her cheeks open. That's right. A little elementary age girl scarred me, a male adolescent, for life. You can laugh at that all you want. This is no joke. There's no laughing matter. What gets me is, where did she learn this behavior? Your guess is as good as mine, but I suspect that her doing things like walking under her father while he was in the bathroom, or having her mother teach her about sex from a book about around the same time, may have been related. Sound familiar? Said the same thing to me. Oh, man. Her grandmother, by the way, not my mother, but the other one, was caught giving her uncle, son-in-law, BJ. And there are other stories with that side of the family, but I digress. Yet she loves that grandmother, but she wants to blame me for violating her mother publicly by her mother dragging me onto the dance floor to humiliate me and scar me for life. Okay. Okay. To Corey's much? Then, a few years later, my sister scarred me, or a few of us, while a family from a different part of the country were visiting, which included 3 children. By that time, my sister was divorced. I know, what a surprise, right? And was running around with every Tom, Dick, and Harry, her favorite expression that she taught me when I was young, by the way. Well, one of the younger male boyfriends, who was about half her age, came in while we were all home waiting on her to return from work. As they both charged in drunk, laughing, going straight to her balcony with glass doors being closed behind them. In the dark, thankfully. There was some veil, but you can imagine what comes next. So there she was in the dark, doing God knows what, but I had an idea since I already previously suffered something while babysitting her kids, very similar to what this experience was. So I knew what was coming. And I chose to walk away in embarrassment. I don't know what else to do. Sometime later, my younger second cousins, grade school aged, came over to me making a fuss. They were informing me that my sister was half naked with the man for everyone to see. I played stupid as all I could think to do. Shake it off for the sake of self-preservation. What would you do? On top of that, over a decade later, she wanted to jeer how a female teacher was just having fun while molesting one of her students. No shame. And she herself became a teacher a bit later, including special needs populations. I cringe just thinking about it. My brother, by the way, taking trips to Northern Europe, Deutschland, and Asia, they call Asia, the Orient, freaks me out. I was told to report him. I regret not doing that now. I'm just, again, living in denial. There's more, much more. Like her standing over me in the middle of the night in my own home, recording me with her phone while I was sleeping. And that was when we were adults. Adults. But by now, I'm sure you've got the idea. I think I'll leave the rest for my autobiography, if that ever gets published. It is worth mentioning, though, that my brother once nearly broke her arm, calling her a whore or something. If you ask me, in addition to insane violence that is an abnormal reaction to siblings' premarital promiscuity, there's something else going on there. And there's more about him, too. But as I said, I'm leaving that for another time in a different format. I always say this, however. While I was going to seminary, you have to go through a full battery, a full evaluation. And again, that psychiatrist, whatever she was, pretty much demanded that I report him. And she's the one that brought to my attention that, hey, don't you think he might be doing this to somebody else? Embarrassed to admit, that thought never crossed my mind. Yet, did I report him? No. Instead, I chose to remain silent. Forgive me. Next up, going back to my middle school days, there was a younger married couple with a child that wanted to purchase my father's business. So for some reason, they came to live with us during that transition. Looking back at that now, I'm reminded of just how wonderful of a man my father truly was. Not just wax pros here. I got to know him. I was at odds with him growing up, but as an adult, well, I grew up. I mean, by the words of so many others who he helped. Yeah, amazing person. I could go on and on. But you see, him allowing this couple to live with us, that's how odd this whole situation was. Anyway, there I was around the age of puberty with a tall, athletic young woman and her child, a married woman, often home alone with me. So, yes, the trend, the trajectory, as the Heckle and Jekyll put it, continues. But this time, my predator is much more than twice my mass density, yet several times older. Several times. We're talking about adult here, and I'm still a kid. I'm 12 years old, give or take. Probably younger, I don't know, I can't remember. Yes, so here we go again. I remember her repeatedly asking me about my penis, explicitly. Whether or not I had hair, or whether or not I got hard. Yeah, that happened. That's real. She also liked to semi-flash me, flaunt her potential nudity. In fact, I remember one day being in the guest living room that we had. I'm not sure what I was doing there all alone, as it was an area I never spent any time in. But I do remember her coming in, and I was laying down on the ground as she walked over me while she was wearing a light, see-through-ish Sunday dress. Now, mind you, I'm lying on my back, just walking right over me, wearing that dress. Adult woman. But she didn't pause long enough for me to get an eyeful. So, having been as sexually stimulated as I'd already been at that point in my life, never a man venturing into puberty, I shifted my body to get a better look. Now, I know what some of you are thinking. I must be lying after all. It's always a man's fault, right? That's not how it went down. Well, there was no furniture in that room, nothing there but me. She had no business in that room with me. I was probably in the room to try to get away from him. But she definitely had no business walking over me like that while I was laying down. Never mind how she had been grooming me already with her erotic and extremely personal line of questioning about my sex organ and her other questionable behaviors. Also, I don't remember if this happened before or after, but during a separate incident, while I was in my bedroom alone, I could hear her whispering something to her daughter in the main living room. And the next thing I knew, her young daughter, years younger than me, she had to be like, I don't know, toddler age, like 3, maybe even 2, I don't know, she's pretty young, came running in completely naked it was quite some time before her mother came in to retrieve her, as she remained on my floor squatting and giggling, exposing herself. Wow. Isn't it funny how even a little toddler can violate you? Yeah, I know some of you are laughing right now, but shame on you if you are. I honestly didn't know how to react. Anyway, back to the empty guest living room. After she did that, and I shifted my body in response, she, after a moment, yells at me threateningly and stomps on my head, asks me what I'm doing. So you tell me, was it my fault? After all, I am male, and I did shift my body. So it must be the purr, right? Either way, that is how I instantly felt, as if I had done something wrong. Now, don't get the wrong idea, Christian or not, but especially as a Christian, I do know that what I did was the wrong thing to do. But, if you allow me, if I may, now that I've learned what I have about pedophiles, what she did is textbook, including the part where she made me feel that it was all my fault. Blame the victim. There's more, but there's only so much that I can suffer reliving in one sitting. I say that with 9 hours going into this live stream, but I was talking about the bits and pieces I was writing at a time. I had to pause all the time writing, putting this together. You could imagine. Maybe the rest will be in the book if it does get completed and published. But as you can see here, that it's a carousel throughout my life, from young childhood to even middle adulthood. Next, according to memory, around the same time, or maybe even a couple of years later, I had watched The Prince of Tides, a movie with Nick Nolte. And while I was watching it for the first time, as the male protagonist was unearthing a suppressed memory of his being raped by male criminals, my own suppressed memory of my brother had been triggered. Remember what I talked about before? I had forgotten all about it. It was a pan zoom effect, breaking into a sweat immediately, the deep sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach, etc. It took me some time to process once they came back. Truth be told, I'm actually still in the process of trying to cope with that, decades later, as an adult, with all my experiences, all my knowledge, and so on. Okay, listen. I'm quite thankful that it did happen. That is, that it did have that memory jarred by a Hollywood movie of all things. As I do have to overcome it, I do have to overcome it. I have to heal. And so realizing the problem was the necessary first step for that healing process. And I'd almost gotten to that place where I could move on. Unfortunately, that was during a time where someone even worse was chewing me up and spitting me out on every level. So that old wound had been reopened much later in life, to the degree that I'm not sure if I'll ever fully recover from it. Maybe in passing, or maybe in divine intervention before then. That's more than welcome. That would be glorious. Lord have mercy, please. But for some reason, I feel guilty even asking God, the filthy wretch that I am. Since He has saved me time and again, even for myself, as shameful as I've been, how dare I ask for even more? God, forgive me. Forgive me. Pray for me. Please pray for me. God have mercy on my soul. But yeah, soon after that, maybe another year or two, unfortunately, enters the next predator into my life. There's much that I'm skipping here, but again, that will be included in the aforementioned book, should it finally get published. But as dumb, gullible, and naive that is, as I am, this incident extended for some time, but worse, and you'll see what I mean in a minute. I picked up where I left off a couple of decades later as young adults. I was now high school, struggling to make friends as a foreigner, the white kid, and even Orthodox Christian. See Mark 13:13. In effect, I was an easy mark, quiet, even a bit passive, and arguably somewhat desperate for compassion. So Pit E approached me as a friend, offered me what nobody else was, friendship. So he was the first guest that I had over to my home in a new town we recently had moved to. It was in the evening, as I remember, the darkness. Pity was in fact black, by the way. And no, that is no code name for Mr. T as in I pity the fool. Somebody else. So I don't recall what transpired before this evening. But we were in my living room, a different one from before, that is. The one that I talked about with the woman. This is a different home. And this is when he asked me about my bedroom at the end of the hallway. It's a long hallway, a couple of bedrooms. He was asking me what was in my bedroom. And then he showed a sudden interest in something that I had just mentioned, a weightlifting bench. And he demanded I take him to my bedroom to show him. Of course, I was a bit uncomfortable with that, so I protested doing so. That's when things got a bit physical. Going from a slight nudging to soon pushing to even attempting to drag me to my own bedroom against my own will in loud, clear protests. But I didn't stop there. Nope. I next remember my shirt getting torn while he was full on wrestling me, trying to get me to the bedroom, while his long fingernails even scratched me across my chest, breaking the skin in the process and drawing blood. As I wrestled away from him, defending myself. Now, mind you, I was fairly big back then. I was just beginning to develop my young adult physique, but PE was even bigger, taller, more massive, and as I found out, stronger than me, which I was finding out the hard way. But thankfully, by then I had taken some self-defense class, so I was able to barely escape. After realizing he had been defeated, as things become critical and lethal, he surrendered. And he began to laugh. You know, I was just playing routine. I was still stunned in shock by what had just transpired. I don't know make of any of it. In that point of my life, I mean, I've heard of homosexual and all that, but I thought it was just, some kind of fantasy for other people, someone in some faraway land. Didn't really know what that was. They don't really think people around me were that. So I didn't know how to respond. I just sat on my couch and collected myself. He asked me some questions, and all I could think to do was act manly. Come on, Nico, act manly. Do something. Scare this guy off. So I started sputtering things I had no idea about. Cars. That's all I could think of. It's almost laughable now looking back at it all. At least that part of it. had it not been for the fact that I'm talking about how I nearly got raped by a monstrous, violent fag. And yeah, that was his nickname back then. Back then, his nickname was literally fag. And not by bullies, by his other queer friends, which he also called fag. That was their pet name for each other. And so, as my friend, that too became my nickname for him, fag. Well, I guess a bit revelation of the method there, huh? Yeah, there's nothing gay about this experience, nothing happy. It's quite fitting. Fag, that is. At any rate, had it not been for me knowing a little about how to defend myself, I would have been in serious trouble. So I would have been telling a different story now. But here's the kicker. His response was to get me on the phone. To get on my phone, call a friend, stand over me, and laugh at my sudden stupid response with a very likely queer friend on my phone, laughing at me after just trying to rape me. I mean, does it get much more brazen than this? Oh, but take me to church because they're the victims, right? They're the victims. What would the newspaper these days read if I'd properly defended myself? Yeah, that's right. Moments ago, he had tried and failed to forcefully rape me. You know what's even crazier, maybe, is how I forgave him. I let it go. It even still became his friend. Imagine that. I must have been retarded or something. I don't know. But that's just how I've been pretty much all my life to this day. Very willing to forgive. There's more, but again, that may be for another place in time. Fast forward decades later, after losing contact with them, I had found him and many others from my past, which is why I was encouraged to get on there via Fascist Book. As some of you may have come to realize by now, that I don't really like to learn my lesson. To put it differently, as someone else had said it about me, Nico, you only want to see the good in people. Now, I would disagree. But then again, I can understand why they might see me that way. I'd rather put it this way. I like to give people the benefit of the doubt to a fault. So anyway, via Fascist Book, PD took upon himself to invite himself to my home. Sound eerily familiar? Unfortunately, it did to me at the time. But as I say, hindsight's 2020. His own home was located in a different part of the country, so I agreed to accommodate him. Now, mind you, I was a poor college student at the time in graduate program, so I didn't have much means. My plan was to sleep on my small outdoor wicker bench located in my studio living room, the kind where it's all one room, while I gave him the bedroom. But you might have already guessed that he may have had something else in mind. Well, leaving out some details in between, I next remember his being in an outing with me, not talking much at all, and his suddenly asking me to try some of his ice cream. Yeah, absolutely gay. So, of course, I refused. But as always, he insisted, demanding that he get his way as usual. That's what they do. but I still refused. So he flared up, and all I could think to do, like an idiot, was to oblige. Yet again. I hope that I didn't get AIDS from that creep. Yeah. I had myself checked, by the way, as far as I know now. Anyway, next I remember being back in my home, his taking a shower, but choosing to walk around completely nude, without a towel. I protested explicitly and loudly, challenging him to account for himself. And as always, he just chuckled and played it off. The next morning, without even saying a word to me, he burst out of my bedroom first thing, stormed right past me, walked out of my door and into his vehicle, with dummy me chasing right after him, asking him what is going on. And his only response was to turn and say to me, "Watch what you post." Huh? Wow. I mean, what kind of behavior is this all around? He didn't even bother to say goodbye. He just drove off. And that was that. Now I'm embarrassed to admit that incident baffled me for years. But I imagine to some of you, you're screaming at me right now. Like an erotic tragedy. Tragic irony. Where everything is obvious to you while the protagonist, me, remains clueless. Well, not too long ago, I've realized that that last interaction with pity was all about, I think, well, you know what? It's embarrassing. Lord help us. No joke. Next up, the restaurant business. Risky place. The restaurant business was risky business at times, and I started working in it during the first grade. My sister was approaching middle school age at the time when she was getting the rap from an older man. She being the freak that she was, I failed to mention how I walked in on her and a female cousin playing with each other's boobs, which transpired about a year before this. She was loving it. She was loving the advances by this much taller and bigger and older man. And to this day, in fact, she is running around playing victim because our father chased that pedo perv off. Wow. Can you say backward? Wow. Well, because, he's a man. He's evil and controlling. He's traditional. And she's a victim because she didn't have no freedom. What a load. What a load. Not to mention she's running around telling people for years that she married as a virgin and was forced into marriage and as a virgin and never got to experience life and all this other mass media rhetoric. Just anything. It's just full. A complete Jezebel, people. Complete Jezebel. Say the least. I don't mean sexually. I'm just all around really wretched person. Again, that's for the autobiography. The rest of it is none of your business. To be frank, forgive me, but it's not. Anyway, this stuff is concerning me. That's why I'm talking about it. Not to mention, I'm hoping that people are hearing this, snap out of all this victimizing men and so on and so forth. All this backwardness needs to stop. Because no man is talking about this. It's extremely rare. And when they do, they get ostracized. All of them. All of them. So after that, I had an FBI incident where a con artist managed to get a counterfeit cash past me at my young age. So I wasn't allowed to work at the restaurant for years. I was left to my own devices as a little kid, becoming somewhat feral at that point in my life. So about 3 years later, I was hanging out with customers, something I often did during that period, when I wasn't home alone, that is, or roaming the streets by myself. This was in a fancy lounge restaurant, a different one, during the evening hours, where random customers sitting in a large corner booth, a younger couple, wanted to take me with them back to their hotel room. I was maybe 9, give or take. At that point, she was already doing things like unzipping her pants while sitting next to me, and they were talking fresh to me. Again, this couple had to be at least late 20s, early 30s, maybe even late 30s. I know, right? Coming of age, I shouldn't be complaining. So I was she was sitting between me and her boyfriend doing this, while he was prompting me to do sexual things. And she was smiling, inviting it, of course. She was opening herself up in a booth, in a dark lounge. And again, this hotel they're inviting me to is literally right next door. I jump hips. It's literally right next door, as was their room, by the way, it turns out. So there was opportunity for things to get quite nasty, quite out of hand, quite criminal. Later, I spotted him hanging out on the hotel balcony, smoking a cigarette and smirking at me. Almost saying, hey, this is what you could have been part of. Sick, man. Sick. I dodged a bullet there. No pun intended. Hey, take me to church, huh? All right. Well, at least they weren't queer. How about my sister's older friend? And again, speaking of that, I just got triggered driving a cab. I had all kinds of orgy invitations, college days, work related, menage a trois offers, driving a cab, so many propositions. It was just a mess. I remember one where it was an older couple. I'm driving a cab and I was driving around for the day. And at night they get back in my cab and they start making out. And next thing I know, I feel a hand over my shoulder, starts rubbing my chest. I'm like, man. And I was about to grab her hand and, pull it off and scold her. And it turns out it was his freaking hand. Lord have mercy. These people are freaking sick, man. Sick. And there's people out there laughing right now. There's all kinds of freaks out there. Anyway, how about my sister's older friend that I had a crush on? Hold up. Hold your horses. Bear with me here. My sister's older friend that I had a crush on while I was around the same age, 8 or 9. She was a Spaniard from Spain who was always very nice to me. A couple decades later or so, my sister told me that she, too, had a crush on me. The Spaniard, that is. My sister had a good chuckle over it. Asked me if I wanted her to set me up with a Spaniard. When I declined, she immediately insistently tried to set me up with a different one. An older woman, even older, this one being a former employee who had also sexual relations with my brother. My brother got around. I finally reluctantly gave in, agreeing only for a meetup. That ended up being a ghastly experience, at least. What in the hell was I even doing there? Why do I let people manipulate me, control me like that? And what was she doing there? How dare she, as an older person, admit that she had a crush on a little kid? And my sister laughing about this and doing setups. What is wrong with these quote-unquote women? Where did all the women go? Did I mention Jezebel? The Jezebel spirit, as I say? But that reminded me of the Spooch incident, which wasn't exactly a my girl experience either. While my brother brought me along for a booty call for some reason, with yet another employee, this one being a single mom with a very young daughter, maybe even older than the others, her daughter being maybe about 4 years old, I was propositioned by his fling's little girl, but I didn't even know what she was doing or saying. That's the irony. You see, while her mother was playing hide a salami in the next room, in her bedroom with my brother, her little daughter was asking me to quote unquote smooch in her own bedroom, the little girl's bedroom. I didn't even know what the hell that meant. I never heard of smooch before. I was like, what the hell is that? What kind of game? Smooch? What do you mean smooch? I had an inkling that well, maybe this is taking me back to my earlier years. But I was like, all right, she's a little girl. There's no way. And so I didn't know what to do. She kept insisting. She kept harassing me about smooch. Smooch. I was like, okay. And I went and knocked on the door. And I was like, hey, there's something going on. She's asking me about smooch. What is that? What is smooch? And all they could do is laugh. Yeah, she was being pushy about it. I don't know what else to do. They had a big laugh and they immediately chased me off so they can, go on about their business. So I was left all alone again with this little girl in her bedroom that wanted to smooch. I was still clueless as to what to do, thank God. So I recommended a different game. But there's a definite pattern here. Definite pattern here. I know some of you going, oh, you must be gay. Why don't you jump her or any other of the girls? Oh, why you feel violated? That's being part of becoming a man. Whatever happened to self-preservation? Whatever happened to meeting the one that you're going to be with for the rest of your life, wherever that transpires? And getting to know each other and only each other in a very special way. And keeping it sacred. In the sacrament of marriage. In the sacred union, as they say. How does any of that mentality fit into what is righteous, what is godly, what is just, what Christ expects of us? How does that reconcile? So around the same age, when I was about 11, two middle-aged or so female employees wanted to take care of me, quote unquote, while my parents were going to be abroad for a few weeks. Those two were the town's doorknobs. Everybody took a turn. One of them even introduced me to, quote unquote, Duke's Day, the day that her Tuesday fling showed up. And as she demonstrated to me, he had her bend over, grabbing her ankles while he plugged her in a bunghole. Yep. Yeah, she demonstrated that. Explaining it to me. Never mind, she had no business telling me that to begin with. The other one was older, but actually fairly attractive, more attractive. And I hate to admit that, but hey, So by this time, especially after getting introduced to porn by my brother, who was sharing it with his friends around that time, and even in the drive-in with him and another friend, don't ask me. Unlike the couple with the hotel room, I knew these two, and I wanted to lose my virginity to a couple of freaks, a couple of pedos, two that belong in prison. And they were serious too. I know they were serious because they actually asked my father for permission. To my surprise, he angrily said no. I was surprised and angry, but thank God for my father. I mean, we had our differences, like I said, but he certainly took care of me and looked after me. He was a man, after all. He loved me too. But I just lost sight of that for a time, but I digress. Can you imagine? Can you imagine if you were someone else? Oh, you're just coming of age. Can you imagine what kind of freak I'd be right now? It's bad enough I went through. Thank God I've been able to survive it. What if those two got a hold of me? During my young adult days working for a corporate franchise, there was a queer who mistook my kindness for a come-on. No pun intended, go figure. Because that is how confused fags get. And like my ex-friend, and I'll put him in the next category, maybe after this live stream, actually, reliving all of this. And that's what it takes for me, I guess. Yeah, they don't think that is. They don't think. That's why they're confused. A corrupted spirit and a refusal to use their brain. For them, it's all carnal, those freaks. You see, you cannot be nice to sodomites unless you pay the price, and they will make you pay. They will make you pay. It's best to guide them to Christ and encourage them to repent or move on if they don't. That's the best thing to do for everyone involved. That's not me speaking. That's Christ speaking, by the way. God forgive me for being vain. But I'm pretty sure I got that one right. Anyway, I mean, we don't call it sodomy for no reason. So this demoniac enters the walk-in cooler, this corporate kitchen queer. At the same time, I enter the walk-in cooler. And he starts talking about how exhausted it is. I'm going to call them it. These are its. These things that refuse to repent, that love the evil. They want to drag the rest of us in there with their vileness like a fox without a tail. They're its. The sit going on about how drunk it got the night before. And how hard, quote, hard he got pumped last night, end quote. Fuck. The fuck is wrong with you? I'm so sick, dude. What the hell is wrong with these vile... Ugh. Sick, man, sick. So when this fag realizes that this cork smoker, that I'm not like him, he starts treating me with extreme prejudice. Well, how about that? Be nice to one of these fags, and all of a sudden, if they don't get the satanic ritual that they want to treat you as an enemy of the state, want to ostracize you, like you did something wrong. If they don't get what they want. Sound familiar? You're the ones that did something wrong. That's backward much? Wow. Again, even more textbook bullying, by the way. Now, how many Hollywood flicks are about the female professors abusing their authority, even by molesting young students? None, right? Not to my recollection. I could be wrong. Correct me, please do correct me in the chat, in the comments afterwards, if I got that one wrong. So let's start with A. Wood. Lover of poetry from a community college. She was beautiful, about my age, because I was an older student, non-traditional, hot and smart, and no wedding ring either. No wedding ring. Back then, I was still fairly new to the game. I didn't know much about universities yet, even though I already had been through my share of it. So when I naively waited until the last day of the semester, at the very end of class, I walked over to her and asked her out. She smiled, told me that she was engaged, but then she offered to do a poetry readings, quote unquote, with me. Do private poetry readings. Okay. Naturally, not being that naive, I declined. After all, she was engaged. Never mind, I wasn't really into promiscuous sex. I was looking for a wife pretty much since childhood, since those 12-year-old days. So I went from being a straight A student to ending up with a B in her class. Years later, she got fired for getting caught doing the same thing to others. Go figure. At least she got caught. And at least she got held accountable to some degree. Then there was the much older Oriental female professor who went on about how clean a vagina is. I'm not making this up. Going on and on about how it's the cleanest part of the human body and so on. And so, being repulsed and annoyed by this line, I asked her if vaginas were human dishwashers. I mean, you see here, why is she talking about that with a class of young students, some of them straight out of high school, some of them still teenagers? Anyone? Next up was yet another commie Nazi pagan female professor who pre-warned Christians to keep it shut. Her very first class, her opening introduction, was to tell us to keep it shut if you're Christian. Commie Nazi pagan much? At the end of that class, she invited me to her office for whatever reason, where she sat me in private. No, this is not where it's going, although, well, we'll get to that. With a closed door, she went out of nowhere and began strongly recommending that I take a women's studies course, get into a women's studies program. Smirking and all this stuff. Okay. And I remember saying nothing about this topic at all at any point. That was just not my thing. Especially not back then. I was still libtard actually back then. Still conditioned by mass media. But I was an older student, so maybe that's why she singled me out. Regardless, if she truly believed in equality and reversing the tables, that is, as they define equality these days, whatever the equality is supposed to mean anyway, then I should have gotten away with smacking her and then yelling rape, with my reward being given an A for that class, coupled with public apologies by her and others, if she truly believed in equality. That should have been the ending scenario of that. Speaking of which, around the same time I was working third shift at a hotel to make ends meet as a student while simultaneously got some study time in. That's where a blonde, tramp-stamped assistant manager who was married but also doing one of the new emasculate workers that she hired, somewhat flamboyant, which was interesting. She had cornered me at work one night during the late evening hours. Of course, I was a third shift worker. And I mean that she literally had me in a corner with each arm extended to each side of me, making clear advances at me, which she had previously done to some degree anyway, but not to that extreme, not physically. I just literally slid out of the situation and then suddenly became the hated employee. thereafter. Had I known then what I know now, it would have been a disclosure moment instead. The movie Disclosure, the book Disclosure, Michael Crichton. If you're not familiar, never mind the movie, read the book. Instead, I allowed mounts of abuse to chase me off. How was that? Another one that got away with it because I kept my silence to some degree. Then there was yet another professor. This one was a male professor. This one gave us an assignment, and we gave us a list of things to talk about. And one of them was gender, sex. I can't remember exactly, but basically I got the prompt and took it to write about how traditional societies needed gender roles in order to survive. Of course, he didn't want to hear that. He wanted something along the lines about how he had a purse when he was a little boy, and that should be okay. Something he shared before the assignment. To muddy the waters. To poison the well. Well, when he got my paper, it was quite a rate. Kept me after class, and then began to berate me, and even yelled at me, called me a bigot, and stormed off, and even cursed me. What the fuck? I didn't go back to his class. He found me later in some convention and told me to get back to class. And, well, anyways, I'll leave it at that. There's more to it than that story, and this guy had long hair too, by the way. And he had that pinkish, queer skin tone. I should have known. Anyway. Just click okay. Then there was a Father Stew moment that I had. Father Stew, again, another movie. For those of you not familiar, Father Stew is a really good movie. I encourage you to check it out, based on a true story. Where he's trying to, he's lost early in life, and then he decides he's going to go to Hollywood and be famous. And he goes through the casting couch experience, where a male agent turns his seat around. I mean, these guys like, I'll do anything. Just give me an opportunity. You'll see. I'm worth it. And he twists his chair over, and he leans back and opens his legs. Gesturing like, hey, give me head. And so Father Stu responds. He's not a priest yet, by the way. He responds by beating the hell out of this guy. Hallelujah. But I had a moment like that, but without the ass beating. Looking back at it, that's a damn shame too. At any rate, so yeah, late afternoon hours, invited to the top floor office. This guy was big in the university, and seeking guidance, and he pulled that same gesture to me. So years later, when I'm seeing this scene as Father Stu, based on a true story, I'm like, yeah. It's literally exactly what happens, exactly what it looks like, and exactly how it goes down. You try to prey on your desperation, and I guess in a power trip, whatever, coerce you, demand sexual acts. You all need to be put in their place. Stat. And again, this one even more retarded on my part. The school uniform at a university. I was invited by someone who was an administrator, not a head guy, but a head of a certain department or org or whatever at that university. At any rate, he was promising they could help me get a school uniform really cheap. I'm like, oh, cool. Here we go again. So a little candy for the little kid. Oh, I can help you. You can't afford that. You don't have any money to worry about it. I can help you with that. Just come to the main office after hours. I mean, the after hours bother me, of course, but being naive as I was, okay, whatever. And I went over there for him to measure me for the uniform. How stupid can I be? And it got a little uncomfortable. I guess you saw me pulling away and all that. And thankfully it didn't get any worse. But you do the math. You do the math. And then even more recently is a reputable bookstore owner, married, who I went over his bookstore and I was talking to him about one of the books and how it was contradicting itself and it was actually sacrilegious and all that. He was like, cool, cool, cool. Like, have a seat here. Let me get your drink. I'm going to get you. And I'm sitting at his front counter on this weird seat that he has, kind of upright. And he starts standing right behind me. And he puts his hands on my shoulders. And I know, yeah, I already told you I don't like people touch me. But his standing behind me like that, kind of close, kind of creeping up on me. No reason for that. There's something very wrong, something very queer about it. Again, just being nice to a guy that was flamboyant, trying to give him the benefit of the doubt to a fault, to the point where he if he did anything more, it might have ended up really, really bad. That's all I'm going to say about that. And then there was as you see, the top corner there, the Comic-Con queers. Again, I've talked about this before. For whatever reason, I saw these two guys, and I was like, man, I feel compelled to take this picture. I don't know what came over me, but I'm so glad it happened because it was an opportunity for me to kind of shut this guy up without being able to shut him up. Because next thing I know, I go to their workshop, or his workshop, in the same Comic-Con. I can't remember what the workshop was about anymore. Writing or something. Anyway, and he does his whatever rhetoric. I can't even remember. It was that great. But then at the end, he wants to start talking about, growing up queer. I'm queer. I'm coming out, and I'm growing up queer. It's so hard on me because I didn't have anything to read where queers were able to get romantic. What are you talking about, dude? I've just shown you in this presentation how mass media is saturated. It's not even all of it. What was he going on about? I mean, first, what about Spartacus? That's the ongoing joke. But what about, the list goes on and on. I've demonstrated here. Romantic this, romantic that, romantic pedophilia. Romantic. It's all romantic. What was this queer talking about? This liar. What was he going to say next? That he's a first at something? These people, man, it's not enough to lie. They got to say the opposite of the truth because they serve Satan. Judge them by their fruits. Unfortunately, people listen to this crap and buying it, and years later, here we are. Here we are with all this romantic queer stuff wherever we turn, everywhere we turn, whether we like it or not, whether we protest or not, whether we include our personal stories to complete strangers. Say, hey, this is affecting me this way. What are you doing? Why are you cramming this down my throat, whether I like it or not? What happened to your quote-unquote community standards? Nothing. The community standards about oppressing Christians and spreading the demonic. Evidently so. Even more recently, a landlord propositioned me. No, it wasn't a man. Yet another woman trying to exercise her power or power trip over a man. She's an easy mark. Again, this is post-lockdown. Post-2020 lockdown, I was desperate. If you guys remember, a couple of summers, I was begging for money. Because, for half a year, I literally had zero income a half a year. How I survived that? I got to say, glory be to God. Forgive me for being vain, but I think I got to... it's out there. I think if I'm vain, God forgive me. If I'm being vain. I'm using God's name in vain. But I don't know how else to make sense of it. Anyway, yeah, so desperate, whatever. She's trying, and she already, when we first met, she was like coming on to me. It was really bad. Definitely not my type. But I was there all alone. She started talking religious stuff to me, and I was like, okay, well, maybe I had her wrong. I'm all alone now, right? For a year or two, locked up, and I mean things were a mess. Okay, well maybe she's the one. Maybe she's a godsend. And so I started getting involved, and we started all of a sudden planned a trip with her. Hey, let's take this trip, but look, let's get a room and all that. But look, just so you understand, so there's no misunderstanding. I don't want you to miss any confusion later on or misunderstandings. Just so you'll know, I was telling her, I'm saving myself for marriage. I can't do anything before we get married, so I just don't want you to get the wrong idea. We get there, we're having fun, and I was like saying, well, like, listen, I'm not trying to say anything about you that you would want that or anything. I was telling her, but look, I just so you'll know, so you don't get mad at me. Well, turns out she got mad at me anyway, kicking me out. How about that? With extreme malice, no less, because that's how they are. These predators, that's how they are. And I know a lot of you are like, oh, are you gay? Why don't you just boink your landlord? Shut up, scumbag. What's wrong with you people? What's wrong with you people, man? I'm so sick of this sickness. Stop already. For the love of God, stop. Especially if you're calling yourself Christian. Especially you. Especially you. Oh, yeah. I mean, here we go. The NetWeb Christians, Christian apologists, who spoke on my channel about VICTIMIZED. On camera, it was good. I'm glad what he did. And I meant to mention him earlier, but here it is. Now I'm going to mention him in a negative way. But yeah, the credit to him for sharing what he did and then, getting ostracized for saying, hey, I'm a man. This bocce stuff messed me up. Blah, blah, blah. I guess maybe he got sympathy because it was boys, or men, I should say, messing with boys. But me complaining about women or older girls messing with me when I was much younger, I guess that's not okay. But anyway, I digress. But yeah, behind the scenes, this guy, what he was saying to me, I'm starting to think if it was a Pit E experience where this guy was a flamer and I just wasn't, giving him the benefit of the doubt. But what he said to me, I'm not going to repeat. This is what another fact said to me one time, actually, as a joke, alleged joke, which a joke I'm not going to repeat. It's so vile. You find this stuff amusing, in addition to everything else, like pity, raping me and then laughing about it, or trying to rape me, that is, and laughing about it. Oh, he's talking about cars. These people, man. These people. But speaking of my naivety, let me go back a little bit here. Now I'm in high school. I'm in, what grade am I in? 9th, 10th grade, something like that. Another restaurant employee. This guy, older. Again, a little weird looking, a little goofy looking, nerdy. Always wearing weird clothes and glasses. And definitely older, balding, wearing a goofy hat. I was like, man. But he was like a, womanizer, right? He was like a sex fiend. So I was like, okay, this guy's, he's picking up women and all that, straight, whatever. So one day he invites me out, inviting me out, candy from strangers. I can't remember where he went, maybe a meal or something. I think it was a meal. And then he wanted to take me to his hotel room late at night. I'm like, okay, whatever. And thankfully, I had some things to draw to kind of distract him and keep him away from me for a while. But as we were entering the hotel room, he was like going on about talking to the person working behind the counter. I forget what that's called now. Anyway, so he talks to the attendant, a female, and he comes back. He's telling me he's going to talk to her and see if she wants to join us. I'm like, okay, this is all weird. But I'm still making excuses for all this behavior. And then I'm getting the idea, well, he's talking about sex. I'm like, again, high school age, so I'm getting excited like an idiot. So I'm like, okay, whatever. This is really all still all weird. And we're in this hotel room, and I'm like, I start trying to kind of, distance myself from alone in this hotel room at night. And he's like going on, well, you know what, she can't join us. That's okay. He's like, I'm going to make him funny faces at me. I'm like, I'm still writing it all off. But then it finally dawns on me, oh boy, this can't be good. This guy is probably gay. Gay, quote unquote, gay is happy, right? No, he's not anything but. Anyway, yeah, he was anything but happy, by the way. I need to stop using that label gay. Again, that's what the demons do. The Satanists. They say the exact opposite of the truth. Queer? Yeah. Demented? Absolutely. Gay? Hell nah. And not anything but. Anyway, so now I'm like, oh boy, I'm starting to break a sweat. I'm like, okay, this guy's pretty big. He already demonstrated he knows how to fight. He's muscular and all this stuff. High school kid. Still haven't developed into my, adult body yet. What do I do? And so I do the only thing I can think of. I try to disgust him. And I start farting. Thankfully, I was gassy. And of course, that repulsed him. And yeah, he left me alone. But, and I'm going to say thankfully, the story doesn't end there. This time it's thankfully doesn't end there. And here is where it gets common, the story. But as an adult, I can look back on that and be thankful for it. So yeah, late at night, I'm off with a stranger at his hotel room. My parents don't know where I'm at. They're freaking out. He drops me off. And my parents are quite irate, especially my father, as you imagine. Well, my father, not like me, is the exact opposite of naive. So he starts yelling at me. What did you do? What did you do? Did you, like pretty much ask me, did I have sex? I'm like, what are you talking about? And he's like, he's beating the truth out of me at this point. He's like grabbed like an ashtray and like kind of hit me with an ashtray, something to that effect. I'm like, what are you doing? What the hell's wrong with you now? Blah, 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 blah. And he finally realized, yeah, I'm just an idiot. I mean, he knows me. I'm his son. But I'll tell you this. For the longest time, up until before Pit E, which was actually not that long after that, I guess I did learn my lesson the hard way, but that was a bit different. This guy was older. Pit E was my age, even though I befriended him afterwards, after he tried to rape me. Maybe I do learn my lesson the hard way. Anyway, yeah, to some degree at least, I would say my father beat the stupidity out of me. You can argue that he beat the gay out of me, even though it wasn't gay. Even with my experiences in the wet nightmares from my childhood, that trauma, I wasn't gay. I was confused for a little while. But the last thing I find attractive, as one comedian put it, a hairy ass. Or definitely not oral sex, so that's not my thing. People who lick bathroom parts are worse than animals, because animals, they have to do that. They're stupid. They don't have showers. We have no excuse. Anyway, but that's Satan works. But I'm thankful to my father for, so to speak, beating the gay out of me, or beating the stupidity out of me, that is. But as my mother used to say, shit and leave it. At this point, that's what I'm going to do. I've said my piece here about that, with my personal experiences, what academics call anecdotal. Go fuck yourselves, academics. I'm sure you already are, no pun intended. So as for me, it's time for me to move on from these, outside of what may or may not be a publication of my autobiography at some point in the future. I mean, it's already in the works. We'll see. But it's time for me to put these in the past, otherwise. I'm going to put them out there now for you to learn, to guard yourself, to understand others better, to hopefully not hate on men who complain about this, who are strong enough to do that, despite the ostracization they'll get for doing it. Yeah, it's time for me to let go, to not circumflect, to put it in God's hands, and otherwise do what I should be doing. Otherwise, do what I should be doing. In the meantime, please pray for me wholeheartedly. Pray for me. Thank you. Thank you for that. And thank you for those that have been praying for me. Wow. Almost 10 hours. Good God. This is a marathon. Okay. Next up. Woo. There was a thing I don't want to share, but I think, oh yeah, no, I did share that. Yeah, video, but I shared that. We're all good. All right. Slide 26. Let's play a little game. Phobia or flagellation. Flagella. The Yiddish word for fag. Flagella. I got that from dun, 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 dun. Oh, wait a minute. What was that? Festivus for the rest of us. Flagella. Is that the one? I can't remember. One of those Jew shows, the TV sitcoms. Who knows? One of the fathers used that word. Father characters. So that's what I'm using here. Are we talking about a phobia? Are we talking about, as they claim, a phobia? Or is it a flagellation? The nation becoming flagellous. Flagellation. All right. In 2012, a couple dirty corksuckers demanded a private business owner provide a service he did not offer otherwise to anyone. It was to make a queer cake for their flaming ceremony. That picture safe lost everything as Masonic mass media laid siege on him, turning him into an international enemy of this satanic state of affairs. Over a decade later, he's still fighting court battles as the U.S. Supreme Court yet again twisted the U.S. Constitution and disorder to promote anti-Christian anarchy. That case had nothing to do with freedom of speech, by the way, and everything to do with attacking Christianity, and evidently so. To be more mass media relevant amidst the U.S. Supreme Court decision, which further weaponized sodomites against Christians, Spider-Man reject Andrew Garfield dedicated his 2018 Tony Award to those who want the cake. It is sycophants like that, a sinister clown, which sustained his toxic siege on our spiritual and emotional well-being. Pastors and ministers, preachers, etc., which continue to pervert the faith, even their own Bible texts, by pushing sodomy, including that thing that appeared at the inaugural presidential blah, 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 whatever her name was. We've just drop in the bucket, unfortunately. By the way, the First Amendment prevents the government from restricting religious practices. The First Amendment prevents government from restricting religious practices. Again, the First Amendment prevents the government from restricting religious practices, beliefs, and expression. So how did this Christian man with a private business become mass media's enemy of the state? And where's the edit all on that one? P.S. Postscript. A mere handful of years earlier, they then claimed legalizing sodomite pseudo-ceremonies was about quote-unquote benefits, as Christians mainly either kept their mouths shut or worse, rationalized the movement, encouraging it, giving it their stamp of approval. So now then, defining said benefits, never mind this current state of affairs we're in. So you be the judge. Phobia or flagellation? Whoa. It's time for sleep. Things are bouncing around. All right. 27. Phobia flagellation. A few years ago, Hebrew Hollywood made an example of Gina Carano for pushing back on they them preposterously desperate propaganda by firing her and plastering their power play all over the place. Well, a few years later, she won her suit against them, civil suit. They had to settle, especially amidst all the Epstein file news. I'm sure you heard other spins about how that went down. Well, but they had to settle. But in the meanwhile, where was the ADL on that one? Yet again, crickets. Even as a female athlete and an icon in MMA in that regard, yet she refuses to do the typical feminist thing in that situation. Her biggest offense was a Twitter X post about U.S. elections being fraudulent, as if that's somehow news. I mean, videos of Black Panthers chasing off voters, mailmen tossing mail-in ballots, which I've posted myself, video of, voting center agents being sketch, on, and all that before elections. Right. And which other than sinister commies, would hate this statement? Quote, because history is edited, most people today don't realize that to get the point where Nazi soldiers could easily round up thousands of Jews, the government first made their own neighbors hate them simply for being Jews. How is that any different than hating someone for their political views? End quote. So the U.S. is now China, Middle East, etc. Is that it? I mean, evidently so. Look at how she's been treated. Look at how we're all being treated as Christians. That's not getting into the men or the whites as Christians. My personal favorite was, quote, beep, bop, boop, end quote. Given how libtards were absolutely triggered by that tweet, says everything about how their mental conditioning stands, what state it's in, disarray rather, or how conditioned they are by being triggered by beep, bop, boop. Wow. Someone said that to me, I'd laugh. But they're like, crime against humanity, truth. We can't have truth. Remember, fight or flight? Because of truth? Okay. So whites, Christians, men are replaced relentlessly, slandered habitually, physically assaulted, excluded from benefits, ostracized, being made to be hated on by the entire world population. See the treatment of Greeks, for example. Yet the cyborg zombie goats parrot, quote, show solidarity with, quote, inclusion, quote, open-minded, quote, equality, etc., etc. ADL, anyone? You be the judge. Phobia or flagellation? Here's his phobia or flagellation to the next level. Henry Cavill was canned from the industry, just like Gina Carano, canned, ostracized. But mind you, while playing a cornerstone character in Superman, major role, right up there with Star Wars, as a character by itself. I mean, even a rendition of fanboys all over claimed was the best to date. He was the best Superman, they were all arguing. He was brought back sometime later, allegedly post-public backlash, only to be replaced yet again. ADL, where are they? And of course, his replacement, I mean, he dodged a bullet there. That Superman movie, this last one, I mean, again, we just suffered a Supergirl thing, was now already on streaming after 1 month. It's just bad all around. And I've done all kinds of things before about it. Look into it. His crime? Simply saying, quote, stuff has to change. It's almost important to retain the good things, which were a quality of the past, and get rid of the bad things, end quote. He's referring to men here. About men, stuff has to change. It's also important to retain the good things, which were a quality of the past. The good things were a quality of the past, and get rid of the bad things. And he became enemy of the state for that. The next quote. I think a woman should be wooed and chased, end quote. Enemy of the state for that. Wow. Next quote. But it's way safer than casting myself into the fires of hell because I'm someone in the public eye, end quote. He's talking about the dating scene. Staying away from them. We've been talking to women because you might get accused of something. It is clear why the diabolically backward vermin hated on this man. Again, speaking on being a man. Yes, stuff has to change. It's also important to retain the good things which were a quality of the past. Fact. By the way, Superman morphed into the personification of Jesus Christ in the late 20th century. But in the 21st century, in James Gunn's Superman, this last one, that model was replaced with what can only be described as Mahomo. Great. Heck, brah. You be the judge. Phobia or flagellation? I find this next character somewhat confusing, confounding, a bit suspect, and wishy-washy. But you see for yourself. He made himself quite relevant post The Office, UK, the original version, by calling out Hollywood pedo pervs during their award ceremony. He called 2020 a, quote, a banner year for pedophile films, end quote. Well, it's not just 2020, buddy, as I've demonstrated here. He joked about Jenner becoming a trans, aka woman, whatever, then killing folk in a car accident. That was pretty funny, actually. Next, he publicly supported J.K. Rowling's and her, stance on bathrooms being, used the proper way. And stated that traditional women, quote, traditional women are the ones with wombs, end quote. But at the Golden Globes, he exclaimed, quote, accept your little award, thank your little God, and fuck off, end quote. Wait a minute, what? He also habitually backtracked or even qualified his statements by declaring how he loves queers, he doesn't really this and that and the other, so on. Quote, deep down, I'm not a racist or homophobe. Wow. You shouldn't laugh at something they can't help, end quote. Oy vey. You be the judge. Phobia or flagellation? I'm on the fence with this one. I think this is another plant. Another Mr. Project Warp Speed. Slide 30. Last, but certainly not least, is famous actor, director, producer Mel Gibson, who instantly became Hollywood's most hated man after they had already rejected his treatment for The Passion of the Christ. All major production studios, which are now all bought out, by the way. Well, short of Disney, which might as well be bought out. So he instead funded it himself, and then got slandered and attacked by they, them, the Mason Jews since then. The anti-Christian heathens loved him when he was making billions for them. See Titus 1, please. But when he gets truthful about Jesus Christ's crucifixion, oh, they got a problem. Can't have truth. Not in Hollywood. Just the same, he's recently known for publicly declaring, quote, children's blood. It's like a currency for them, end quote. For those who don't know, look into adrenochrome. By the way, Snopes, Google, and the like, all of them, must be held accountable stat for their commie Nazi pagan censorship of us doing our best to protect others. So they silenced us with their quote-unquote community standards. Turns out all these conspiracy theories, quote-unquote, were true. And where's the ADL on that one, too? You also pointed out how, quote, it's an open secret in Hollywood. These people have their own religious and spiritual teachings and their own social and moral frameworks. They have their sacred text. They are sick. They are using and abusing kids, end quote. Again, see my own work for the documented listed highlighted proof of all this and more. Even this presentation that's going on 12 hours approaching. So, and again, 12 hours, and this is just the tip of the iceberg. Barely that. So cover up the horrendous stench. They, them, to cover up the horrendous stench, they, them are hiding behind the accusation of quote-unquote crazy. Project much, by the way? Yet again. But consider this for a moment. How would you feel if you witnessed, experienced what Mel Gibson did? Can you even imagine that? Again, there's no coincidence that these sinister villains are completely backward. See California Satanic Temple's Uncreation agenda. And how they are especially targeting children, given how Jesus Christ emphasizes their pure hearts. Encourage us even to be like them, while warning to not harm a single hair on their heads. No coincidence. The evil ones target children. So alas, you be the judge. Judge them by their fruits. Phobia, quote-unquote phobia, or flagellation. Forgot to change some slide. My apologies. Let's give that a moment. I'll let take a water break, actually. 10 hours, over 10 hours, okay. We've got a couple more slides, and we're wrapping up. But yeah, Mel Gibson's The Passion of the Christ. It even brought Christians closer to God. But yet, he became a hated man. All he's been through. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? I can't even begin. I mean, well, I really can't actually. I have no idea. Experiencing, realizing is one thing. It's completely different than hearing things or living things that are similar or something to that effect. All right. Let's move on. My apologies again. For anyone who wants this presentation, just contact me and I'll be happy to share it. As I've been trying to warn, as all these netweb influencers who have been propagating for the demise of Hollywood, or pushing, I should say, promoting, what's this word? Been promoting for the demise of Hollywood. My apologies. I'm also half asleep here. The last economic bastion of the U.S., the grass ain't greener on the other side. BRICS has been taken over for decades. Again, something else I've been trying to warn out. weren't about in many different ways. I got evidence about that too. And what they're pushing is pagan, destructive, genocidal, and spiritual, corrosive. I haven't been posting much about this. Please look into it, share. On the back of that, why is it that all these net webbers either have a BRICS association, Ruskies, either Oriental or Arab, or are married to one, or they're Zionists, or even openly Masonic, publicly Masonic affiliations, or promoter, so on. Lord have mercy. And beware the wolves in sheep's clothing, for the love of God. Please beware. The Bible is not just words, not just rhetoric. Quote, I'm not your little anymore. We're talking about turning red here. Turning red. You see the big pictures on the bottom? The character starts shouting, the red panda, at her mother, the giant. The giant panda is her mother. You know, the evil one. The one who wants authority. That's the bad one. So the little character, the little daughter, goes to her mother. I'm not your little anymore. I lied, Mom. It was my idea. It was my idea. I like the boys. I like loud music. I like gyrating. I'm 13. Deal with it. End quote. What? So this grooming flick is centered on a little girl emasculating her already emasculated father. Again, look into what I've done, the videos. Rumble is the best one as far as the edited videos go. I also did a live stream on this. Whose wife wears the pants. The emasculated father's wife wears the pants. And he's not even allowed to speak. And Disney's solution is a pagan seance. Magic. What the hell? This is a Disney flick pushing this. You want to see crass, quote unquote? Here's a little character again. This is again her, the big pictures in the bottom, shaking her crotch, butthole, bunghole, crotch area, giant area, her animal area, at her mother, sticking her tail up in the air, literally. She says, quote, you want to see crass? Ah, stick it. Boom, stick it. End quote. All while twerking and smacking her ass with her tail in the air. This is CGI. So much work, so much planning, so much editing, so much approval, so much. How can this be accidental? How can you miss it? More importantly, where are the arrests? Where are the arrests? And again, what's with the diamond cutter hand gesture on the top there? Including children positioning that hand gesture. It's supposed to be a heart, right? Ball. Hand gesture right in front of their crotches. I've got training video of a little girl doing that. I always had my suspicions, but when I saw the little girl in a training video for educators, they got this little girl putting the heart in her crotch. Maybe that's what she does. I don't know what to make of this training video. I wish I had a clip somewhere. I could have, I failed there to show you guys so you can believe me, because some of you probably don't even believe me. I mean, loss of words here. Or how about the claim that when a child begins to bleed, reaches 13, that is, give or take, they're now adults? That's literally Muslim, by the way. But of course, Muhammad didn't even wait that long. Scumbag. Scumbags, man. But let's not finger one population. Just because they're epitome of doesn't mean they're the only ones. Obviously, evidently. Again, look at Hebrew Hollywood, for starters. I'm sorry, Jew Hollywood. Forgive me, take that back. And why are parents dressing their children up in raunchy outfits, by the way? Why are they sexualizing their kids? Why is Disney spending so much planning, generating, editing, producing, producers, on and on, for child crotch shots? And notice how the Muslim in the peripheral is eyeing her crotch, while the old Oriental sailing right next to her behaves as if this behavior is normal. Okay, maybe, I guess. Middle Street, a kid in that posture, yeah, sure, why not? In the context of things, hell no. And in the other opening introductory sequence, why are the two little girls dry humping each other's backsides in the middle of school? Demonstrated here, again in the screenshot. Or how in hell how is he posing this inexplicable stance while playing any instrument, never mind a mouth agaped, blowing on a flute? Again, while standing off balance for yet another apparent crotch shot, but this one being relatively subliminally sexual. Okay, again, in context, this one time is one thing. Again, they went out of the way to draw this, to plan this. Why is she in this position? Any of you that play instruments, I mean, unless you're trying to pull some kind of corny and wrongful Jethro Tull impersonation, he's never done that either. What's that about? What is that? But in the context of things, it's obvious. I mean, again, it goes on and on and on. There's more and way more. On and on and on. But I mean, if you're still denying this, bugger off. I wash my hands of you. What a mercy soul. And that's enough. But see a more thorough breakdown of this one. Again, this Bricks production via Disney in my earlier works. Please share. Oh, yeah. The grass is not greener, people. Bricks, Hollywood falling apart, the West falling apart, and Bricks taking over. Not a good thing. Unfortunately, this is a measurable crime against humanity, and it doesn't appear to end with virtual brainwashing of the masses worldwide to promote it, to usher it in. Thankfully, there has been some discussion lately about how children are being trafficked, mainly by anti-Christian and pagan orgs, ironically. But in addition to that, there's this horrendous real doll made to be like children's sex toys. That's right. Anti-Christian and pagan orgs are trafficking children is what I meant to say there. Any sex toys made in China? Again, I'm not 100% sure of that. I may be wrong there. If you know for sure, please share the proof with me. I'd appreciate that. But that's hearsay right now. I heard it from another source who puts fairly vetted stuff out there. Everything that they put out there so far, I've had a living experience, including this crazy flood in China right now. These floods, I should say, where mass media is hiding. I've got students now, just again today, at the end of the class, right at the end of the class, starts sudden downpour. And you're like, okay, what is this rain? They're flooding. There's entire villages, cities, communities, groups of them. Dams breaking. It's the apocalypse over there right now. And yet we're hearing nothing about it. That's how powerful BRICS is. That's how powerful China is over mass media. That's how much control they've gained. BRICS is taking over. But in addition to that, there's this horrendous real doll made to be looking like children. They're made to look like children. It's a sex toy, people. In case, if you don't know, what you're looking at is a sex toy. I hate to say the name, but in case you're doubting it, real doll. You're looking at real dolls that are made to look like children. This is like an inflated date 2.0. And it doesn't end there. I mean, it's real. It's advertised by mass media, including Hollywood. This inflated dates, also popularized by Hollywood, have been advanced to silicone lifelike dolls, which demented, perverted pedophiles can have sexual relations with. I mean, ancient China innovated wooden dildos, but modern China has taken that to an insanely sinister new level. But don't these products still have to get shipped? Where's the law on that? At least on the shipping. Is there no control? Isn't the U.S. a Christian nation after all? Instead of that, the Dutch, for example, is a Dutch nation that are using these real dolls that are made to be children to give to pedophiles as some kind of therapy. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? I mean, biting my tongue here, biting my tongue. Where's the public outcry? Instead, eBay and the like profits. Again, see Titus 1. People, there are over 50,000 child pornography sites, and that is websites. Again, not instances, not victims, but sites with multiples of both. Where are the arrests? More importantly, what have you done about it? Even the 2025 alleged football film, Him, top middle, concludes with adrenochrome, with some sane, like, I don't know, a big chunk of the movie, some psychotic thing, like maybe a fourth of it at least, maybe more. It's insane. Sacrilegiously, ceremoniously sacrificing terrified little children to extract and drink their blood. Adrenochrome. Empowering black people to overtake and murder whites, or libtard whites, doing the same. To murder whites and murder blacks pretending to be white. That's where we're at. And the movie is promoting it and using adrenochrome to say you can be empowered to do that. Lord have mercy. They might as well be Muslims chewing khat to kill Christians. Where are the arrests? What is it going to take in order for things to change for the better? So are you groomed or desensitized yet? To be honest, I'd be shocked or concerned if you are still even here. For those of you who may be scarred by this, my sincerest, deepest apologies. I had thought about doing this project for years. It's not something I took lightly. But I felt it's way, at this point, way past time that I get this done. That I do what very few are willing to do. If anybody. I don't know if anybody's done anything like this. So if you're still here or scarred or whatever, expose yourself to this, you might want to detox. And, quote, take me to church. They then project. Well, why not? Why not go to church? Are they not genuinely open-minded? Just the same. Are they beyond reproach? Is that what the problem is? Too much pride, too much ego? Don't confuse ego with esteem. Why is it that the only thing that I hear something when I hear? Why is it that only time I hear something from someone, the only time I hear something from someone about this, social media otherwise, it's either them telling me to shut up, if not remaining silent when they're face to face. What the hell's going on here? All of this is beyond insane. For the love of God, please repent, get active, and end this now. What is the opposite of love? Hate? No. I hate evil. The opposite of love is indifference. I don't care if evil exists. And that's why we are today. That's why we are where we are today. Did nothing, said nothing. It's all right. It's just benefits. Indifference is the opposite of love. You don't believe me? Give a child a cold shoulder and see how much they hate it. Give any loved one a cold shoulder. Yell at them. But turn your back on them? Lord have mercy. Okay, listen. Around 2000, a copycat trenchcoat mafia school shooting was stopped because a teacher cared enough to invite a troubled teen to her home. The teacher showed her what a loving family looks like and asked her questions about her troubles, starting in the classroom. And that is all it took. The girl confessed, crying, and did what some might misguidedly label as ratted out her classmates. She told on them. Classmates, by the way, which were planning a massacre, another school shooting, another copycat trenchcoat mafia incident. That's all it took. A little love, a little truth, a little faith. So, is it true that faith without works is dead? Or would you rather say, ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your God? It's the greatest country. I myself have risked dislikes. Just kidding. Being facetious there. It's that heathen was the Greeks say about the likes. Share, yes. Share, yes, please. I'm here for a reason. It's not to listen to the sound of my own voice. That's not it. And no monetization. That was never the plan to begin with. Again, a couple of summers. Pretty destitute, to say the least. And for those of you who did, throw some money my way, which was huge at that time, regardless of how much it was huge. And I appreciate all of you. And especially for the prayers. I mean, I love you all for that. I appreciate it, including back in the Bible study days. I appreciate all of you. I have no idea. And that's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about throwing money at people. I'm talking about caring, having a heart. And it manifests itself. It goes a long way. I've had to suffer overwhelming censorship. That's been something. Community standards, whatever that is. I've exposed grooming content in public schools library and stood my ground. Got attacked for it by the black librarian beast, a woman. A Karen, right? No, not a Karen, a Shaquifa. Stop saying Karen. Shaquifa is more fitting. And again, I've told you my story, putting corporate bookstore crap in its rightful place. Corporate bookstore crap. Destroying young innocent lives. And I've done my best to be active as I can with nonprofit organizations and so on. But I certainly have my moments, which I regret. And God have mercy on my soul. How about you? What have you done about this? What are you going to do about it? What are you prepared to do next? Are you your brother's keeper? Take care of one another while loving God with all your being. That is what all of his law hangs upon. If anyone wants a copy of this presentation, again, contact me, leave a comment, so on. I'll be happy to share, make a difference. Come on anybody's channel, whatever, to talk about this stuff, any segment of it, what have you. Thank you again. Please share. Take care of each other. Take care of yourselves. Pray incessantly. Keep your news. Remain centered on Christ, regardless. God bless.